Welcome here, everyone. Welcome to a lovely, lovely evening. Tonight is something a little bit different, as we are going to be covering and having a chilled time with RainaisCrazy. RainaisCrazy was very kind to her community, and if you don't know who RainaisCrazy is, let me, let's do. RainaisCrazy is a, did it not? Oh, that is not the right person, I believe. Why is that? Should be. Nope, that is not. Why does that come up? Am I dumb? What did I type? Ah, that's bad. Nope, not that one. Raina is crazy with 2 Y's. That's it. No, you don't, because I missed the shout out, so I'll give a shout out here in a sec again. But we are going to be here and having a lot of fun. We're going to be covering and casting, hopefully, a couple matches. This is a tournament that was actually is being put on by RainaisCrazy, who is an amazing content creator, does a lot of League of Legends, but also is a fantastic foodie content creator as well as League of Legends head, but does food competitions around the world. Has recently gone on a lot of travel sites. I love her videos. If you don't have a chance, please go ahead. I wish I had set things up before, but I've been busy today. So either way, it's a thing. So. But RainaisCrazy is freaking fantastic. Has sponsored a $1,000 tournament for her community. We did a little bit of random seeding and a random factor. We had, I believe, 40 players and 10 captains actually join in. So we had a total of about 50 players with 10 total teams here. It is so much fun to see content creators and just people in general being able to get in and host tournaments of their own. So that is what RainaisCrazy has done. Raina, of course, is so lovely. Let me go ahead and let me see if I can make this work. Oops, that's not it. 12 seconds. Shit. Okay. I almost talk long enough. Sometimes I can talk like crazy long. So we'll see how that goes. So yeah, but this is just gonna be chill. It's just gonna be me on my own. Hopefully in the future, though, if you guys enjoy this, if you guys enjoy my silly casting or silly coverage, I believe Raina is hoping to run more in the future. This is kind of a test run. It was put on by me as well. She brought on myself and a gentleman named Paul, who is going to be TOing. If you're in the Discord and you're watching the stream now, then please go ahead and say hi to Paul. Paul has been amazing setting up the rulebook, and is going to be making sure that the tournament is running well. We've had an amazing number of people. Also expect interest in the future. This one specifically, I believe we random sorted, but also selected a lot of high tier players. This was an uncapped tournament, of course, because it has to be uncapped. Excuse me, Raina herself is participating in this, as well as many familiar names. There we go. I believe Raina is currently streaming right now. Is going to be chilling out, going to be having a lot of fun, hopefully. And yeah, so at this point as well, one of the big things, if you have any questions, if you want to shout out, talk, or do anything, I will be here just answering questions, having a good time. You'll see my face on the camera as well. I am terrible at observation, and I'm also hoping my PC doesn't blow up, but I'm assuming it's going to go well because I streamed League of Legends before. And yeah, the other side is we're hoping Rito doesn't blow up on that side and have issues with their client, which we have had in the past. But either way, I know for a fact, I think it's going to be a heck of a lot of fun. So what we're also going to do is I'm also going to be putting out a little bit of info is the hope. Let me do a quick, let me do this real quick. Let's see if she, whoops. Nope. I don't think Raina has, oh, no, there it is. I was like, what? Ah, that's right. I can type, holy. All right, there we go. Woo! Fast fast and furious like the wind, not even close. But yeah, so we have a lot of people, for those that are maybe tuning in and might be coming from her Discord as well, to let you know the multiple teams that are joining in here. Oh god, I have a whole folder of them as well. Some of the teams that are known and gonna be playing here today are we had Team Laceration, Team Victor, Team Bob, Team Duncan Dumpling, which is a great name, by the way, Team Scamma, Team Jewy, the Homies with Extra Chromies, which was a wild name. I believe that was Crazy Kendy's team. Coin Flip Warriors, Team Barrel Blaster, and Team Kitsuo. All these players are stepping in, and all these amazing players are having a little bit of fun with their own plays. So, again, the hope is to actually be able to cover and... and to be able to see every single or almost every single player play. Bracket format is, of course, a little bit different as well. We are going to be having, I believe, a single elimination bracket, which unfortunately, because this is just a because this was just a one-day tournament, we determined that this was the best way. It is single elimination, best of ones all the way to the grand finals, which is going to be a best of 3. So it's a little bit of a long night. With 10 teams, we had 4 teams doing a play-in, and then 6 teams waiting on the wings. Is that right? Yes. Because elimination of 2, 6 waiting on the wings, and there are other teams, of course, getting things moving. So we'll get everything moving, of course. We are just waiting one more second to be able to hopefully get things moving in. Yeah, so starting up, we are also going to have the link to the draft somewhere. People want to know. Are you... There we go. Sorry, getting a few. Okay. I don't know who that is, but now I'm scared. All right. So as soon as we get everyone in the lobby, we should be good to go. I have no idea where they are. I think they might be using DraftLol. If they're using DraftLol, that's fine as well. I'm not worried. But hopefully we get the DraftLol info as everything. All right. I think we should be set. And then let me go double check and make sure we are good as well. And we'll get everything moving. While you wait, go ahead. Of course, this video will be edited as well, so we're chilling. This audio and video and everything of the sort will go ahead and be changed up if we need to. I have routed it, so the entire tournament, at least from my side, will be covered and streamed on one end or another, and it'll be a good time. Hopefully we have some fun in there. So again, though, oh right, tournament bracket is what I needed. I was answering questions on the side. Oops. I'll have to post that every so often as well, I guess. Let me... Wait, did I never... Oh, I guess I never did. Wow. Okay. If anyone is interested, that is the link to the tournament page that you can watch and see all of the matches upcoming, and hopefully they're in too. I think we're just waiting for a few moments. So we'll rock our way out as soon as possible. I am interested as well. Here's a bad thing. I haven't played any across the last 2 days, which is when the update went live. So this will be my first chance to really see the entirety of Summoner's Rift in the Ionian features as well. So that's what I'm really excited for. I hope it goes well. I've heard I forgot what bug it was. The funniest bug I think I saw was the issue of what was it? It was I think it was the issue of people if they're using okay, that makes sense. All right, so I think I didn't know this. I think they're using draft LOL, so I'll go ahead and pop this open real quick. Oops. And I didn't realize they're using draft LOL, so let me see if okay, that's actually kind of cute, yeah. So we'll go ahead and blow this up big wise. And I don't remember who's who, so bear with me here in a sec. Let me... There we go. Let me... I don't want that. Let me window capture. Whee! Hey. Alright. There we go. Okay. So, hey, Laceration, thank you very much for the follow, my man. Sorry that there's nothing fun being played right now. But yeah, so what we're watching right now is, I believe, let me double check this before I go crazy. There's a high chance I'm gonna go crazy here. Oh, I did the dumb. I'm so sorry, everyone. Whee! Oh, nope, not that. Okay, so we'll pull this over on the side, this over to the side because I can. We are watching Team Dunkin' Dumplings versus Team Kitsuo, and I unfortunately have zero idea which side is which. I don't think they told me, but we can only assume that it's going to be a very, very good time. Hey, yeah, Laceration. It's always a good time, man. I told Raina, by the way, I thought it was the funniest thing. I'm so happy I'm not playing on your team because you guys would literally flay me alive for all of the shit I would pull for no reason whatsoever. So I'm excited to be covering you guys. Hopefully you guys make it up to the grand finals for the BO3, which I think is going to be a very, very fun thing. Taking a look here, though, we go ahead and take a look at the blue side. I think, ooh, let me double check this, actually. Let me, I should probably ask and maybe I can get it, but I like this idea already. So what we're taking a look at is, pain. Already looking at, we educate. Laceration, listen, you and a couple others have had a lot of fun with me, and I can't blame you. My God, if I've never walked into enemy fire for no fucking reason. I've never tilted myself as hard as I have playing with you guys, but it's so much fun. Taking a look at the draft, though, we are taking a look at a little bit outside, and again, when we talk about this, I think one of my favorite things is that this is not standard by any sort of the current metric. But from what I've gotten word, Team Dunkin' Dumplings is going to be on the red side. All right, so let me go back, and we're actually going to might be able to pull this off. Let me see if I can do this right. We're going to go back and take a look at the video. Motherfucker doesn't have... God damn it. He doesn't have his VOD saved. Fuck! Okay. So, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to talking screen because we're set. Motherfucker doesn't have it, so I can't actively... I can't go back to the draft. But what I saw was a Nivea. I saw a J4. I think I saw a Kane in there as well. I saw Mundo on blue side, but Team Dunkin' Dumplings is going to be... Team Samuel Kim's team. So Team Dunkin' Dumplings is on red side. And again, when it comes to these, I always love oh, they didn't add me to the lobby. No. Oh no. Oh no. Hold on. Wait, please. I need a lobby. Oh, it's already scuffed from the beginning. shit. Oh, pain. The pain. The pain was so real. Hey, okay. Oh, let me hop in. Hey, there we go. Okay, we're set. Okay, so let me go ahead. We are gonna get right into game here in a sec, and we'll take a look at some of the. Oh, okay. So they did blind pick. This is perfect. 2 seconds to let me get everything set up here. We are going to. Hey, all right. So we don't need the music anymore either. I think, or else my audio is hella low, which is gonna be a problem. So let me Here's hoping the volume doesn't kill your ears. I do apologize if it does. That's also not in game. I'll change it all later when it gets in game. Oh wait, no, I can do it here, right? There we go. Much better. All right, so taking a look at oops, hold on. I want to catch on my mouse. But I already like what I'm seeing here because it is silly antics, right? Very silly. I'm already seeing the likes of a tank top with Decimate, who Decimate is... I don't think I've seen some of these players play. So, Kitsuo, though, on the other side, is team captain. Kitsuo very kind in stepping up to the captain position and being willing to draft. There was a captain's draft, I believe, all the way back about 2.5 weeks ago, I think, on Raina's stream. It was very fun. We did a snake draft with 10 players. It was basically like fantasy football. It was a whole deal. But I'm already taking a look. The Mundo J4, Anivia, Varus, and Rakan. So the Anivia to me is kind of surprising, but everything else seems very standard. The Mundo on the top side, very tanky, which I like. But I love seeing some of the silliness that can come through. Number one, of course, is the fact that this is going to be very, I think, team fight-esque when I look on the blue side for Team Kitsuo. J4, very early ganker, going to be having a lot of fun. Varus should be being able to work fairly well in that bottom lane. Same with the Rakan. These are two very meta standards. However, one of the things I love on the other side, this is a pick comp through and through. You look at the Camille, you look at the Pantheon, you look at the Ashe Syndra Blitzcrank, everything screams, I'm going to fuck you up one way or another, and you got nothing to say about it. A single pull, Varus is fucked, Anivia is gone. J4 and Baby, no idea depending on if you build just like the straight lethality build, which I think we see fairly often. It's, well, the Eclipse at least run first, but this Blitzcrank is gonna be wild, and I'm very much gonna enjoy this. To give a little bit more information, I believe it is Samuel Kim, Grimmy, another ganker, T-Song, and a Raffle Stomper on the side of Nunkin Dumplings, so that'll be a nice little test. Of course, game number one will also be me trying to adjust everything, so I do apologize if everything looks really off, which obviously it will be. Because I don't run streams appropriately. So we'll see how it goes. But of course, game one underway. I do believe Raina is currently streaming one side. I believe Paul Chung will be streaming another. I don't have their links. However, I will give it a little bit of a shout out in multiple different directions. Again, all of these people are amazing, and I feel very lucky that I get to help cover this tournament, because I think it's very fun. Again, when I see one of the things that I actually discussed with Raina is seeing more grassroots events. Obviously, this isn't really grassroots. It's $1,000 which is a lot more money than most tournaments have. But the fact that you're willing to give back to the community, she has built up a very, albeit very competitive, but a very strong community of her own that follow a lot of her content and everything. So if you do get the chance, please go ahead, check her out and see what they offer. Nah. Let me double check. All right, cool. I had to say that real quick. All right, cool. Yes, and also it went black. Give me a sec. I'll get everything set up here in a sec, and we will be having some fun. That is not what I wanted. But yes, Dylan, how you doing? Dylan. Welcome. Yes, Mac and another ganker, and then UWS Jazz. Yes, that is the Twitch for RainaisCrazy. RainaisCrazy, of course, covering it with our friend because we are currently still waiting for oops. There we go. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is do the thing that I was supposed to, which is nope, not that one. Oh, please don't do this to me again, for fuck's sake. It might do this. Hold on. Alright, let's delete that. Here's the hoping spectate actually works. Yo, you know it. And we already had a pause, so it doesn't matter. I'm good. I'm okay with this. We already had a pause 2 seconds fucking into the match. I'm so okay with this. Hold up. Hey, there we go. Okay. Hold on. I'm drawing that down. And we will go ahead and close that. Already a pause 30 seconds into this. I love this so much. But as you can tell, we're gonna have a little bit of space. Fuck's sake, don't capture the cursor. Yes, okay. We're good. We are good. Let's dive on in. Hold up. Before I do anything crazy, I also need to add this is again gonna be the most scuffed side that you've ever seen. Welcome to this. Actually, hold on. I might be able to pull this off. Oh yeah. So spectate bug. Please don't hate me. Spectate bug sucks. So this will freeze for a couple seconds, and then we will get things moving. Mini map. Yep. Below that up. HUD scaling. Let's go. A little bit larger. Yeah. Let's bring it to about 88, and I think everyone's gonna be pretty okay with that. There we go. And already we get a couple death brushes. You know what? Sure, go for it. Oops, there we go. Let's zoom out a little bit. This is going to be a test and a half. Okay, Orbital, you can do better than this. Let's move the camera over here. And you're also going to get a couple names up on the screen. Team 1. There we go. And I can do this very quickly. As you can go ahead and see, though, this is going to be very, very test-worthy is the best way I can say it. I can do this. There we go. And then I need Team 2. Go. Love you all. Please bear with me. I'm almost done. I promise. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Cool. Zone. Oops, that's upside down. Help, for fuck's sake. And there. Cool. There we go. Now we got names and shit. Motherfucker. Wow. It doesn't matter. Okay. Let's adjust there. Oh my god, did I really mess it up? There we go. Hey-oh, we got ourselves a stream because I kind of know what I'm doing here. Alright, so getting into this though, we already see a nice little lift inside of the jungle's side, both starting on the top side, or the red buff of their map, and we'll see what he can do. Again, on the red side for Dunkin' Dumplings, we got Samuel Kim, another ganker, Sashaya, T-Song, and Dying Games. So I believe they had a couple of roster shuffles in there. We appreciate everyone that has been bearing with us. When we did the draft, we obviously had a little bit of misbalance in how many people were in each role, which was, I think, the most difficult part. There were some people that really wanted to play mid. We had a lot of, I think, mid jungles, actually, which was quite surprising. But yeah, so now we go ahead and hold on to this factor, which should be pretty good. Everyone being able to balance out and have a little bit of fun there. So once again, appreciate everyone jumping in. But here in the early game, nothing really crazy. Again, full clears are expected, but with a J4 and a Pantheon, it makes sense to have heavy early game aggression. And considering both of them are actively looking to get some of that information, it's going to be big. I like the hawk shot coming out early though, as neither side wants to make that mistake. So you get the Ashe, and again, you don't. as an Ashe, you don't actively have lane prio unless you're good. It's seen as a more support utility. You can bully out with the volley, as well as the quiver. The Q actually just recently got buffed. I think if it's fully maxed out, I think they buffed the attack speed value. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's what they had. But yeah, oh, no. Why is my camera so large? Hold up. There we go. I am now no longer blocking the active trinkets. There we go. But yeah, so we'll see how it goes. Right now, topside, Decimate might be receiving the first gank of the game, and Samuel Kim nowhere near some walls, but might be able to find it. There is going to be that hook. But of course, nice little flash from Decimate, making sure to stay out of that repel. No one really likes seeing those hook shots come out. Oh, Dying Game, though. Dying Game might have some fun, and that's going to be the Q into the stun. Easy flash away, though, by Young Feng. But, I mean, Sashaya and Dying Game making sure to go ahead and get the flash out. That is a smart way to do this. It's also appreciated. And when you're in Anivia, very, very difficult to deal with that. It's one of the more frustrating aspects as well. When you have immobile mages against a Blitzcrank, you have to know this is coming up. And it was a smart roam out. Dying Game is only going to get 1 or 2 of those active roams off, because after that, it's all wards. It's always getting wards down. I like this call, though. On the bot side, we're seeing a little bit of a challenge. That's going to be a nice knock-up into Dying Game. And Dying Game has to flash away, gets a little bit of root underneath, but now we're going up to that top side. Decimate getting chunked out here, and that's first blood for Samuel Kim, the captain of Dunkin' Dumplings. Ah, you love to see it when the captain gets some fun, but I'm glad we also took a look up there as a Dying Game lost their flash but has Hextech, so you're going to be okay. Now a little fight around this dragon, though, as it's first. A little bit of a stick, though, as Dying Game now getting caught out and realizes that's not where they wanted to be. Very nice catch, but Kitsuo watching their support fall as another ganker is doing some work. A little bit of fight as Young Feng is now level 6, but the stun does not land in time before another ganker is able to find that one, and now Young Feng is going to be eliminated. Egg is gonna be cooked inside of the river, and it's a done deal. 4 over to the side of Dunkin' Dumplings. Nasty, nasty work. And I think the volume's working. I really, really hope the volume's working. I think it is. Okay, it is. Volume is working, so I think we're okay. I believe we are fully okay here, so we'll keep watching this way. But, yeah, this is a good start, of course, with Dunkin' Dumplings. They already got the feat of warfare. They got 3, and they're looking for a bit more as Mac has to flash away. I'm so sorry, Dylan. Unfortunately, Mac might be shoved out, but at the current moment, we are seeing another ganker do okay in the jungle side. Already 2-0-1 for Pantheon. This is like the best case scenario, right? Best case scenario for a Pantheon is you get some early kills, you get some early outs, and then you just kind of take over the game from there. So I'm really, really hoping we get to see a little bit more. That's a fight in the jungle, though, but on top side, we're still watching Decimate not have some fun, and there is going to be the grand Skyfall. Decimate is going to live because Samuel Kim could have tower dive. Oh, final steer in the back, baby. Another ganker. Sniper, Accountant 2 style. Dang. Oh, that's nasty work. Very, very comfortable. Now, granted, it does give Kitsuo a chance to roam into enemy side and get a little bit of farm underneath, but arrow from downtown. I wasn't even watching. That's going to be Sashaya picking that one up. Flashes over the Q. No iceberg to sun. Final Q lands. Sashaya picks one up for themselves. Rebuttal, though, coming in from Kitsuo. Are you going to be able to find this kill? Nice little throwdown. That's going to be the calculus used, but the hook brings out Kitsuo, and Kitsuo will have no chance at getting revenge. Bloom coming in just to save the life. But man, the rotations coming out of the Kitsuo squad really kicking up some high octane action. So now 1-6, massive lead here in gold. 2.6 in favor of Dunkin' Dumplings, and they are dunking pretty dang well. Long range arrow, one that we see every so often from downtown, always feels good. Both objectives though might be being covered here by Team Kitsuo. And honestly, I like this. You got to get something, right? Considering the dragon spawn timers as well as the grubs are a little bit different, I feel there's a little bit more emphasis on the grub difference as well. I believe one of the changes that came through was the fact that grubs only have one spawn now. It's a single spawn. They are, I think, reduced in number overall. In terms of how many stats they give and what they can do to chew through towers, but obviously now you only need 2 out of the 3. So all 3 being handed over to the likes of another ganker and the other side means their pushing power is going to be excessive. What a ping down though, as Matt gets hooked out of the wave, and dying game TBH says, TBH, you're pretty dang dead. Another arrow landing, and now they might just chew through Bloom. One more shot underneath the tower though, as Kitsuo was able to save Bloom's life. That were level 6 though. If that were a level 6 Blitzcrank, that would have been a 2-0 in that bottom lane. Nasty work, of course, so it's gonna be that challenge, but it was a very, very comfortable play. And again, we're seeing these leads start to accrue right now. Team Kitsuo looking like the dominant force, and they are cruising for that victory. The only lane, the only spot that doesn't really have an extensive lead is in the support versus support, which, granted, support lives don't matter. No one cares about supports. I don't, especially. Sorry, Bloom and DG, but, you know, that's how the cookie crumbles. Yeah, very, very smart play. I mean, on the top side, we're seeing a decent CS lead breaking out. Decimate having a little bit of a struggle. And again, Amundo isn't exactly supposed to heavily win out in the CS department, but you're supposed to be able to keep track of it. But the Camille is gonna be looking to chew through your HP bars. So for Samuel Kim, you're gonna be pretty dang happy. We'll see how else this plays, but you know, kind of watching this semi-misstep option. Sachaya now getting jumped on, no flash available, and it's just that easy. Sachaya gonna try and amble their way out, but that wall is more than enough to give Young Feng their kill back. And I mean, because of that roam though, Bloom making sure to help out. Chain of Corruption on the bot side though, because Mac was left alone. It's 1v2 underneath the tower. Now we swap up to the top side. Decimate gonna be trying to walk their way to safety. They do have flash, but they're roaming into that river side as Kitsuo is ready to help out. Samuel Kim making sure not to put themselves in harm's way. All these movements though, I really, really do like, because we're seeing the likes of, again, Duncan Dumpling saying, we want to keep this pace up. We want to continue making this magic happen. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, that'll be changed later. Don't worry. I believe I don't know how to bring up the timers specifically. I might have to drop this back down, but I think that's 3 minutes, 53 seconds. Another arrow lands though, and it's perfectly onto Mac. Body block coming out of Bloom though, as that's the smart way to play, especially considering it's full HP versus half. Bot side though, I like this call. Take a look at where another ganker is on that minimap. You can see him on the top side rolling in to the lane state. Kitsuo taking a beating. I don't think another ganker was spotted, so you're going to be more than comfortable kind of hiding this one out. Deep ward as well, and the bot lane is very much alive. I love this call as well. If you can get T-Song outside of this laning phase and you don't allow the Varus to kind of free farm up, especially when you go in lethality Varus, if you can keep this Varus down, it's going to help a lot. But Kitsuo now in range to help out too. Looks like it's a full recall, but no, that's a blast forward into the stun. T-Song was nowhere near though, so Max is able to get out to safety. TP coming in from the other side as the Anivia says hello, and Bloom able to pick up dying game. And it's the one fault of a Blitzcrank. Sometimes you're one and done, sometimes you are the one done. So it's a difficult stance to have. Great idea though from dying game. Big dub though to the other side as we're seeing Team Kitsuo have a little bit of a breather and get an advantage for themselves. Nice little kill means the next dragon as well coming up will be in the hands once again, as keep in mind Sachaya and Young Feng trying to mess around in this battle. Sachaya dodging out as that's going to be a flyby right on in. Grand Skyfall from another ganker, making sure that Young Feng doesn't have their flash for this upcoming dragon. I am sitting here very, very curious how this is going to play out, because this dragon is so crucial. But Kitsuo trying to get a lead on the Sachaya, but here comes the rest of the team. Sachaya does get rooted out a little bit late on the hook, and all of a sudden it's a 2v3. Wall goes up again. Young Feng with the denial of outs. This pterodactyl, This Anivia is a giant pain in the backside, and that's exactly why you drafted Young Feng, showing immediate strength here. As kills are now evened up. 5-7 with a gold lead of only 1.3, which, considering how explosive this early game is, doesn't really matter that much, in my opinion. Another dragon going in the hands of Kitsuo, and for Kitsuo and the rest of the squad, they're going to be really, really happy about this one. Go ahead and grab a little piece of that pie. Say, okay, look, second dragon to our name. We go ahead and put ourselves in really good position to pick up all 4. And again, it's a mountain. It's not bad to hang on to. I wonder which soul will be coming out. It's Chemtech. Okay, never mind. Chemtech sucks. Whoever sees this, like, screw Chemtech. I'm so sorry. Top side, though, Decimate does have the Masochism ready. And is going to be able to save on the tower die, but, you know, you go ahead and see that wave push in. Decimate keeps it farmed up. And really, for another ganker, you're just looking to try and farm it up. You have the Eclipse. You're taking the enemy side jungle. I love the pings going down. Really good call out here as T-Song realizes they're not in a good spot. Out comes that Chain of Corruption. He forced the flash from T-Song. Really, really comfortable position there as everyone kind of trading summoner spells overall. I am a little bit scared though. With the plates falling here and the Herald now up and available, Kitsuo really making their way around the map a little bit faster. And again, for Kitsuo, you're actually down, I believe, 3 camps in the camp count, meaning if you don't clear out 5, you're actually going to be in a lot of trouble for the upcoming extra objectives. You can go ahead and see the Herald being claimed on the other end, so now we get a little bit more comfortable timers with the Baron spawning at 20 minutes. But really, my eyes are still on this dragon. It's 2 apiece right now, so we also don't have upgraded boots. First tower, I think, fell on the bottom side, but it was traded out, so both beats are in different positions. Dying game, though, recognizing they're not in a good position. It's such an easy catch. Oh, what a cone! I think that cone was by accident as well, but Young Feng able to pick up their 3rd of the game with Boots of Swifties and Rod of Ages stacking. Still looking real good for the bird in the mid. I would say feels good as well. Mainly for Young Feng, though, you are just... I wouldn't say early game was rough, but it was definitely not optimal, right? You got caught out, and the fact now that Sashaya is 1 in 2, only got a kill off of that early arrow down the line, you're not really going to be worried about that anytime soon, I think. However, we are still seeing a gold lead of 1.2. in favor of Dunkin' Dumplings, so they still have a lot of time to play with. Another thing to keep in mind is with this tournament, first rounds, if you lose, you are completely out. Payout is to 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. I believe 1st place gets 500, 2nd place gets 300, 3rd place gets 150, and 4th gets 50. It was a free-to-play tournament, though, so I do appreciate all that. Outside, though, Samuel Kim, who hasn't seen that much action outside of that first kill, is now going to be pushed out of tower range. 152 CS in their own. Now we're seeing that space out on the bottom side. Quick Herald charge. That's going to be 1. Another ganker might ride that in for a 2nd charge if they wish. I mean, it still has 1.9k HP. This is doable. Nice little hold here as it's going to be the force out. Good push by Sachai and the rest of the squad. And it's not going to get that crash. So it is only a 1 tower Herald. So really nice management and minimization of damage problems and damage profiles. We're going to wait and see, though, as bot side is now going to get collapsed on Kitsuo, actually drawn in, which means another ganker is going to be charmed out. I don't know if that's what the Blitz going on, and another ganker trying to stay safe, but everyone is a full-man gank squad potential, and Dying Game gets sectioned out, flashes over the wall and over the wall itself, as it's going to be Team Dunkin' Dumplings not liking where this is going. Samuel Kim, though, coming into the back line, but the damage has already been done, as this is Team Kitsuo shredding through the HP bars, but do they have enough? There is Decimate in the back line, denying further access for Sachaya, and it is going to be Team Kitsuo to find yet another. Young Feng with the snipe. Fade away iceberg to the back of the dome. As that is a 4-for-1. Stylish there. And that has to be really, really good. I mean, a 4K team fight with only one loss, I mean, especially because you were trying to get revenge for that bottom side tower, now swings a lot of that gold into the team fight team's favor. We mentioned this kind of battle tends to draw into, I would say, dangerous factors. When you see an Anivia, when you see a J4, when you see a Mundo, all of these scream, we want to be in your face. We want to kind of be up there. I mean, Anivia, if you take a look at the kid, doesn't exactly scale late game, but has a lot of fight control. Take a look at the slows, you take a look at the walls, you take a look at the suns, like this is fight control. So when you're in that middle, when you are in that spacing, you want to be somewhat close to the action, which at the same time is allowing Mac to do work. 1, 1, and 3 gets those arrows down, and the Upgrading Dragon might be able to put themselves on Soul Point. Keep in mind, the feat of strength has not been made, but this is going to be another catch yet again onto T-Song. This Ashe has not had a good time, and the rest of Dunkin' Dumplings are about to be dunked in hot sauce. They are spiced and brought down to the gray screen, as that is going to be a flash in with the Cataclysm. Double knockup into the Pain game. And the bounce house has been utilized appropriately, as it's a double for Young Feng on the Anivia. 4 dead yet again, and things have taken a turn at 20 minutes in the game. Otacon spawns. Same time, this dragon will once again be taken. This will be Team Kitsuo putting themselves on Soul Point and giving themselves the boost. Surprisingly as well, Dunkin' Dumplings were 7 and 2 at one point, I believe. Since then, they have not gotten more than a singular kill in the last, I would say, about 7 to 10 minutes. And it's been all Team Kitsuo, and very, very impressive stuff there. Honestly, it's only going to continue, as now you have upgraded boots, multi-boot Swifties, by the way. Swift March, even, giving yourselves extra move speed to kind of combat. And because they reduced the pricing, I believe it went from 750 to 500. 500 is a drop in the bucket. That's what, 2 waves worth of gold? That's very easily doable. So now we're seeing a lot of players actively pick it up, and it's such a huge boom in that respect, I think. So right now, Young Feng, though, getting caught out, and this is doing what the team needs. However, Young Feng doing fairly okay for themselves, still rooted out and dead. And in that sense, you are trying to get the kill over to Sachaya, who is able to pick it up now, 2, 2, and 2. And of course, with that kill, you're watching the rest of the map kind of explode. Keep in mind, a single kill ain't going to do that much, as you're losing towers on the flip end, so Team Kitsuo going to sacrifice Sachaya's life for the rest of the map. Broke open mid, now 3 towers to 1. And Mac able to lay in a lot of extra damage. 2 items completed, still waiting for that mana mune to fully complete into the Muramana. Once that happens, those arrows are going to be piercing lives, hearts, and a lot of HP bars right behind. Now, if you are curious, we appreciate everyone for tuning in once again. If you are enjoying the fight as well, all right, give me 1 second. All right, and it looks like there is a timeout or a pause being called, so please bear with us. We're gonna get eyes on that. Hey, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it, Fish. Appreciate it, appreciate it, appreciate it. Thank you very much. We are currently in a pause right now, as we are still waiting for Team Kitsuo and Dunkin' Dumplings to continue. I believe alerts are set, and I don't know why they're not popping up here. Oh, I'm an idiot. That's why. Hold up. There we go. Now they should pop up. All right, but yeah, we'll get a little info on this as soon as possible. Yep. All right. But yeah, so we should be good. They should be getting underway here shortly. I have no idea what's going on. Hopefully, we get some info. Let me also go and double check. Maybe we can get some info in here. Whoops. All right. So, but going over the finally we're back, right? Going over the state of the current game. I mean, this is not completely out of the realm of possibility. Granted, it is a very tough game. I will say it's not looking great for Dunkin' Dumplings, but there are ways you can come back into it. Number one, the pick comp can still work. You still have a lot of really good burst damage. With the Blitzcrank hook, you can go ahead and land a hook onto someone like Young Fong Mac, or maybe even Kitsuo, who I wouldn't say is squishy, but if you get enough time, you can kind of roll them over. So we hope to see that right now. We are getting back in the game. Let's go! Game back. Let's roll it. Please, I pray. Please, please, please. Hopefully we get and have a good time here. So, yeah. We're going to be chilling here for a little bit longer. They will resume. Let's go ahead and rewind here. Maybe we can see if it there we go. Okay, so it looks like it's rolling now. So we'll get back in. Yeah, Ducky boy, welcome, welcome. Resuming in 0 is such a real feeling there, but that is going to be a tower falling once again as we see a lot more of the map open up, and this is what I like to see. But again, for Dunkin' Dumplings, you need to get aggressive. You need to get a little bit more upfront with how you find your catches, and even if it's tank, you're gonna go for it, I think. But of course, with this call down, it means Kitsuo and Bloom are right in the mix. TP coming in a little bit late though, but a nice get of leak lands on two. They are able to burst down Kitsuo just like it called, and now they're gonna do it yet again. Young Feng realizes they're not in a great spot. Samuel Kim saying, okay, I see it. Arrow lands, but I don't know who it landed on. Did he just get eaten? That wasn't an arrow. I'm an idiot. That was a piercing arrow. Haha! Too many arrows in the game. But very, very nice play. And this is what I was saying. The pick comp from Dunkin' Dumplings can still work. It is not impossible, but they need to hard fire focus. And I like the fact that they pulled it right there. Instead of around the dragon, they were able to find the pick. They were able to find a little bit of weakness, and they said, perfect, this is going to work. You go ahead and say, we know Decimate doesn't really have tank stats. You have a Heartsteel and item name is blanking on me. Holy. Warmogs. Yeah, Warmogs. You're saying, hey, you just have HP, so they're able to shred through. It's also right before you start to see a lot of the grouping come through. When you start seeing those groupings around the Baron, around the Dragons, that's what you're really scared about. So you make that call much earlier. Hey, typical. Thank you very much for the follow. I will also say, guys, please keep in mind, this is not my normal stream. I don't normally stream League. So if you're following because you think I'll be streaming more of the tournaments later or more tournaments in the future, you would be correct. But please turn off alerts. Do not turn on my alerts because I do not stream that regularly. Right now, though, we are going to be watching Kitsuo fire on in with the Cataclysm and realizes, hey, we can't really be here. Right now, I don't know how T-Sung is still alive after that barrage, but you do. In a well-timed, well-played, safe call by Sachaya, another ganker in dying game. You keep T-Sung alive. You keep your ADC, which means now you get to fight for these other global objectives. Now you get to fight for that Baron. Now you get to fight for the Dragon with your Empowered, and Bloom for their own made the right call. You're trying to dive all in. It just didn't work. Over the wall, though, we're seeing a little bit of a call down. Take a look at where another ganker is currently laid out. They are looking to dive inside of this mid lane, and another ganker is saying, yes, I can. But with these with this dragon now spawned, you're kind of pinched into this. For Dunkin' Dumplings, you can't give over this this 4 soul. You can't also run the risk of losing a member. So go ahead, dogpile 4 down on the dragon. And you know for a fact, I mean, for Team Kitsuo, you don't really care. You're not worried about that. It's a dragon. It's a chem tech. It's not the worst thing in the world. you go ahead and start looking at the rest of the map to get it under control. So now that you're set, you can go ahead and start rotating in. You're going to see Dying Game and T-Song now appear in the mid. And this time, it's Team Kitsuo to have a little bit of fun. Hey, Winter, how you doing, my man? Hopefully you're doing well. Welcome to a little bit of a different stream. I'm casting some League of Legends. It's going to be a good time. Yeah, this is a tournament for Reina. We're going to charge me if I'm barking at the stream. Fantasy. Fantasy, that is a wild, I love that. But yeah, Windsor, please enjoy. This is very fun. That's going to be a flash, though, and you can't get out of the flag and drag right there. You are done, so Bloom tried to save it, but it ain't going to work. Pit come on 3, 1, 2, and it's a double for Sachaya. Missing Arrow barely does anything, as now it's another ganker to try and slow them down. Samuel Kim with the Hextech Ultimatum solos out the ADC and now brings in the rest of the squad. That is a quick kill and a half. Young Feng trying to slow everyone down, but Dying Game is so tanky. And that's another 3. They were losing in the beginning game, and now in the late, we are seeing Duncan Dumplings start to make the calls. Great shot calling is now. They aim for the Baron. I really, that is a hilarious line right there, by the way. Oh my god, I love that. Winter, the tournament actually just started, so that's what it's going as. Right now we see a fight in the mid. I wasn't even watching. As is going to be about. Decimate tried to bring about a little bit of damage, and they were able to pick up 2, so good little change up here. But the Baron still goes the way of this, of Duncan Dumpling, but they wasted a little bit too long. Are they going to be able to find that one on the back end? No! The dudes save Baron on 1, but the call was ballsy, but it works in the other way. Team Kitsuo able to take 4 Baron busts off the table. This is what I get for trying to answer questions on the other side. Mabi. Ducky, we watching League of Legends or baseball? I can't tell with the amount of throws. That's a little bit too real. So, honestly, throw after throw, but makes it spicy nonetheless, and that's kind of the fun here on the day. Of course, with that gold, it's now kind of brought to even stance, and honestly, I'm going to be looking at that next dragon. That's going to be the main bread and butter, I think, of this matchup, is who gets this dragon. You have to think that Team Kitsuo are going to be hunting for it, and I like this call. You go ahead and sweep out, you get eyes, you can see Kitsuo and the rest of the squad roaming for that buff. But take a look at the convergence. Not that many wards very deep on either side, so this is going to be the next about I want to say next minute or so that we're just saying that the vision wars come down. That is a hope, as Dying Game is now stepping up and saying, okay, I see where they are. Decimate loses their hold on the CC, and now you're just obliterated. Great stun to come out here. That's because it's going to try and keep you alive for a little bit longer, but Samuel Kim on the backside is also going to be shredded, so top laner for top laner, as both do fall. And that is terrifying to see, as once again, Decimate is starting to get stronger and stronger. Currently 4.5 items, or 4 items in a component in the back pocket. Kitsuo might be able to make a stance. Good thing to go down for that ward, but Kitsuo just needs 1. That's going to be a drag in, and another fight on the Bloom, but Bloom, HP is very low, but the damage dealers are alive. Are we going to see a dance as that's an arrow out, lands onto Mac. Mac has to flush away to safety. Young Feng looking for another stun, is able to find it. You get a shard down and you get the kill. However, that baits in everyone else. Kitsuo goes to the back line with the Cataclysm, and now you bring out the Glacial Storm. Young Feng gonna try and keep them all away as Mac tries to lay down the damage, and the arrows are actually working. What a fight! Young Feng stays alive. Sachaya is the last one alive for the team. Piercing arrow lands yet again, and now the chase is on. Scout of the week ain't gonna land. And of course, Sachaya might be able to throw down some damage. There's a piercing arrow, dodge out to the side. Now a TP coming in. Samuel Kim gonna try and find the cleanup, as they died way earlier in this game. You're gonna find the last auto onto Young Feng, and it's going to be a break in either direction. No idea which way that broke out. Honestly, with the gold, I would say it leaned more into the favor of Duncan Dumplings, but that is crazy. Fantasy, trading top for top is basically just resetting back to normal league anyway. True. Very, very true. No one cares about top. No one. Oh my lord. The fact that we're also seeing pings come out here looks like Kitsuo and the rest of the squad have kind of understood that, hey, we need to go ahead and figure out, you know, where they're going to be comfortably. We need to go ahead and take out that Cinder, who is now powered up to 7, 2, and 6, has 4 items of their own. With a component in the back pocket, went for that Grievous Wounds, went ahead and got that Decimation Orb. Dying game, to be honest, though. Stepping up into a dangerous spot and dropped a ward, immediately hopped into damage as Bloom gets caught in half. Oh, but the CP, Decimate, you don't want to be here. That TP was not the rallying cry as you are locked down. Pick and a pick instead of a pick for pick, well worn by the side of Dunkin' Dumplings. They are the appetizer, the main course, and about to be the dessert. 31 minutes into the game, we've just had our 5th dragon taken, and the base has yet to be broken. I can't believe it. It's taken a while. It's taken quite a long time, but we're seeing that action kind of clear the entire scene. And now that we kind of these teams playing catch more than my dad and I grew up, that's a little bit too real. Listen, they're trying their hardest, but Decimate was like, you know what, I want to decimate my score. Went 4, 5, and 4 instead of 4, 4, 4. Could have had one of the cooler stat lines there. But with the dragon going down, with everything pretty much off the table, my eyes are now drawn once again over to the side of the Baron. Baron should be coming up in about a minute and a half, I believe. So that'll be the next focus for either team. You can tell they're already trying to get some wards down. Scryer's being built on all three, on both sides, 3 on either, which is standard. I'm waiting for a little bit of an item breakpoint. Number 1 being this Ashe. T-Song has so far survived a lot of difficult situations. And if you can go ahead and complete, I'm guessing an LDR is what you're hoping for, I would assume that you're going to be able to really shred through a lot of opponents. However, this is going to be a dive on the top side as Kitsuo is right around the corner. I don't know if everyone knows it. However, Dunkin' Dumplings are more than willing to go ahead and collapse a little faster. Scattered Leap lands on 2. Kitsuo is now down. Piece of over the wall is barely going to do damage. Actually, it does a lot. And that's Young Fung to try and stay in the mix, but has to flash over the wall to safety. Decimate is able to live, but that's going to be Bloom chasing in with a great quickness, and you stun up to Dying Game is going to die in the game, and that's Decimate to run down T-Song. And unfortunately, T-Song, you do not have the damage, you do not have the spacing, you do not have your life. It is a done deal as Young Fung is going to slow Sachaya, and Sachaya, the champion that has denied their death multiple times on end, is able to do it once again. But this team fight looked a lot better for the side of Team Kitsuo. They're looking a little bit better as the time goes on. Really, really well done there. Really, really comfortable, and it's something they can continue to do the same. We're still waiting for kind of the end of this game, and I really don't see it anywhere in sight. Number 1 that I'm also curious about is some of these fights are going to go the opposite way. Decimate, though, getting jumped on here, doesn't have ult, but Bloom is ready to help out, and all of a sudden this fight turning around. Mac able to pierce yet another body, and I had disrespected this Bears one too many times. Chaya, though, with a Scatter of the Week on 3, able to split it right back, and we are seeing a bloodbath for the ages in their opening round match. Kitsuo eats an arrow straight to the center stage. Young Fung taken quite low, but that's going to be another stun over the wall, as that is going to be a dead bird. Save upon save upon save upon death as this fight goes the way of Dunkin' Dumplings. There's only so much you can do. Kitsuo running for their life. And man, that was a bloody turn left, right, and center. I could not see who was going to come out on top. Oh my lord. Maybe you're wondering, I just want a ranked. Hey, congratulations, Winter, on winning. I mean, these fights are quite literally who gets caught out. Decimate shouldn't have been there in the beginning. I was able to stay alive because of the tank factor. You're 569 stacks on your Heartsteel alone. I mean, that HP bar is massive if you look at it any other way. And with the Baron up and available, you're kind of keeping eyes there. But the Dragon should be next. And that Dragon, I mean, it's, oh, that's Bramble. I don't even care about that. But the Dragon will be up in about a minute. And it's going to be a difficult spot. Dunkin' really hates, yeah, I think a lot of people hate Mundo because take a look at this. You've already completed all 5 items. You went ahead and got her handy ones as well. Mundo is sitting on 7,077 HP. If nobody, Duncan doesn't hate Mundo. That's a surprise, in my opinion. So, you know, we'll see how it plays out. Right now, though, Dragon is going to be the main call because so far, twice, it has been Dunkin' Donuts to be able to, Dunkin' Dumplings, I'm so sorry, to be able to go ahead and stave off a Dragon take. However, this could be that change. Decimate being able to find out Dying Life in the rotation as Kitsua drops a pink ward. Arrow lands on the back of another ganker. Remember, there is some danger here. The scaling factor, in my opinion, leans into Team Kitsua. This Varus is doing work, and Sachaya for their own already hit the massive breakpoints. The only one that can really get into their item for damage source is T-Song. So, they're kind of drifting in there. Dying Game, though, hunting for that perfect hook. You can find it squishy, it's huge, but you don't have flash up and available. Hextech flash should be ready to go here in a couple seconds. But Dragon might be started up by Kitsua. They're just hanging out. Double pings go down saying, hey, we can't really force it as Dragon will be started up. This is going to be the call. They're doing it on top of Ward. This time frontliners are in front. Wall goes up. Massive wall. Scatter the weak over the wall, but Samuel Kim is ready to fly on in with Hextech Ultimatum. They're going to start a fight, but they're immediately blown up. And this is the call. Bloom able to slow everyone down with the quickness. And this is the perfect team fight that is wanted by Team Kitsua. Scatter the weak only delays the inevitable as Team Kitsua rolls over the Dunkin' Dumpling and eats them up in a quick fight. Ace for the jungler's life, and it will be the Dragon to them as well. That's been the name of the game for so long. It has almost consistently been, as long as Dunkin' Dumplings are able to find a quick fight, as long as they're able to find a quick pick, they will win the battle. That's almost guaranteed. Last two haven't been that clean, and this time you tried to front to back. It just did not work. You were forced into a corner that you did not like. And unfortunately, it did you no good. And it feels like that is the end of the game as we know it. GG's sending. And it will be the final whistle as the Nexus fall as well. Team Kitsua with their Game 1 victory. Fortunately, that means it is going to be GG's and goodbyes to the side of Dunkin' Dumplings. They had one of my favorite names out there. Go ahead, take a look at this at the scoreboard. It was also relatively interesting. You take a look at how spicy that damage shield was. Sachaya doing 59,000, but Mac trying to throw down with the best of them. 46 on this Varus. TKA, the King's Avatar. Yes, I love the King's Avatar. Probably one of my favorites. I love it so much. Kitsua as well. Congratulations. That was a brawl and a half. You guys played like monsters out there. Very, very fun. It was a very, very good time. With that being said, though, we are going to be moving on into our next round, I believe. Oh, a lot of messages. I missed a bunch. And I believe we'll be getting our next match up. I'm going to take a very, very short break. When we come back, we should be set to go. Go ahead, listen to some fantastic music. The likes of the ever so respectable squad. Again, Team Laceration will have Laceration, RainaisCrazy, Laugh, Colossus, Elephant, and K. Woo! That's a moth. No idea how it got in my room. Yeah. Bug. Anyway, getting into the draft here, it'll be quite an experience here. I am currently blocking that. I am so sorry, everyone. Let's bring my camera right here. Oh, right, last time this goes on stream. But I actually have the draft in front of me. All right, so for Team Laceration, you go ahead and see the Cassiopeia and the J4, which makes sense. Kitsua played a very, very strong J4. I believe some words are being exchanged, though, because we do see the Zed ban. Reina, of course, being one of the most exceptional Zed mains I've seen before. Very, very difficult to lock them down, so you have to ban away some of the fan favorites. There's a Seraphine ban just as well, though, so taking away some of that team fight respectable aspects here. I'm sure there it's also going to be a nice little test, to say the least. Very, very enjoyable. Of course, and a lot of that mid lane action, again, taking out the Mel just as well. Mel being, I believe, in Reina's wheelhouse. But heavy jungle focus. You go ahead and grab the Syndra, which makes sense. You lock in a comfort pick. for Reina, and you just say, hey, we need it. However, we quite literally just watch Kitsuo and Team Kitsuo take over against a Syndra. So I'm I'm leading into that phase of like, hey, we know exactly what to do. We're not worried. And the Anivia wasn't banned out either. So Team Kitsuo might just opt to kind of run it back. They don't have the J4, which Kitsuo used to a very good extent. But you go ahead and grab the Varus. Bloom had a little bit of a rough time on the Rakan, but not out of this world, I would say. I think it's perfectly okay to kind of work your way around. And yeah, you're going to go ahead and keep that Anivia. I think the Anivia did very well bridging the gap in a lot of those team fights. The walls were very frustrating to deal with. The Glacial Storm as well, taking away a lot of damage. And with the Rod of Ages and Sarah's Embrace, you become a tank. You can't really be taken down that easily, so I can appreciate it. Eyes out, though. We're still going to be watching and seeing exactly where what is drafted next. My thought process, of course, you want to get a little bit of engage in the jungle, but depending on who is going jungle, it's going to be a whole test. As that's a Nautilus last second locked in here. And that should be going down into the support role. This one, I think, makes a little bit more sense over a Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank, I think, did its job last time, but dying game, unfortunately, it's a one-hit wonder, right? You try a fight, and if it doesn't work, then you're kind of screwed overall. As much as I hate to say, so you're kind of stuck in that position of, well, you hook and that's about it. Nautilus has a little bit more depth of field. Yes, you hook and you go in, but it's not impossible as we're still waiting for the last pickup here. Oh, that's not good. Let me go ahead and see what they say. I'll drag that off. I have no idea what that pick is, so. Alright, so that was Jace. That was Jace. That one's a Jace. That's okay. That's fine. Reina's, as you can see, Reina's brain exploded. You know, if you really want to see that magnification there. So poor Reina, she's having a time. But getting into it, it is now the Xin Zhao, so another engaged jungler there. I would say Xin Zhao is a little less aggressive in terms of how easy it is to access the backline, how easy it is to catch out an opponent, but I would say it has a lot more dueling power. You look at the Xin Zhao and you say, hey, you can always find that easy kill. Talon, though. For those that, if I'm not mistaken, I think K-Laws, KH-Laws is a, Claws, I should say, not KH-Laws, I'm an idiot. Claws, I believe, does play Talon jungle, which is very annoying, so it makes sense to ban it out. Bloom, though, getting a signature Rakan ban, which is surprising, but the Rakan did do work at the very end, so it makes sense. Early to mid-game, though, a little bit rough, which also makes sense. Rakan needs a little bit of time to kind of scale up in there, so we'll see. Heavy support ban, actually, to make sure the Varus isn't going to be safe, which I appreciate. And then into the top side, Laugh having their having the Ornn band away, which is painful in itself. So go ahead and take a look. Instead of the Rakan, though, you go with an Alistar, and this is much more beefcake frontline than I've seen in a while. This one is surprising for multiple reasons, I would say. Namely, a whole reason that you won the previous game is you had a lot of that disengage tool if you really needed it. When you look at a Rakan, one of the big things is you can dip in and out of the fight, and you can get back to the backline. This is pretty much one and done. You're either tanking up the Nautilus hook, or you're just trying to play that game. So it is a little bit exciting. Claws, though, surprisingly enough, going with a squishy, going with that, with the wow, the Kha'Zix. I haven't seen the Kha'Zix in ages, quite honestly. I know my good buddy, also a very good casting friend, is a Kha'Zix one trick, and loves playing Kha'Zix. But it seems harsh into this combination. You have a Varus, and Ninive, Xin Zhao, and an Alistar. All these champions want to group up, so you're taking a very, very big risk. There's also a Syndra in the bottom lane. Okay, so a little bit of a shift, as that's a Shen and a Jace. That's the only thing that makes sense, is a Shen in the top side, Syndra in the bot lane, mid lane Jace. Oh, wow. Okay, and still tank. This makes sense. Kitsuo basically draft 3 out of the 5 that they had before, the Varus and the Nivea and the Mundo, so they have a great front-to-back team fight, and then they have the Xin Zhao and Alistar to bridge between. this is pretty much the exact same combination that they won with the last time, and it just kind of outscaled at the end. They just had too much beef, too much frontline, and it was very difficult to cut through. I'm interested. So for Team Laceration, one of the things that I saw was, again, this is a poke-centric combination. They're a little bit of upfront burst, which I think has a lean towards more the mid to late. I mean, the Syndra can burst, Jace has some good damage, but really falls off late game. Now, you will be able to abuse that top lane matchup. We did see, I believe it was Decimate, actually struggle a little bit later, or in the early to mid on the Mundo, had a couple rough deaths, was down about 10 CS, which is not uncommon for a Mundo, don't get me wrong. But a Jace has a much better time in that controlling factor, so I will be very, very interested to see how it pans out, and, you know, if it actually works in their favor. This is a very, very curious draft, I have to say. Yeah, okay. So, taking a look at this again, my eyes are immediately drawn, and I'm trying to take a look. It looks like we have Laugh in the top lane, Claws in the jungle, Laceration in the mid, and then RainaisCrazy in that bot lane position. But again, in the bot lane position, you can still put APCs, which makes sense. But the chances are really going to be limited. I believe there is a timer on the top of their heads. If you're looking at this, if you are looking at Laceration's team, they have a timer on their head. That's unfortunately how it's going to play out, I think. And I'm just going to roll here and make sure. All right. Once again, if you are new here and you're wondering what's going on, welcome into Reina's not 10,000. Wow, imagine $10,000 drop on a tournament. That would be insane. No, this is RainaisCrazy, who is an amazing content creator, League of Legends lover, and foodie. Does a lot of food challenges, does a lot of exciting things in the food content world, has traveled the world pretty much, finding sample foods and competing in food challenges as well as food eating competitions. An amazing, hardworking person that I've had the pleasure to be friends with and to enjoy their company one way or another. They are awesome. They also make music. Raina is awesome. I believe released one of her new songs, her first song ever, which was really, really cool. Go check her out on YouTube, on Twitch right now. Let's go ahead and get that going. There are also multiple other streams going on, and in the future, we will have a little bit more compact file, and I'll have a team to be able to run this. But unfortunately, this is just me right now, so, you know, it is what it is. But we'll be diving into the game here very shortly and hopefully having a lot of fun. Again, this is going to be the round of 8. If you saw it earlier, this is, we had 10 teams total, so a breakdown into the top 8 now is currently occurring, and I believe all the other matches are also completing on the other side. So we'll kind of see how but yeah, so we are pushing through, and we are hopefully finishing up a lot of the matches soon. After this will be winners semi winners. It will be the semifinals next, which will be very, very fun to see, and seeing who exactly is going to be that top dog at the end of the day. And here's the hope. Again, though, taking a look at the compositions, I don't know. I'm not thrilled about the how early game-centric Team Laceration is currently holding on to. Their composition itself lacks a lot of power in the late, but I mean, a Kha'Zix can easily roll over any game if given the opportunity, if the opponents are isolated, and I think that's going to be the big call down here. Is there going to be an isolation factor? So let me go ahead and get things moved around. Oops. That. Alrighty. Squeeze that up. There we go. All right, teams are hot. We go ahead and get right into the game once again. There are no items, Bloom. Bloom, I love you, but there are no items on your butt. You have no items, brother. Alistar, you have no items, my man. Yeah, you better recall. You better recall. You better recall. Hey, there it is. Okay, okay, we're good. No items, you're good. Yeah, I mean, it's so easy to buy on a support, so you're fine. But still very entertaining in my own, so, you know, get a little bit of fun there. I am blocking everything because you obviously wanted to see them, not me, so no worries. But, again, here we go. We're into game, and we're going to have a little bit of fun there. Eyes open, as you didn't want to see that. I'm so sorry, everyone. Nope. There we go. But yes, so getting into this game, Laceration in the mid is going to be quite telling, of course. And I mean, this is another way. So I was looking at the Syndra and the Anivia matchup, and this one obviously changes the pacing a little bit more. Bot side, of course, you're looking to try and just stay alive with the Syndra. You scale up towards the mid to late, and that's where that's the factor you bring in. For mid lane Laceration, I'm actually a little bit surprised you didn't go with the Electrocute build. I feel like you'd have a lot of chances to actually blow up something like an Anivia very, very quickly, but Young Feng, for their own, actually opted for the Electrocute build of themselves. Bot side, though, we are seeing a couple trades come out here, but RainaisCrazy only sitting on level 1, which anyone knows, Syndra needs a little bit more time to scale up here. And also get some nice levels in their own. Wanting about both junglers clearing out their respective top sides. We're seeing a little bit slower pacing from Kitsu. I think there was a little bit of a rough matchup there, and I'm curious because they're about a beat behind. Laceration, though, getting a hop in and only having level 2, and you don't have the knockback, so you're running for your life, and that's Kitsu to flash in. There's no flash to stay out, but you will get underneath the tower. You are still going to die first blood, though, and that always hurts Claws, though. I don't think you're going to be able to stay alive again. You are a bug, and you flash away. Last auto, double over to Young Feng. And that's a dub and a half for the Bird of Prey. Man, does that hurt as well. I mean, Laceration was hoping they were going to hit level 3 off that way, but I think there was a little bit of a misread. You weren't in lane in time. And that just sucks. I mean, you hopped in thinking, and honestly, if you had gotten that knockback, that would have been it. Young Feng would not have been able to chase, but because you didn't get that full hit, because you didn't clear that last minion, you just kind of fizzle out and give over a big advantage. Now, Young Feng having that blue buff on hand means you get to trade out a little bit more, and you can stay in lane for a much longer period as well. And you already got that tier. You're going to be so happy about this build pack. Again, for Team Laceration, they're the ones with the timer on their heads. Yes, Claws and Laugh, in my opinion, can do a lot of work. You're able to really stay alive, and you're able to make some damage happen. But seeing it jump back out as Claws gets stunned, and Laceration trying to help out, gets a knock back, and there's the auto that you wanted. It's still a 1-for-1 trade, but Young Feng stepping up to the plate. Nice knockup, headbutt pulverizer. That's going to be a stun. Young Feng being allowed to live a little bit longer, and then sends the shard out to stun. RainaisCrazy, Bloom running interference. Mac trying to round out the back, but Bloom wants to get this kill. I don't know if they're going to be able to. They're courting a little bit of death here. Nice knockback, though, as RainaisCrazy has to flash over the wall. No mana on Mac. But this is going to be another stun yet again as Colossus trying to pop that egg. But it's not going to happen as Young Feng is playing with their life. Are you kidding me? Disgusting work here from Team Kitsuo. Ungodly turn here, as that is now 4 straight to Young Feng, the one champion that is needing an accelerated pace, is given 4 kills, down in CS, but you're already a step away from completing your Rod of Ages at 5 minutes into the game. You get a 6-minute Rod of Ages, you're gonna be fully set. Now granted, you still got a ways to go. I believe it would still be a combination of about 750, and you still have to pick up the Ruby. So it's about 1,100 gold. So it won't be, you know, 6 minutes. But even then, a pre-10-minute Rod of Ages and first item in general would be a huge boon for Young Fung. It would be nasty work in there. At the same time, if you're building more into that Archangels first, then that might be the twist that you go for. But right now, 1k up in their favor. The Dragon started up as well. Keep in mind, for the side of Team Kitsuo, they were the ones that actually had a little bit of trouble getting those global objectives under their control. This time around, okay, my minimap still didn't want to play properly. I do apologize. You can go ahead, and I'm going to bring that down a little bit. There we go. Perfect. Oh, I messed it up. That's my bad. Bam. Taking a look at this, this is going to be that different side play. Now we go ahead and take a look. Eyes are kind of drawn to, again, the global objective take. So very well done by Team Kitsuo. And eyes out as Claws is looking for a little bit of a shot over the wall. They're going to hop, get that egg, but Claw just willing to dive this tower and takes another tower shot, and you allow Laceration to pick it up. What a well-timed dive to bring this game right back to a steady state. Yeah, it might not be perfect, but it's well done enough. Not only that, keep in mind the CS numbers. With those kills, we only see a 300 gold lead. I think that really does come from Laceration farming up like a monster. 25 CS in the lead, and I'm sure that's only going to continue. Laugh in the top side, of course, doing work on their own, having that bombing cinder a little bit early and trying to make sure that nothing slips past them. Misses all that CS though. That's a third. I think that's a fourth. I want to go back up. Okay, you got one left. You got one. But man, you missed 4 in a row, buddy. That hurts. That hurts. Feels bad, man. All right. Taking a look at the next step, though, questions are abound on exactly what is going to happen. My eyes are, of course, drawn into that mid lane once again. With the dragon already being taken, we're looking at that top side. We're looking at that at the void grubs. So with that spawn, it's a whole fight and a half. It does give lean to a different fight. That's gonna be the catch though. Kitsuo dancing into Claws, and that's a huge shield to come out. So the bug is secure. Now you go ahead and find yet another. Of course, that's going to be a headbutt underneath the tower as Claws is not going to be able to survive. Fired a shot underneath, but Decimate now ready to help out with the TP into that mid lane. Colossus is going to fall. Laugh now, not having much in the bank, has to step away. Laceration finally coming around the river side, but RainaisCrazy ready to throw yet another minion into their face. An overall 1-for-2 advantage for Team Kitsuo yet again. And with that victory, it kind of helps out here. I would have to say it feels kind of good. The Laugh, getting a chance out here. Bot side, we're seeing the chain of corruptions happen, but River is where it's at. Laughing down to about 50%. Kitsuo came back up, but Claude's ready to jump on in. Flash of Flash means it is going to be a tag of 1-for-1. Decimate, though, realizing that they can bait the rest in. Bloom with an awkward flash, and I believe that was just to get in range, so now they're able to save Decimate's life, and Young Fung now at 5-1-2. Fights are getting a little bit out of control here. I'm pretty sure that's a ding up. Yep, there's the Rod of Ages. Finished at about 9 to 9.5 minutes. That means it's a 19-minute full stack. This is a wild, wild punch for the Anivia, which also means that the team fights are going to be that much more explosive. You're sitting up in a really comfortable spot. 4K, 4.1 Laceration, who went ahead and picked up that opportunity. Opportunity brings a lot of chances for you to do some work, but the early build means that you get early lethality. You get to kind of just shred straight through, and you know, you get a little bit extra, of course, for extraction side. You're really hoping to get those kills, and you have gotten a lot of kills. You're 3-3-0. You need a bit more than that. You want to get that full punch active. We need to see what goes down, though. We've seen Claws go ahead and clear out a lot of their jungle side. trying to keep farm up, and granted they were given a lot of space. Keep this in mind. Claus was the one that Laugh ulted in the last fight, in the last jungle spree, and they were able to make it happen. So it really does feel like Claus is going to be the one just walking around, taking those snipes, trying to get those digs. And that's exactly why Kitsuo and Bloom are looking to hunt down this Jace. Laceration having to get out of mid lane. It was looking like that tower to have this Colossus ready to help out. Snags that cannon. Good guy Colossus making sure Laceration doesn't lose out on those super important minions. Not for their own though. Left in a little bit of a rough spot. Doesn't get the cannon, but instead trying to break down Decimate's HP bar. It's looking like they're actually getting quite a bit here. Decimate doesn't want to burn the ult as Claus has to walk away. Dragon to spawn yet again, but Claus being shoved means this is the main impactful point. Powered Shock Blast going to do some work, but with these grubs up and available, it's a flash in. Colossus saying HP bars are low. Nice little chase, but Laceration realizes it's 2v4, and now it's done over the wall as Young Fun comes in. Remember, Young Fun is so tanky that the damage is just unreal. Claus tries to get in, but you lose out on Laugh. So it's just a bloody massacre. That's just decimation as Team Kitsuo take a 3-0 fight. And I mean, at this rate, Team Kitsuo is going to outrun the clock that was set ahead. Reina unable to really fight this out. I mean, Mac and Reina, they're looking like top leaders with how long they spent on the triple goose eggs on their scoreboard. There's just been no action on the bot side of the map. Everything has been on the top side and has been picked up by Decimate as well as Young Feng. Both these players, 2-0 and 4 and Decimate already has the Warmog. 6-1 and 3 for Young Feng. This is outrageous work here for the side of Team Kitsuo. Dragon though, being started up and covered on the end. You see a little bit of a catch here as the Dragon is taken as a Cloud Drake. And we are going to see the Infernal Soul to play for. If there was ever a Dragon to give a direct benefit over to the side of Team Laceration, this would be it. It would be this one and this one only. Decimate though just chewing through the tower like it's freaking butter. Just very strong points right now. Claus clearing out the jungle yet again. 1, 4, and 3, building into that opportunity. Both of the both Laceration and Claus trying to do so, but man, this is looking a little bit dangerous. Decimate, yeah, just doesn't even care about the taunt. They basically walk their way to an easy first brick. Bot side though, Matt getting an extra shield, good flash away, plus barrier. Means RainaisCrazy not allowed to get that finishing blow. That's another denial tool used, considering topside was just taken by Decimate. So far, 4.3k lead, one of the largest we've seen so far in the tournament. Spacey. Young Feng, though, trying to hold it down against Laceration, who so far, even though you are somewhat matched in gold, we're seeing a definite tilt towards Laceration. 122 CS to their name, which has also turned into a 5.7 gold intake. The difference here is Decimate is just kind of walking through this, and at this point Decimate might just win this topside out on their own religiously. Over the wall though, Laceration trying to stay alive. Flash though means Laceration is followed and they ain't no way out. You are just done. That's another catch for Kitsuo as now they are 3, 3, and 7. Seeing this bot side tower worked on though by the side of Team Laceration, but the collapse is coming in quickly. They're gonna get the tower, but do they get away with their lives? Kitsuo ready to go. TP coming in from the Anivia. Mag looking to ghost on in, but that is not the need that they want, as now they provide a weak side flank. Great kill number 1. Another TP coming in as RainaisCrazy looking to try and help out, but that Glacial Storm is doing enough work. Claus is able to pop that egg, or at least get the egg form down, but down goes Reina. Late TP coming in from the side of Laceration as they join in very, very late. Young Feng still staying alive at the end of the day, and it's Team Kitsuo with the fight of a lifetime. They are controlled almost from start to finish as they've only lost Mac. A 1-4-4, or actually close, yeah, 1-for-4. Destructive work by Team Kitsuo here. I mean, this is just outrageous. You look at this gold lead, 8K in the bank. Nasty work has been done. Of course, this is a flash on Mac. This is a great way to try and turn things around. Double stun into that finish, and you get the last blow with the first strike. Of course, Kitsuo is looking for a little bit of revenge, and they jump on Reina. Late TV coming in from Laugh. Maybe you can get some extra work. Colossus now having to run. Good pinch on the bot side as Claude's ready to roam. Laugh with a good taunt onto Kitsuo, but the Crescent Guard keep him alive for a little bit longer. Claus can't really jump on in, but Young Feng from the jungle springs a trap in half, destroys Claus where they stand. Even Laceration is trying, but Laugh is just gonna burn. And this is decimation. Bloom goes down, but not before allowing an opportunity for Young Feng to bring their 7th kill into orbit. Team Kitsuo, the scaling squad, has hit their scaling moments miles earlier than was expected. Young Feng playing inside of the enemy wave, or inside their own wave right now. But my gosh, we went from a 1K lead to a 3 down back, and then immediately up to a 7 or 8K lead. And at this point, we are looking at a pretty convincing dragon to their name. And remember, this is Infernal. All that gold that they've accrued, all of that lead that they've now been allowed to use to purchase items is going to be expanded even further. We're going to see that extra 80 and AP come through. We're going to see that extra damage. Rock straight through already shortened HPs. They're not really going to enjoy. Decimate a single briefcase to the face of Laugh, drops him by about a 10. Dude, Decimate doesn't freaking care. I feel like Duncan, we're very right to try and destroy this Luna because Decimate is doing so much work. Kitsuo down now, straight up soloing out Colossus. Colossus can't even get away. This is going to be that challenge. Great scout of the week, though, right back. RainaisCrazy brings the pain, but are they going to find more? Laceration jumps in for the fight, and it looks like the side of Team Kitsuo might have overstepped. Claws roaming around the side as Glacial Swarm ain't going to do that much more, and that's going to be a jump in. Claws trying to kill off Young Feng and finds it, and it looks like an overreach by the side of Team Kitsuo will lead to some extra damage. Bloom trying to walk away, gets a great knockup. Laugh ready to taunt up, gets a sword straight through, and they bring the pain. It's a 3-for-4 position. But of course, it's a 4-for-4 overall, as Colossus just now respawned, and Decimate is not going to go down. 5-0-5. You're gonna walk up and just straight up take this tower. Decimate makes a 4-for-4 still worth, as you will pay with your life. No way to get over the wall. They're gonna try and give it over to Reina. And Reina might be able to pick it up, or might not. One last Q. Where's it gonna come from? They need to try and get the kill. No way, Decimate. Decimate walks away. There's the finish that you wanted, but now Reina will pay with her life as the fight is extended. Kitsuo watches the Chain Disruption, lands Colossus and Reina right back in the pit of death. This is ridiculous work. This is ridiculous work here. Oh, man. 12 to 26. Still within 8K, but that can only expand out further. At this rate, Claws, your jungle is not your own. Laceration getting bopped on the back of the head. TP in from Decimate. Laceration flashing over the wall to safety. But I just don't think it's enough. Decimate walking up for this battle. And I feel like Team Kitsuo are just now realizing how comfortable of a position they're in. They have so much gold. They have upgraded boots. They have everything they could possibly ask for. And they're taking it step by step. This Herald, quite honestly, could break the entire base open. That is how far ahead Team Kitsuo currently is. Claws, I mean, my god, look at that Heartsteel stack. Claws is about to get squashed by a businessman. That's not even his job. Decimate 3 shots Claws, who couldn't even flash away. Kitsuo and Mac are face tanking the Otacon. This is ridiculous here. RainaisCrazy getting popped over the wall with the plant, but this leads to Lost Elephant. It's a really dangerous spot. Good flash to safety. But I mean, Team Laceration huddled and hoping for a chance, and I just don't see it. I mean, you can see the build path for both Laceration and Claws. Very early game oriented. Lethality, not really the big shredder damage that you would want. You can't really build anything else. Colossus now caught out. Another strike to the back of the head. This hard seal is doing so much work for Decimate. Now here comes the chase. Laugh able to get a good top. Bloom able to get that knockup, but here comes the pinch. It looks like there is some rebuttal. Bloom tanking everything with that Unbreakable Will at level 2. And now Decimate is about to do the same. Really able to survive, but you get a great heal at the end of the day. And now it's turned around. Mag is able to jump on in for the triple kill. And Decimate lives. Decimate lives this time around. And go ahead, show off the honors, because you deserve it. 30-13. As we have now crested the 9.8K gold lead. Ridiculous work here. At this point, I can only assume Team Kitsuo cannot be stopped. I mean, they were gifted 3 of the same champions as last game. That is a brutal shellacking if I've ever seen it. Young, Feng, and Decimate towering over. Decimate doing their best Rey Mysterio cosplay at a 619 KDA. But I mean, Kitsuo, 10, 4, and 11. Destructive damage here. It's only going to continue. Again, watch how this paces out. Laugh getting caught out here. Another box to the back of the head. Level 13 versus a level 15. Or level 12, I should say. It's not even level 13. That hurts. Decimate just walking Laugh straight back to base. And Laugh can't even flash. Kitsuo, though, trying to flash onto this backline as Claws trying to get in the mix and realizes they can't fight. They're dead. In comes Bloom from the side, and this is just a victory lap for the ages. Colossus gets killed mid-drag. Laceration and Reina, there's not much else you can do. Final box in the back of the head. The briefcase slows you down. Reina tries to flash away, but that's a flash under the wall. It's Decimate with a 2-piece auto. Says the business is concluded. Acquisition of your company is done. You have stamped your end, as this is a 23.5-minute game. GG's to Team Kitsuo. 2 games in a row. Decimation across. Final little battle here as Decimate is on a rampage, and rightly so. 9-1-9, looking for double digits of their own. Will they find it? Last auto, they do. And it's game over. 24, 37-13. Kitsuo, what did you feed your team?
A summoner has disconnected.
Like, what in the world, man? Numbers don't lie. Decimate did work in there. 43,000 damage. And I want to point this out. If you just go to this graph here, you turn off all the damage, and then you look at how much. Where is it? I think it was further up, right? Where is it? I'm lost. I'm lost in the sauce. There it is. 16.4K, bro. That is more than everyone else in the game combined. I'd like to point that out. Everyone in the game combined did not do as much damage to the turret specifically. That is crazy work. Overall, Team Kitsuo, respectable and well-deserved victory. Yet again, They cruise through, and now they are in the upper semi-finals. They have done disgusting work, and can only hope. Call what's the other teams? All right. With that being said, though, that is the end of the quarterfinals matchup. I think we're waiting for a few more games to complete, and then we will be on to the semifinals. So for right now, thank you very much to everyone tuning in. I appreciate y'all. I'm going to run an ad real quick just to get it out of the way. Hopefully this time it doesn't run in the middle of the matchup. Hey, Ducky. Dude, go get in your game, man. We're waiting for you guys to get ready. All right, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the stream. As you can tell, we are getting ready for our next matchup. We are... Oh, God. Vic doesn't know how to make a lobby. I'm just a pawn. I don't do anything. That's fair, actually. So, we are getting ready for our next matchup. It is going to be the semifinals coming up next, and after that, it will be the grand finals. Grand finals are going to be best of 3. This is still a best of 1. Keep that in mind. As you saw coming up, we do have Team Victor going up against Coin Flip Warriors. To show you a little bit of the bracket, which I can show, and hopefully we don't have anything cause problems. Jesus Christ, that was loud in my ear. All right. League, love you, thank you, sweet. All right. So I'll go ahead and turn this over, and you will get to see what is going on next. There we go. So as you can go ahead and see, we do have, so far we have had Team Victor over here moving their way up through the bracket. They have now made it over to their second matchup as they beat Team Dewey. And Team Scamma lost to Coin Flip Warriors. So Coin Flip Warriors are now coming up into Team Victor. On the other side of the bracket, we have the homies with extra chromies that beat Team Bob. So they'll be facing off a little bit later. And then, of course, the homies with extra chromies are facing off. And if they lose or Team Kitsuo lose, then they will both go down to third place matchup. There's a third place matchup because we do have a lot of fun in there as well. Let me go ahead. I just did that 4 times. I forgot some other people are also spectating. So unfortunately there were some losses in there, but yeah. So we'll go ahead and get things moving here shortly. But yeah, that is the bracket. Again, we want to give a big shout out to everyone that has been participating here today. Again, Raina put this on and was extremely kind for that as well. Very, very kind in putting this entire tournament together and allowing me to also cover it. It was extremely fun. It was one of the more entertaining things I've done, I think. So yeah, it was just a good time. All right. So we will be underway shortly with the game, and it will be a whole lot of fun. I do believe we are checking. I think we're just waiting for a few more people to get in the lobby, and then the draft lull as well to be pumped out for us. So yeah, should be a good time. And wondering exactly where they are. But yeah, we've been moving through this bracket pretty quickly. If all of you guys have just been tuning in, we just finished up 2 rounds. So now we're looking at that third, and then that'll put us about 3 hours in. I think that's what we're looking at. So it's been a good time so far. Hey, there we go. I just got the perfecto. So we will be hopping in here. I'll go ahead and bring my face over. I did the thing. I messed up. Whoops. There we go. Misclicked again. Oh, there we go. Sorry, typing a lot. So, all right. All right, I think there was a little bit of a swap up. There was a little bit of a mistake. So we're getting everything set, I believe. So this is not going to be correct. I believe coin flip warriors are actually on the red side. So that's what I was also kind of wondering. I was like, that's interesting, but yeah. So we'll get that changed here very shortly, and then we'll be underway with our third game of the night. Hopefully it's been a good time to everyone that's tuning in. Once again, for those that might not know, though, and if you guys are just now tuning in, this is Raina's $1,000 League of Legends tournament that was put on for her community. She is awesome. I will go ahead and do another shout out there. If you do not know who she is, well, then you better learn. She is an amazing content creator. She also loves League. She does a lot of food eating challenges. She also sings, which is awesome. Recently, she just put out her own song. I believe there was also, she's done a lot of challenges across the world with food eating competitions, as well as just challenges in restaurants. But she also streams League, which is also very fun. We just watched her last game, unfortunately, fall to Team Kitsuo. And so that was a little bit of a heartbreaker, but overall, she put this tournament on for fun, which I think is really, really cool. And again, very nice. For those that do not know me, my name is Orbital. I am a freelance broadcaster and a League of Legends enjoyer. I used to attempt to play League of Legends professionally by making a semi-team, like a grassroots team, and failed. Right now, I do freelance broadcasting. I also, what the heck? I cover a lot of different games, and I cast a lot of different games. I cast League of Legends, as you can tell. I also cast things like Valorant, Rocket League, Counter-Strike. I've done everything under the sun. I've done LANs, and I've done online. And yeah, and then I also stream on the side. So like here on my channel, I will do a lot of solo play games, because games that I don't always get to play because I'm casting. So there is that. But I want to give a big shout out and appreciation to everyone that has been tuning in. Again, giving some love over. Thank you very much, Ducky Boy. I appreciate the follow. I will say, though, if you guys are following for more League of Legends content, you will be going to be sorely disappointed. I would say turn off noties on my stream specifically, because I generally play just whatever comes to mind. Recently, I played Claire Obscure, but of course, this will be locked out. But yeah, I just kind of do whatever I feel like. Primarily, though, I do casting, and I do it all over the place. So, I believe we are going to get started on the new lobby. Wait, all right, okay, so it was actually correct. They made a mistake. So, either way, we are diving into the game. Let's go! So, getting into this, as you can see, coin flip wars are actually going to be on blue side. I believe that's what they opted for at the end of the day because they won the coin flip. And, yeah, we're going to see how this goes. Already we're seeing some bans come through here. For reference, let me go back on my handy-dandy doc. I think I messed up, so don't worry about me. Yep, that was that. And there. On the side of coin flip warriors, there's Guy Legendary, sorry, and then Duck, Zaz, as well as Inferno and Sprite on the side of Team Victor. It is Victor, Koala, Dean, Lost Zero, and Uni. Those are the players that'll be joining in. As you can already see, some of those mainstay bands. I should probably turn off the music now. That would be smart. We are seeing very comfort band style. I mean, you see the Zyra, you see the Mbessa, and you see the Aurora. These are obviously very different, but targeted at direct threats. On the flip, a lot of assassins taking out. You got the Zed band, you got the Yasuo band, and this is also going to play as well as a Rengar, so focus into that jungle mid-centric sides. I mean, of course, you could see a bot lane tag as well, which would be its own crazy theory, but you know, for what it is, it's not the worst in the world. But of course, Varus has been the flavor. I mean, Varus is like the ADC at the current moment. Can play on hit, can play poke, can play just about anything except AP. I think the AP build was kind of nerfed at the end of the day, so you just don't want to deal with that, which makes sense. But current moment wise, Team Victor are wondering what they want to pick up. We've seen Varus is pretty much rock out with any type of supports. Eyes, of course, on what they opt for. There's a lot of power picks. If you can play Gwen, I think is still fairly strong in the meta, but oh, and I like this challenge so far. So at least on stream, and of course, as we went to the opposite side bracket, we have not seen a Lucian in the game, but I always think Lucian paired with like a heavy utility support like a Nami, like a Milio, can do a lot of work here. And comparatively, because you are up against a Varus, I think Milio does well. You go ahead and have that free QSS in the back pocket with the ult. You can do a lot of work here. Granted, you could also go for the heavy engage. You could go with the Nautilus. You could go with a Braum or anything like that and apply a heavy amount of pressure. But do you opt to? And hey, it is going to be a Braum, so I kind of called it. You're looking for that safety. You're looking for that value of denying extra damage around. It will... I want to say it will make things a little bit difficult, though. Lucian, I feel, likes having bodies in front, but you want something that can actively chase on top of the opponent. Hey, hi, Bob. Thank you very much for the follow. I do appreciate it. Again, for those that are hoping for a lot more league content, I do believe Reina is also going to be running more tournaments in the future. So if you get the chance, go ahead, check them out, and check out Reina. I believe she's streaming right now still. I believe streaming the other side bracket. I think streaming Homies with Extra Chromies and Team Kitsuo, as they'll be playing in the semifinals as well. There's going to be the Yone, though, and this, again, makes sense. Sent straight towards the mid, it makes sense. The Yasuo and the Zed bands, very focused in there. The Nautilus pickup to pair with the Varus, this works. I can appreciate that one. I think the only scary thing is it's a lot of AD right now. You're still looking for a low AP. Yes, do it. Do a Teemo. I have not casted a Teemo in freaking ages, man. Please do Teemo for me. I will forever love this shit if we see a Teemo locked in. No, no Teemo. Depression. All right. Ahri makes a lot more sense. No high action, no Cloud9 high, which would be hilarious to watch. But it is going to be the Ahri, and again, very meta-centric. Anytime you take a look at the meta, it just makes sense. Ahri is very powerful. Good lane dominance and can sometimes match a Yone's poke. Granted, at the current moment, we've seen some shifts away from the Rod of Ages builds. I believe with the recent patch, they tempered down just about everything. Health, mana, resistances, which there were no resistances, but, you know, general pieces of that puzzle. So I don't know if Ahri still like to run Rod of Ages. They still might, just out of habit. So see if they do, but now focus into that jungle side. Cornflip Warriors not getting the Volibear, which makes sense. Volibear can also go top side. We've seen AP volleys do very well depending on the matchup, but this feels more like a jungle pin on either side. You just don't want to allow Volibears and J4s to be very annoying. We've seen J4s used pretty much in high demand. The J4 specifically being able to hop in and get the Cataclysm is just so easy on the pinch factor, especially for Team Victor that really has good mobilization. The Lucian and the Ahri getting into position, locking down whichever target is there. At the same time, that's why Cover and Flip Warriors also ban out the Sejuani. Like, this is just a hard cap on the jungle read, which I can appreciate by a mile. All right. That was actually really funny. Duck, I just saw your message about not being able to read, and that's the funniest shit I've seen in a while. I don't know why, but it was pretty funny. There's another engaged jungler, though, taken away. The Vi denied. And again, these are very solo-centric junglers that would work very well. But for Team Victor, grabbing a Rumble in the top side, this makes sense in two factors. Rumble number one, great top lane pick, but Coinflip Warriors are actively chasing for an AP somewhere. Now, what's left open is going to be like a Mordekaiser if you wish, but to me, Gwen would be the next hard lock-in if you're looking for AP in that top lane. If you're looking for somewhere else, this is just going to be raw armor buildup. Granted, full armor, in my opinion, doesn't do as much as full magic resist, even though there have been some changes, but it is one of those factors where I'm very, very curious what they're going to do. It was a great snipe away by Team Victor. Like, you can get a good read on that draft, and really, really well thought out there. So I like what they're doing so far. Questions, though? Again, my eyes are left in... What are they going to draft? Again, the Gwen is available. There is a Mordekaiser. I don't really see any great ones. Oh, okay, Vladimir. Vladimir would work, in my opinion. It's a great stall champion, but also gives a lot of sustain. And when I say stalled, you're not looking for those hard kills. Another hover of the Teemo. I don't see this happening because you need a jungler. You need something in that jungle role. But the Vladimir makes things a lot trickier. Coin flip warriors, I think, are really smart in this factor. Grab that Vladimir, go ahead and get that AP, get that build up towards the late game. And you can bring a lot of pain. That can't be Rumble in the jungle, right? Oh my god, it's Rumble jungle. Oh gosh, okay. Rumble jungle is a whole other masterclass of what the heck. Yeah, that's just... Okay, I don't know what to assume out of this, quite honestly. Like... Okay. So the reason I'm so surprised is Rumble, I think, does very well on the top lane. Now, granted, against Vladimir, obviously, not as easily. But Rumble needs time to scale up. I also don't know about the clear speed right now. Pantheon's well known for going very, very quickly, being very aggressive in their own stance. So if I am anyone watching this, I'm saying, okay, if I'm looking to kind of hammer in my victory, I'm looking to get a gank early, try and keep the Rumble down, and that's our win. But it also makes the entirety of this game for Team Victor very squishy. Gnar, of course, gets tanky, but if you're looking to lean into the damage sources for coin flip warriors, I feel like you need a little bit more tank. Granted, if you roll over coin flip warriors in the laning phase, you're gonna be okay. I mean, they don't have much tank on their end either. It's a Zinza, it's a Pantheon, and it's a Nautilus. It's not really gonna do that much, but I'm just surprised. I'm very, very interested to see how this plays out. Rumble in the jungle again for the side of Team Victor. I mean, GI Legendary, I guess that's the name. I apologize. Whenever I saw the original, I thought it was Guy Legendary, but I think it's GI Legendary. This is going to be a interesting test. Again, both teams have made it here into the semifinals. They won some of their opening matches, and now we get to see how well they play. Maybe we're meeting of the minds all the way in the grand finals. So, yeah, I'm just... If I had to take a guess, I'm sitting here going, I like Coin Flip Warriors comp. Quite honestly, I love the Vladimir on the top side. It might be bullied out a little bit against the Gnar, but that pool is going to do a lot of work. You're able to get out of a lot of sticky situations. GI Legendary, I mean, the Pantheon, we've seen Pantheons do okay. It will require you to gank early, but I mean, that mid lane is going to be free pickings. It feels like pre-level 6. You go ahead, take down the Ahri, and the Ahri all of a sudden has no lane dominance, and you also get to push Sprite into a really comfortable position. It's going to be interesting, to say the least. For those wondering, of course, once again, this is Raina's $1,000 tournament. It is a good time, and hopefully even more in the future, as well as she has been, I don't know, like, this is just extremely kind of her. You don't normally see, content creators being this generous to their community. So offering up a chance to gain $500 on a night tournament is awesome. Very, very nice. Taking a look here, of course, we are waiting to see exactly who comes out on top. Winner of this moves on to the grand finals. Loser goes over to the third place matchup and plays for a chance at $150 or $50. Right now, you have pretty much secured $50 in your bank, which is very, very nice all on their own. Eyes out, though, as, again, with this lane matchup, I'm just... I'm super curious. I don't know who's gonna come out on top. Like I said, I like Coin Flip Warrior's composition. This one feels a little bit more safe and a little bit more structured. On the flip, though, a lot of high-powered aggression. Their damage output, this triple damage threat, is going to be wild. I mean, a Rumble, if they get ahead, the burn does a lot of work. Yone, every time you jump in, is pretty much going to be plastered along the wall, and you're not going to have a good time. So I'm have to wait and see, of course, who comes out with the victory itself. And then in the bot side, I mean, I think this all rolls down into the laning phase itself, like who is going to have that victory moment. So yeah, we're going to be diving right on in. Eyes out for who comes in for the victory. And real quick, we're going to do that. Oh, there we go. There we go there. Move this here. And we're good. Into game we go for game number 3 of the night. I'm sure it's only going to get better here. Again, the action will only climb ever further. I'm taking a look, and already we're seeing some pings come down here. So far, I don't think we've seen a successful level 1, even though I really want one. We've seen some attempts, but everyone's gone in different directions. Oh, they might get something here. Sprite not willing to step out of range, but Zaz might be the one. Unfortunately spotted out Koala here in the mid lane, as we got Dean, Victor, Koala, Lost Zero, and Uni. And then, of course, on the flip, we got Inferno, GI Legendary, Sprite, Duck, and Zaz ready to give us a good show. Good tag to come down, though, as that's going to be Koala starting things off. No Electrocute, though. Or at least no Electrocute to proc, I think is a better way to put it. That is very bad wording on my part. Oh, my camera's off. Hold on. I don't like that. That's going to bother me for ages. Hold up. There we go. Has it always done that? No one told me. This is awful. What the fuck? Alright. So, thoughts moving in here, as already we're seeing that level 1 shenanigans. My eyes are really going to be drawn to Uni and Lost Zero here in this bot lane, mainly because I want to see them succeed. Illusion against the Varus necessitates early aggression and early advantages, so that's what you're hoping for. Uni stepping away from that hook. Smart play, of course. Gonna come for 1 as well. Mid lane, of course, we're seeing that Duke of Ages. Level 2s being hit on either end, but both junglers, of course, testing their own grunkles. Of course, Lost Zero sending a lot of love to Lost Zero. In the future, I'll have to make sure I get my chat up so people can see themselves talk. Oh, wait, can I do that right? Can I have that ability? Hold up. I might actually have it. Give me a sec. Oh my god. Wait, if I'm a god at this. There we go. Alright, so I'm gonna grab that. Over here. Work? Maybe. Oh my god, wait. Did I just dub out real quick? Hey, I think I just pulled it off. Hold up. Oh, that looks bad. Hold on. There we go. Oh, that's really, really large, though. Let's drop that down a little bit.
My trial awaits.
There we go. Now you guys can see yourselves. There we go. There's the chat that we wanted. Now you guys can say all the pretty messages that you want. Hold on, let me drop that down a little bit further. There we go. Yeah, that's about as good as I think I'm gonna get it. All right. Oops. If you guys want to type, send love to all your favorite players, feel free to do so. I will not say anything different. So, looking at this one, kind of curious to see exactly where these places are going to go, as again, everyone is pretty much all out in the even. Main difference is in that mid lane. Koala getting a heavy lean into Sprite already in the CS department. Great 20 CS. Sprite, of course, their own. I mean, you're not exactly going to win this matchup, right? Like, you already know that you're going to be in trouble. That HP difference is huge right now. Not exactly what we were expecting to see. So for Sprite, you're going to have to take an early recall. You're going to lose out on a decent amount of XP. So for Koala, really, really nice pickup there in the mix. I think on the other side, I'm going to be looking to be curious here. You can see a little bit of a test, namely in the fact that we're still waiting to see a full blown out chance at a fight as Sprite. They'll heal up a decent bit. Still going to get challenged out as Koala eats a lot of damage there, but burning the pot number 1 here at level 5 is a huge boon. Junglers, of course, advancing into their own enemy sides, both already doing their second full clears. And a little bit of a misstep. Take a look at this. Victor maybe getting a chance, rotating in and around. Good pings to go down as they eye out where GI Legendary is. So Uni's actually going to step up, route Zaz and Duck, and depending on where they want to go, it's going to be huge. Zaz burning with the Fury of 1,000 Suns, and I don't think you're going to live. Zaz has nowhere to go, so that's a dub. Now underneath the tower, we're going to see a sprint out, and that's going to be a piercing here to finish, but it's still a 2-for-1 at the end of the day. Well done by Team Victor here in the bot lane. And that was a clean en route fight. Remember, GI Legendary was spotted out on the Raptors. There was no chance out of rebuttal. Really, really easy call. Inferno being thrown against the wall, not stunned though, so good damage all around. But Inferno now having to run a little bit. Good other slam, another rock to the back of the head. And now Dean is a mini. Actually, this might be a kill. I'm actually a little bit worried. Inferno has to get over the wall, and you can't get there. So it's 3 kills early. Team of feat of warfare already completed for Team Victor.
Watch out.
Already cruising for that victory. Crazy stuff here. As Dragon is going to be started up because of it. It is an Infernal to start, which is not bad, but still feels a little bit in a pinch. It feels like a consolation prize. Maybe that's their win strat. Again, it's not the end of the world. Big wave though, crashing for Lost Zero and Uni Duck. I'm kind of a little bit peeved about that one. You're going to get most of the CS, I think. To be able to. That's 2 so far. 3. Yeah, you're going to be okay in that sense. Mid lane though, Koala at level 7. Already looking with that Dark Seal, maybe looking for some of those early kills as well. But I like this call. Victor roaming into enemy side jungle, taking that blue buff away, and already forcing GI Legendary to kind of be on the back foot here. Inferno for their own quick taps and getting tapped on the back of the head. As Dean is ready to get this rundown, I don't see him winning, and that's going to be the equalizer from distance. That hurts. Oh, that hurts so bad. Inferno going down for the second time, not having flash or teleport means it's going to be an easy shove into the tower. Dean getting an extended lead here on the top side. I mean, this is going to be really, really nice overall, I would say. You can only foresee some other differences coming in, which would be the fact that, hey, you know, for Team Victor, they're showing really, really nice early game prowess. It is leading on the top side of the map, but that's all you really need. Again, if you can get the rumble ahead, as we mentioned, this AEP source of damage burns through just about anyone else. Sprite, of course, getting charmed, but making sure to balance it out with a very quick snap back. This is going to be that grub take. Coming out of the side of Team Coin Flip Warriors. Are they going to have enough? Yes, they do. So they go ahead and claim that camp for their own. I don't want all 3. Victor, of course, roaming in, should have smite available to take this. No, doesn't actually have smite, but takes it with the raw damage value. It's a very nice pickup overall. Gold lead still in favor of Team Victor as Coin Flip Warriors. Maybe wondering exactly what's going down.
Grace of a god.
Koala still sitting at 84 CS, has been farming up like a mad lad. Really, really good coverage there. Now 84, you're already pretty much in the lead in that mid lane. You can see Sprite struggling right now. in that mid. No real wave for them to find victory of their own. As, again, you were really hoping, I think, for GI Legendary to have a little bit more impact on the map, but GI Legendary has been stifled. With a Pantheon, you need to get early advantages. You need to have those early ganks down, but you have been kind of drawn around by Victor's pace of play. And because of that, you don't get to dictate where you run. It looks like Victor's walking up here in the mid lane. It's going to be that challenge, though. Both leaving each other out and realizing they're both in a fight. But look at that meter just chewing through the HP bars, and I don't think you're getting away. GI Legendary losing in the 1v1 because Victor's already got the mask plus the ashes. And that hurts. That's death and beyond. Victor is quite literally taking this game into their own hands. Zaz getting and seeing a pop over the wall, as now they get a chance to back. Victor burned and drawn. Death and shutdown handed into Duck's hands. That might be the big bounce back that they were really looking for. Victor getting a little bit antsy, but overall still in an advantageous position. 3-1 with a lot of CS to their name. Good charm to come out. He has Koala getting danced on a little bit, but routes right back, and Spirit Rush done. Sprite has the ult game.
Bigger.
I mean, I am very... I don't think I'll ever not be interested, as that's going to be Koala getting a great charm. GI Legendary not getting the snap and takes another tower shot. You are going to barely live, but this leaves Duck a little bit alone. Duck has a lot more mana, has lost 0, ain't going to win this one. Another piercing arrow, and minions hitting your back. That's the last auto that you need. Piercing arrow swings to the side, good flash out, but it doesn't matter. Duck gets the solo kill. And these are ways back into the game that it looks like coin flip Warriors are going to try and take.
Predict their path.
Top side now. Dean just waiting. Good slam back. Inferno taking a lot of damage. Still, I'm loving the antsiness here. Both sides are now showing a little bit of fighting prowess. It's going to be a little bit dangerous to see exactly who is going to be stepping out. GI Legendary getting tracked a little bit in their recall. Now with the dragon coming up, it's actually a turn for Victor. Remember, if these dragons don't have to go with the wish, it's going to be a nice one to hold. Good drag out. Victor says this will be ours. The top side Inferno. And Dean once again dueling it out. Mininar now for Dean, but I love the chunk out. Inferno laying down a lot of that blood pool, just trying to get some damage, but it's not going to work as well as the wish. Harpoons plus the flamethrower means Victor is going to comfortably get that lead. Now about 4 camps over their counterpart, and it is massive to hang on to. This is very, very difficult to come back from if you are looking on the other side. If you are GI Legendary, you don't like this at all. It's just a very painful place to be, I would say. Now a little chance. Equalizer going to slow down Duck. Duck flashes directly on top, but 2 ults not in a cross. So Duck is able to flash away to safety. Damage hasn't done though, and the breach has been made. Duck is going to go ahead and kind of step back into position. Those ults were used though, and Zero sets back with the rest of the team. That's going to be a hook and a Uni without any sort of extra safety. Means now you're caught out, as Zero was trying to help out, but it just puts Uni into even more danger. And lost Zero. Feels bad, man. Your support goes down. It's going to be a loss that puts Duck into a 4-1 position. Already has the almost Ghostblade completed. Completed. I can talk, don't worry. It's not like I'm paid to do this. Eyes out though. And all of a sudden, it is Duck and Zaz that are specifically trying to get this advantage here on the bot side, which I can very much appreciate. They like this, and in comes the ult, but a little bit worried about this one. Good body block coming in as Zero gets some help from Uni, who was around the corner. Good stun, though, as now comes the main source of damage. Victor getting multi-stun, and might get taken down as Duck isn't able to complete it. What a hold here, as I believe Uni blocked almost all the damage to come through. Now over the wall, Koala's like, yes, please give me that kill chance. Duck, you're not getting away from this one. Koala's already completed the Malignance, and it's a done deal. Great collapse coming in from the side of Team Victor. And I'm so sorry for ever doubting this Rumble in the jungle. So far, it has been all hot hands. Not just that, you are now extensively 5 camps in the lead. Next objective, which is going to be Herald, should be yours for the taking, no problem. And that in itself will be a huge help here. Herald being able to maybe break down that first turret, as mid lane has been powered through topside as well. It feels like there's almost no open course of action, except for get a kill here, get a kill there, for coin flip warriors. I'm sure they're able to make some sort of magic happen here. For Koala, go ahead, pick up that red buff, say, no one else wanted it, it's mine. Herald up though, ping's going down, and Victor wants to try for it. Now here's the deal. Rest of coin flip warriors, I think, want nothing to do with this, so this is just going to be a give. Where are you going to take pressure out from, though? You need to find another space. But you can't do it on top of Ward, and the fact that pings went down, it looks like Lost Zero and the rest of the squad said, hey, we know exactly where you're at. We saw it on the Ward, so this is just an easy clear. Lost Zero is like, yeah, they're looking to try and tower dive. It's an easy wave clear. Again, GI Legendary was on top of a Ward, and they didn't sweep it out. So this is a free Herald take. Victor's like, thanks for the meal. He's going to easily take advantage of this one. Dean on the top side also getting a good mix. Gets the pool out. Look at that slam, but that's a hook into a minion. So Zaz looking for a piece of that pie. Both sides go ahead and unleash a little bit of barrage, but it doesn't really work. Out goes that equalizers. Inferno is going to try and turn it on around, but I don't think they have the pool, so it's just dead. Now over the wall comes the pinch, and the guerrilla warfare of Team Victor is coming out in a victorious style. Koala putting straight into Spirit and says, yo, let's bring that fight. Grand Skyfall, though, coming in the backside of the fight means Spirit is actually alone. Duck, though, getting a little bit of a piece, as that is the Fate Sealed. Sprite turns around. Chain of Corruption does miss, but Sprite tries to dance on in. Gets charged up, though, and that's last auto to finish. So a little bit of a too far dive brings it to a 1v2 position. Still, though, an overall win for Team Victor as they break the top side. Just getting out of hand, it feels like. Good kill coming out from Duck. I was taking a look somewhere else, trying to make sure all my eyes and ears are good, and I did not catch Lost Zero getting walloped, but of course with a little bit of low HP, Duck is starting to become that monster, taking out low HP targets. For Coin Flip Warriors, you need a strong champion like this. You need that strong piercing arrows. It's going to be real nice to have the Blighted Quiver as well. Take a look at the damage output. Duck will be the threat to watch for. And in these ensuing fights, we're going to see a whole lot of difference. Dragon, though, being slowed down. This is an Ocean Soul, and it's one to play for. Everyone's in the vicinity. I think it's going to be enough. TV coming in a little bit late, but here comes the team fight 4v5. Everyone getting into the mix, and there's going to be Slam against the wall. What a chance for Dean, but do they have the damage? And I wonder if they do. Koala over the wall finds Zaz, and this is going to be the Melting Storm. Dean will finally go down, but not before taking one more. Oh, but I called it a little bit too early, and I never should. Inferno doesn't get the last tag. This poor Vladimir doesn't have the damage, has the sustain, but doesn't have their life. It's an ace at the end of the day, and it's Team Victor to strong arm that battle. Insane in the membrane right there. Team Victor showing up here, and a huge credit to that. Dean and Koala essentially split up everyone in that mix. And you have to give credit. Koala jumping in, starting the fight off. It looked bad for Team Victor, but Dean is so dang tanky. Wits End plus Triforce, and now they're going to do it again. Jump on forward. Dean slams one in the wall, might lose a life, but there it's going to be the armor. Great shields come out of Uni, who is able to save the squad. Dean lives yet again, and this secondary fight yields another kill. Zaz falls for the second time in a minute. It feels almost impossible to watch what is happening here, as Team Victor storm ahead, a 7K lead, 9-kill lead as well. And unkillable in multiple areas. Koala max out on that Dark Seal. Dean going with the on-hit build, going with that Wit's End Triforce with Merc Treads to boot. And guess who else is burning everyone alive? Victor. Setting up in their own. I believe they're going for the Blood Thunder as well. That might be the case. But they're just going to straight up annihilate anyone in their path. And the only thing that they have left to do is really just break open the base. I feel like that's all they're doing. Or at least that's all they're hoping for. No real issues right now on the squad, though. And you're looking on Coin Flip Warriors. They're called Coin Flip Warriors for a reason. At this point, the coin flip is, if Duck survives, we win the fight. If Duck dies, we lose the fight. At this point, though, it's weighted very heavily into the, if Duck survives, we still lose the fight. It's not a good position to be in. And you are hoping for some scaling advantages. If you get to see Inferno really light up the skies with this Vladimir, if you go ahead and see this Vladimir be able to farm up, it can be a big damage source. But at the current moment, there's almost not a need to build any resistances at all. It's just straight up damage from this squad of Team Victor. Just don't care. Let's see what they can do. Eyes out once again. A little bit of a sprint in as Dean goes over the wall. Inferno not going to be liking this one as the auto attacks come out. Inferno's already at half HP and Dean is just shredding through anyone. Destructive force with that one in mind. And look at this. Dean is going to do the same thing that we saw Decimate do in previous games on Team Kitsuo. But of course, with no objectives on the map, it's all about looking for those kills. Quick pings go down. GI Legendary getting spotted out here. And I wonder how exactly this is going to play out. Again, this is just kind of stall tactics. Everyone on Coin Flip Warriors, I don't know if they really have a strong idea of where they want to play. This is just kind of farming for farming's sake. There's no towers, by the way, on this bot side, so if anyone gets caught, it's really dangerous. I guess they were waiting around for the Autocon, but no one wanted to start it, so just heavy ward coverage. Actually, that is triple pink wards. I think I just saw around that side. And triple pink on the other as well, so both teams drawing those battle lines in favor of looking anywhere else, maybe even exploiting that top side of the map. Sprite, though. You have to know this is going to be a little bit dangerous. Victor is already known inside of the brush. Duck gonna step up for the battle, and they're just gonna chase. They're gonna look for Victor's life. Victor has no resistances, but is able to flash away to safety. But it does not matter as that snapback is gonna do very little damage. Oh my lord, Victor is still alive. GI Legendary though hops on in for the kill secure, and is going to ult their way out to safety. Uni with a little bit of a late ult. So it is a good snipe and a half. Lost Zero though wants to get a little bit of revenge, and Dean is gonna slow them down. Great knockup, but GI Legendary gets the spear in the backside. And that's all they wanted. Again, being able to find Victor means that the Dragon is not going to be started up as easily for the side of Team Victor as they would have liked. TP, though, towards the mid lane as Koala speeds their way in to not miss a single wave. Oh. Excuse me on that one. That was very, very disgusting to watch. Eyes out, though. Zaz and the rest of the squad still waiting to see exactly where they can go, and Zaz, of course, walking in with only 50% HP is not a spot you want to be in. Dean is ready to pounce as soon as possible. Might almost be able to find it. Zaz using the ward as soon as it goes down, but now Sprite in this 1v1 really doesn't want it. Dean hops over the wall, says, okay, well, maybe we do, but that's the HP draw, and Zero comes around the corner. Great ult out, but Fate Seal does not matter. Koala comes in for the stomp. Zaz again with very low HP. Means this fight is not going to go your way. Chain of Corruption to try and slow things down, but the damage hasn't done. There's the double that you wish to see, and looking for a bit more means Duck's life is about to fall. Out goes that barrier, but it's a final slam and a rock to the back of the head. Dean with the last auto brings it to a close, and that is a 4-0 fight for the side of Team Victor, as now you get to look at the Autocon. Just that easy. It's just that easy. Massive damage source, massive win overall. That gold lead extending out to 7K. Not only that, you get to pick up a second dragon behind. There is no end to the damage output. If you're looking at the previous game, if you're looking at that damage output and the implication for team, I believe it was Kitsuo, they were struggling with the tank factor and maybe with that early game, but there was just so much extra behind that their scaling was nasty. This time around, for the side of Team Victor, my only scare was they're not that tanky. They don't have that many tanks, and I'm only scared that a Yone will be able to rip through them late game. But you look here, even if it comes close to reaching late game, I mean, we're 25 minutes into this game, so, you know, late game will be upon us soon. The idea that taking a look at Victor and Koala and Lost Zero and all of these damage sources and saying put an Ocean Soul behind that as well, they will be nigh unkillable. I mean, you look down the row on the other side for Cornflip Warriors. I mean, who's going to buy? Heel Cut, Inferno? No. GI Legendary? Absolutely not. Sprite? Maybe. Duck? Maybe the same. I don't know. Uni, though, catching 3 or getting caught by 3, hops back to Lost Zero and is none the worry. Uni has so much safety right now thanks to the locket of the Iron Solari. It has been amazing work for this squad. They've constantly kept the carries alive. They never really had to worry. The fact that Victor even feels good enough to buy a Dark Seal for themselves says a lot about this game. We'll go ahead and see how the mix goes, though. As Koala is wandering around in enemy territory, already has 2.5, building into that Zonya's next. Inferno realizing that they don't want to be here, but with Baron up and alive, you could do a lot of work. Out goes the hook. Victor watches that one skim their butts a little bit. But again, just good ward clearing power. And making sure to put this top side of the map a little bit dark. Sweet Peach coming in. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully your stream went well too. Right now we have also gotten confirmation that I believe homies with the extra chromies are going to be in the victory pile in the grand finals, but Sprites, one last auto. Dean smacks him in an unstoppable way. 5, 0, and 9 right there. This feels out of this world. We have seen stomps upon stomps. I don't think it's going to be any different. Yeah. I think Reina's been having fun too. I mean, yes, we all love Reina. Also, if you don't know Sweet Peach is awesome. I can't even talk about that just yet, as that's going to be a flash for flash. Lost Zero getting dumped on here in the mid lane, but sidesteps literally everything, so it's not even going to be a chance at the fight. And because of that, everyone was drawn off the Baron, so maybe the job of Coinflip Warriors has been made. Koala saying, no, you don't get away that easily. Zaz underneath the tower takes a chunk out of their own HP bar. Yes, who's running is a 5-stack here in the mid lane. It's going to be a test all on their own. Victor stepping up in the front lines. 2.5 items completed with that Riftmaker in tow. It's just that easy. Another tower falls. 5 right now for the side of Team Victor. While we're here, I also want to give a big shout out to Sweet Peach. For Sweet Peach being an awesome League of Legends streamer and content creator as well. Very, very fun. Good friend of, I believe, Reina. So big shout out there. And again, Reina has been streaming on the other side. If you want to watch any other of the matches, mine is a little bit more silly, I should say. So, no, Reina's is pretty silly. Of course, I feel like Reina might be having a little bit more fun talking smack on the opponents, as of course she lost in their opening match. So right now though, questions are abound here, as dragons should be coming up in just about a minute, and that's what's going to be played for here. Coinflip Warriors, they don't want to let the soul go the way of Team Victor. It is such a demoralizer if you see that soul come through, especially at about the 29.5 minute mark. However, take a look at this. Dean on the bot side has been trying to stack up that mini Gnar wave, and they're being given time to. Coinflip Warriors don't want to take this fight just yet. Now you go ahead and break on in. Lost Zero having to take the long way around. Hook goes out and misses. We're going to see if there's going to be a chance. Wade pushing on the top side, so you can only do this for a few more moments. And again, the dragon is not even up for another 25. Uni tries to step up, tries to throw out a Winter's Bite, not going to find it. But Dean is now at about 75% on the Narbar. Where do you go from here? GI Legendary stepping up yet again, but again, the dragon isn't down. I don't think you have to fight it. But in comes Koala. Koala was able to get back and now finds the Great Charm. Zad's caught out, but no one else was around the vicinity. Dean, though, watches as the Equalizer is shot directly on the face of the Coin Flip Warriors, and at this point, the coin is just straight up melted. There is nothing left. The Coin Flip Warriors, as they hang up their shields, all the armor is melted into a Team Victor ace. Here at 29.5 minutes. Oh my lord. The fact that Dean can solo out this dragon, it is pretty much a wallet difference at the end of the day. No doubt about it. Team Victor in full control so far, having played 3 of 3 rounds. They had to play the play-in round. They beat their quarterfinals matchup and now are looking like definitive grand finalists here. Crazy stuff. Again, off on the top end, by the way, that was poor Zaz getting caught out. Poor Zaz couldn't do that much and was just kind of run down, and that's kind of your job as a support. You're denied a lot of opportunities, but you have to be the first in, and you tried. Zaz tried 100%. But Koala being able to burn through everyone's HP bars was 0 worries in there. And I mean, Uni being able to step in with a little bit of the body block. At this point, you gathered everything. You had the soul, you had the Baron, all you need is the rest of the base. That's what we're going to be looking at. I mean, I'm looking at the side of Team Victor. No worries. They're going to be chilling. They're going to be sitting there going, hey, look, we got nothing else to do. We're just going to take your base. That's quite literally all they have to do. Uni is now the one getting caught out here. As Inferno is going to collapse down. It looks like Uni is in a little bit of a rough spot. Victor is going to try and help them out over the wall. And they do. So Uni is able to survive. And thanks to the Equalizer as well as the deterrent, no one on the side of Team Victor is going to die. Another arrow out though as Dean comes in the back line, is able to slam down a little bit of extra damage. GI Legendary trying to live for the time being, but Koala goes Legendary, taking the namesake out, Fate Sealed on the back side, but it's not going to work. Victor with the golden hourglass sends them all down. Double kill here, looking for yet another as Sprite is able to slay Uni as a consolation prize, but the main prize is the base, as that is 4 gone. Triple for Koala. I'd like to point this out as well. If Koala had picked up a Mejai's Soul Sealer, they would have 25 stacks easy. GG's around, as it is going to be Team Victor coming back and slamming home yet another amazing victory. They will be going to the grand finals. Amazing, worthwhile stuff there. I can only hope that we get to see even more. Let me go ahead and pop that up. I mean, look at that damage. Duck slamming out 35,000, but it was not enough. Dean, 27, almost 28,000. Amazing work from the squad. And with that, we have our 2 grand finalists. We are looking at the likes of, I believe, yeah, Team Victor going up against homies with extra chromies. So it is going to be a good time. I believe they're trying to get directly in the game. So we are going to go to a very, very short intermission. Once we come back, we will be ready with the grand finals, which is a best of 3. You do not want to miss it, so don't go anywhere. All right, we're getting underway for game number 1 of the grand finals. We're hoping it's a good time. And of course, we hope it is. So we'll see if it is. I believe we're getting everyone into the lobby side to start things out. And as soon as they are ready to go, we will we'll get things moving. Whoops. Right. Yep. So as soon as they're ready to go, we'll get moving. Now a big heads up once again. I want to give a big shout out. This is RainaisCrazyy's $1,000 League of Legends tournament that was put on for her community. She has been awesome. I will do another shout out here. If you are not already following her, which I hope you guys are, She is cool as shit. Friggin' amazing. She put all this whole on. She brought me on and said, hey, go ahead and bring up and run the show. And I was like, hey, I can do that. Paul Chung as well. Paul Chung has been in the background doing so much work on the same end and has been fantastic. So it has been a treat and a half to be here, and I hope to see even more action throughout. So yeah, it's gonna be good so far. If you are interested, again after this as well, if anyone is interested in watching the VOD and having a little bit of fun, all of the matches that were on stream here will be compiled into one singular video. I might go around and do all the games if I am able to, and if people would actually like that, if I can get POVs of all of them. But I don't think all of them were spectated specifically, so you know, there's that. But the games that were here on stream will be going up on a YouTube channel of Raina's picking later. So we'll have that one for anyone that wishes to view them back. At the current moment, though, we are just waiting for a few more players. As soon as they're ready to go, we will hop into the game. This is going to be the sides of... Actually, I might be able to put this on because we need it. It is going to be Team Victor going up against Homies with Extra Chromies, which is a team consisting of... there it is. Crazy Kennedy, Dan Man, Booty Slapper, Boafa, and Danny Boy. All these players have been stepping up. I believe they came from the lower side of the bracket. And actually, I could actually probably show that off here. Let me actually double check. Should I? Oh, I don't have that anymore. Shit. Well, I'm not smart. Let me grab the bracket and I will show that off for everyone again and to show everyone where we currently are at. Oops. Ah, there we go. Yes, I did add it. I was a smart man. All right, let's... There we go. So as you can see on this side, it is going to be Team Victor versus Homies with Extra Chromies. Those two will be facing off in the grand finals, which is BO3. And then, of course, in the third place matchup, it's Coin Flip Warriors versus Team Kitsuo. And so, see where they all came from. Homies with Extra Chromies beating Team Bob to make it into the semifinals and are now here in the grand. So, kind of a fun time as well. Team Victor on the other side had to play all the way in the play-in stage against Team Barrel Blaster, and now made the way. This is going to be their 4th and 5th and possibly 6th game of the night, which is a lot of games to play. So huge reps to them as well. Okay, so I believe they are getting ready to go here in draft. And as soon as they are good, we will get started. I believe we're just waiting on, I believe it's either Crazy Kennedy or Booty Slapper that are the ones kind of running it. There we go. Oh, whoops. Oh, I think they remade the draft. That was it. Okay, okay. All right, so we are good. Let's dive on in. We are set for the draft. Hey, yo, hey, yo. All right, so I was dumb. Thank you to Danny Boy for making sure to get me on the right side. So as you can see, the draft is already set, and Crazy Kennedy's side is already in deep. So Gwen, Rumble, and Camille all banned away, which makes heavy sense. Team Victor didn't play it last time, but the Gwen is very strong. Azir, because Crazy Kennedy is a nasty Azir player, and then the Lee Sin and Draven targeted at the jungle and bot lane. So I can respect all of those ban outs. But of course, we are looking at a very aggressive Lucian once again, and the Braum. So Crazy Kennedy actually taking that one away on the side of Homies with Extra Chromies, which is a hilarious name, by the way. I said that before, but it's good. Victor's, though, Team Victor, they have played a very stalwart, engaged type composition. Last game, they kind of just rolled over everyone and didn't really have to worry about too many challengers. The fact they're going for a Kaisa J4 combination leads me to believe that they are looking to just hardline dive the Lucian. But again, a Braum, great way to stop that engagement. Really, really easy way to deny. And the Lulu. Okay, so Lulu Lulu Kaisa is, I would say, interesting. And I think this is because the Braum is taken away. I think you would have liked a Braum, but Lulu having the wild growth will be exceptional in dealing significant damage and making sure, or not significant damage, but the knock up and the ability to kind of keep opponents off. The polymorph will be really, really big. But eyes out here as we get into the second draft phase. And you can see the second bans. You can already see the Echo targeted towards that mid lane. Really trying to cut off, I believe it might be Crazy Kendi running in the jungle. I wasn't able to take a look last time. But I believe it might be them. If not, we would then be looking at, I think, like Booty Slapper in there. But I think with the lineup, we had, yeah, it was Crazy Kendi in the mid lane. So taking away the Echo, just kind of hard focusing the Azir and the Echo both banned away. I know he has quite a few others in the back pocket, but you can see where homies with extra chromies are actually looking in the other direction, going up towards that top side and saying, hey, we want to deal with that Fiora. We want to take away maybe another aggressive. I like the Camille, Rumble, and Gwen. All of these are hard focused at that top lane, really, really trying to make sure that for Team Victor's side, you knock out Dean as soon as possible, who has been an absolute beast up there. That is going to be the 5th technical top lane ban. The Ornn denied away. This is outright aggressive stuff. Just saying, hey, we need to deal with this top lane. We need to get it under control. I wouldn't be surprised to also see a counterpick situation coming out. There's the Mbessa. This makes a lot more sense than the flip side, which I think was a hover over a Cassante. Yeah, that was a Cassante hover. It's not banned, so no big worries. But we are looking at just a few more pieces of pie. Blind pick coming out here, most likely in the mid, at least I would assume, considering you almost quintupled, sextupled, banned out that top side. I think for Team Victor, you say, hey, the Nar's still up, but we need that counter pick option. So let's go ahead and grab that mid and see what else we can get. Yep, you lock in that Mel. This is a comfort pick. You can reflect the Axe, Winter's Bite. You could even reflect a Glacial Fissure, I think, which would be crazy. You block some of the culling, but it's just a comfortable mid option here. And we've seen the likes already of Koala do very well in that mid lane, so I would assume that this is going to be a comfort lane matchup for Crazy Kendi. Though you go the one thing that you can't really reflect, which is a taunt and knockup. So love the Galio pickup. This is a very heavy lean into Booty Slapper in that jungle on the Olaf. This is setting up both the Lucian and Olaf to be the key playmakers and just heavy-handed kills. If they can get the rundown, it would be huge. Normally with an Olaf, you'd like to see a little bit of leverage in terms of some of the utility supports, but the fact that you have a Braum is still big. And then Danny Boy, who will be rocking out in that top side, is going to be running the Mordekaiser, so soloing out, taking away the J4, or taking away the Kaisa if things get messy. Very, very interesting lineup here. This is very individualistic comp from, I think, homies with extra chromies. You look everywhere, and everyone kind of wants to fight their own battles. Don't do it. At this point, everyone just hovers it for a little bit of fun, but I don't think it does well into the Mordekaiser. Yeah, you go ahead and grab that Gnar. It worked so well for Dean last time, might as well work a second time just as well. So I love what they've done. Go ahead, get a nice engaged crew for Team Victor. For homies with extra chromies, though, you're looking for individualistic action. You're looking for the Lucian to try and power down opponents one by one. Olaf to run down a single player, maybe get locked in against the J4 in the Cataclysm and just run them down. Galio, of course, will be the safety feature. The multi-man taunts will be huge, but it just feels like everyone on that side is just, hey, on the blue side, we just want to find kills. That's all we're going to go for. And if we can get macro afterwards, great. That's all it is. But I'm going to be very, very curious. We'll see what pans out. We're already into draft, so go ahead and hop up in there. Let me go ahead. I think I can pull this up and do the thing that I want to. There we go. So taking a look here, it is going to be a test and a half. Eyes out, though, as, again, oh. So here's the deal. I haven't seen Chromies with extra homies play yet, but I can only assume that they are going to play very aggressive and very upfront. I think they had some of the quicker matches to be played here. in the tournament. So I'm hoping Koala, though, in the mid lane is going to be a different test. Mel does well into a lot of these matchups, but you look at the rundown ability and you're not going to be able to get away that quickly. Mel, I think, has some of the slower speeds around the map. But the poke coming out will be able to keep Crazy Kenny at a far distance. And I think that's what you're hoping for. Overall, though, main eyes drawn down to the bot side as well as top. Dean had an amazing game last time, and I can only assume Danny Boy is going to try the exact same to deal with them. So with the Mordekaiser, you're going to get chunked. Unfortunately, you knew the Gnar was coming. Mordekaiser does not win this top side matchup unless you can catch the Gnar sleeping, which most likely won't happen. I can only assume that this is going to be a Gnar favored matchup, and you're hoping Booty Slapper can join in on that top side. So we'll see how it pans out. Of course, we're diving into this game number 1. Remember, this is a BO3, so both teams have essentially an extra life, and that's what they're going to be playing for at the end of the day. Eyes out. I'm going to go ahead and play a little bit of music while we wait, because right now, at least, it'll be there. But I'm looking again at this bot and top to have a lot of the explosive action. Team Victor, Victor specifically in the jungle, loves to kind of find their mark wherever they decide to go. Last game, I believe they got a little bit messy with it and ran pretty roughshod with that rumble. It was a very, very nice pickup. So you know, this time back on the J4, very comfortable, very engage heavy, and you have a lot of targets to pick for. And I think the other match is ongoing. Let me double check exactly what's going on with that one. I think the quarterfinals might be being played right now. Yeah. So we're having a good time. We are absolutely having a good time. Hello, everyone on Raina's stream. Raina, you should stop typing. I can totally see you. Also say hi to the doggo for me. Anyways. We're having a good time, of course, here. Hopefully everyone on Raina's stream is also enjoying it. This is, again, an amazing opportunity for a lot of the players and able to step out and have a lot of fun with it. It was, again, a lot of love to Raina for putting this on. But, again, wondering exactly what goes down is... Oh, right. I should probably turn off the music if she's streaming. But anyways, eyes out for the top and bot. If the mid lane gets crazy, I will be exceptionally surprised. And I have an assumption that this is going to go all 3 games, which would put this at a very tall task for a lot of the players out here today. It's a lot of games. I know I've done binges. I think one of the worst binges that I had was I wanted to play all of my ranked games in one, ended up playing 9 out of 10 of them with a 5 stack, and it was the worst experience I ever had. We ran till like 3 a.m. This one, though, it's going to go quite crazy. Yeah, Gray's coming in here, having a lot of fun. And you know what? I can do something really, really nice. Let's go ahead and get the chat box up there. Yeah, Jess Grays, welcome on in. Hopefully you're going to be enjoying this one. And hopefully having a lot of fun with it too. So we're going to be having some good times. Again, game number 1 on the board. This is not Fearless, by the way. If a lot of you are very, very used to the... I'm guessing some of you are very, very used to Fearless Draft. If you know anything about Fearless, it is not exactly complicated, but it is a nice little... it is not going to be Fearless. So we are looking at just straight up your regular good old League of Legends matchups. Let's go ahead and dive on in. We're gonna have a ball and a half. Let me go ahead and move my face one more time because I am annoying and nobody wants to see that shit. There we go. We're on to the rift for game number 1. Oh wait, hold on. I did this and I was really, really cool for it. There we go. Oh god. Names, please.
Welcome
there we go.
To Summoner's Rift.
All right. And starting things off, of course, we are seeing just a basic walk-in Boa just saying, hey, let me up in the face. And remember, whenever it comes to invades, I will always say you never want to invade against like 3 champions. Number 1, or you know, you never want to defend against. Number 1 is Braum. Braums are annoying as hell, and the concuss and everything is frustrating as hell. Number 2 is a Scion. Never invade into a Scion. If you invade into a Scion, you're an idiot. Number 3 Skoy. Give me blow. Oh god. And then number 3 is a Blitzcrank, because Blitzcrank will fuck you up as well. If you ever have a Blitzcrank on the opposing team, you're fucked, pretty much. So don't want to deal with any of those. Either way, though, we're getting into this one, and you can see the first real hellos have been made. Koala for their own, though. Stepping into the mid lane. We're getting a late invade, though, and I like this. For Booty Slapper, you want to put this J4 off on the back foot. So getting an early invade, getting this blue buff as soon as possible is going to be huge. But, of course, it will be called out. Only assumption is Victor should be doing a vertical jungling aspect. And with the information provided, it's assumed that we're going to be in a comfortable spot. Yeah, double smites goes down. Full clear coming out, though, from Booty Slapper, understanding that this is going to be a calling card all the way across the map. So it's going to be nice to be had. My internet went and I can't stream it in, but let's go. Candy's getting all over the I love it so much. Welcome on in, welcome on in. Eyes out, though, again, with early states, both junglers are going to be on opposite side of the map, which means I kind of agree with this one, but Uni actually getting tagged up, one more blow, and you get locked up, so good flash underneath the tower. For Koala and Kendi in the mid lane, it's a whole duel of its own. But getting an early flash out of Uni, especially considering that they love playing the Braum, Uni now on the Lulu, it's a lot of weight handed onto Lost Zero, and Uni isn't allowed to step up as often as they would wish, especially since they weren't level 2 yet. Now they are, but I mean, the Lucian Braum has been well known as a bully composition all day long. Boa throwing out the Winter's Fight and actually got it tagged onto a minion, which kind of sucks. But looking here, on the top side, though, we're getting a little bit of weirdness. I love the callouts here, though, as we're seeing Dean actually look for a proxy here, which can be harmful in more ways than one. But against a Mordekaiser specifically, I mean, Danny has to let this fall under the tower, so you're going to get some damage either way. And already, because you knew with the vertical jungling status, you were able to do this for free. There was no chance that Booty Slapper was going to be around. On the bot side, though, we're seeing a dance of its own as Lost Zero takes a lot of damage, went for the cleanse instead of the barrier, which means that burning that cleanse is huge. Dan could actively look to chase under the tower if Lost Zero was going to stay. But of course, Lost Zero says, no, can't deal with it. I'm going to stay back. I'm going to recall. And I'm going to be safe. So for right now, lane setups and lane potential outside of this bot side, I feel is going in favor, but Uni now stuck all alone. Flash over the wall, Booty Slapper ready to dive, and it is going to be first blood. Tag on the back foot, though, as Boa taken quite low, but a clean dive out of the homies with extra chromies. They feel very comfortable in this game. I mean, it was a beauty of a setup as well. You knew Uni had no flash, wasn't going to be able to really get anything, and now Lost Zero for their own. Tried to go on Dan, but saw the axe out of the corner of their eye and was like, nope, don't want to see that. I say corner of their eye, but it was quite literally in front of their face, so, you know, each their own. But a great pickup, first blood, handed over to the homies. And for them, that gives the lead over to Dan. Once again, this bot lane that has already been under their control will only continue because it's a full pickaxe instead of maybe 2 long swords. Nice Winds of War reflected back as Koala's just trying to be a giant pain in the backside. Both of these mid laners have actively used their potions, so that's how hard they've been dueling it out, which does give a little bit of benefit, I think, to Crazy Kendi. Yeah, you can go ahead, go on in with a quick little taunt and then some, and be able to force out and maybe look at a recall to go ahead and TP back in lane. You don't really have that much CS to your name. Dean, though, now on the flip side, Danny Boy not going to enjoy this one. We mentioned how difficult this is going to be. Good flash away from the wallop. Danny Boy not enjoying this top lane. Again, you got counterpicked. It's a rough spot to be in. So Dean is once again kind of going to get their flavor of the week. You're going to be able to kind of walk all over this top lane until someone like Booty Slapper actively intervenes in the top side. Dragon now started up for Victor to take a challenge of their own and pick up that global objective. Remember, with the changes to the Grubs, with Grubs now spawning about 8 minutes, there can be challenges on either side of the rift. Because of vertical jungling, this is actually a little bit spicy. You'd assume Booty Slapper was looking to invade, but chose against it. That's going to be that big change up there. So Dragon number 1 goes Victor's way. Quick smite. I believe they missed it, but it is an Infernal Dragon to their name. Next up will be the Ocean. Not a bad set of dragons. You're able to collect both. Now, of course, I'm sitting here wondering exactly who's going to play for what, as Booty Slap is like, y'all took that. Well, it's going to be a problem right now. Dean on the top side, though, in mini-Nar form, trying to dance away, gets slammed on top of their head. Danny Boy trying to get as far as possible, but Dean barely getting away to safety. Not Mega-Naring just yet, but my God, was that a safe play. Dean barely living on a sliver up there. Yeah, you can see it there, barely went Mega-Nar. Danny Boy showing a lot of restraint there, and a lot of strength just as well, getting a flash out of Dean, forcing them into the defensive position. Huge pickup, but he didn't get the kill. So it will be Dean just being allowed to free farm. And by the way, they picked up that Cole, 71 stacks already completed. Same with Lost Zero in a little bit different situation. But both sides actually looking for that early farming situation, don't want to fully engage with the opponent just yet. Lost Zero trying to hold their farm, but with Crazy Kenny now unlocked at level 6, you don't get to choose a fight anymore. If you are looking at Team Victor, you don't get to decide where a fight goes. Where the fight goes is wherever Crazy Kenny and the rest of the squad, or the homies, decide to move. Dan Man taking a little bit of a quick peek at the second plate. Very comfortable gold extension there, as we saw it still leaning into the homie side. They've had decent control over the other lanes with the mid and top, but the plate steals so much more in gold value, so they're pretty happy about that one. And with the injection directly into Danman, they're gonna be real happy. Topside though, Danman without ult and without flash. This one looks like a little bit of a sore spot. Danny Boy waiting and taking a chance, but that's gonna be the kill. Crazy Kenny a little bit late, but is able to turn it around. But that is the Cataclysm into the slam in the wall. Crazy Kenny still able to get a kill back, but before they fall, it is done. Double kill over to Victor, who is going to stay safe from Booty Slapper in the mid lane. We're seeing Koala grind his way, has to burn that flash though. And it's pain and misery in just about every lane, but a big win for the side of Team Victor, as they're able to take a leap into that top side 2 over to Victor's hands. Honestly, I would have liked to see that into Dean, as the J4 doesn't exactly scale, I would say, amazingly well, but it's a great boost to allow a little bit of extra fight. Booty Slapper though, consolation prize, 3 grubs. Not bad for themselves. Oops. Sorry, everyone. Oh, there goes my internet again. Lovely. I have no idea what's going on with the internet. Either way, the games continue until morale improves. No, I have no idea what's going on. My internet sucks balls. Fight breaking out here though, as Crazy Kenny tried to help out in this bot side and unfortunately got chunked in their own. Goal times ahead. Of course, now we're seeing a chance on the other side. Victor now getting caught out here, tries to run away, but there's no out here. You're gonna go ahead and use the blast gun over, but a nice little pinch as Damien comes around the corner. Barrier used, Cataclysm to deny, and it is gonna be a pickup by Damien. Now the rest of the team collapses in, as this is homies with extra comies, wiping away a battle. It's a dub and a half right there. Big pickup on the side of the homies. Huge dub in there. I can only imagine this is going to continue. I can see the likes of Team Victor waiting, but this is the big wait. Instead, Uni getting caught in a Bush King, Booty Slapper, and Boa bringing the pain down in more ways than one. Difficult stuff here, as question marks are abound. Boa trying to lean back a little bit further. And I don't know what's going on with my internet, but it is tanking right now. I'm so sorry, everyone. This match is a little bit too exciting that my internet cannot handle. Dean, though, rounding the corner and not winning that fight as Danny Boy gets an explosive 1v1. So winning a route and a half. Now we get to watch more of homies taking the victories left, right, and center. Dragon going their way as well, as now we get the call down. It's a Mountain Soul to play for. Not exactly the most exceptional, but it will be enough. And then, I mean, if you can pick it up, it's going to be great. Let's see what they can do, of course.
They can run, but they can't hide.
Eyes out, Victor. Trying to get a jump onto the top side. And I don't think Danny Boy is going to enjoy this one, but you bring him to the 1v1 realm, and all of a sudden Victor ain't going to be able to do anything. You're trying to dance your way to victory, but no. Danny Boy able to live just for a split second as everyone else comes in to save. Crazy Kenny and Booty Slap are going to take them down a peg. And that's just destructive. Danny Boy living with a sliver. And now living with even extra HP and armor and magic resist and all that lovely stuff that the Mordekaiser gets. Disgusting work. And at this point, you're looking at a rockin' spree. There is no challenge whatsoever. It's 22.7 to 19.9k. First tower looks to be in their eyes as well. I don't think it's going to stop as Koala getting chunked out here in the mid lane. You're on the wrong side of the map as Victor might be helping to hold out as well, but I don't think you're going to be able to. Boa coming around the side, and that's going to be the dive in. Huge killer instinct, but can you make it work? Koala trying to run away is able to flash to safety. In goes the execution. Lost Zero is going to bring the pain, and now it's turned around. Double kill coming in for Lost Zero as they're going to try and fire away even more. Coaling into the axe brings the pain at the end, but Lost Zero cannot hold out. It's a double kill for Booty Slapper. It's now going to be even more. Uni goes down. It's a triple for Booty Slapper, and it's a 4 for 2 for the side of the homies.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Insane work right there from the side of the homies. There is no challenge whatsoever left. And I mean, they are rocking with the 3k lead. I think it's only going to continue. I mean, this is downright disgusting work. They've taken first tower. They've gotten the boots upgrades. They claimed 2 feats for themselves. And I mean, what more could you ask for? We are going to get a little bit of a tech pause. There is a phone call going on here. And... oh. Man, my internet just does not want to play right now. I have no idea what's going on. Hopefully it gets a little bit better later. But eyes out either way. And it looks like we are good to go. But honestly, this has been a masterclass by the side of the homies. There has been no stopping them whatsoever. It feels like we're going to be rolling right back into the game here very, very shortly. But, I mean, Danny Boy, I mentioned that this matchup just doesn't feel that great if the Nara is able to stay away. But Dean has done an exceptional job of staying safe, of consistently playing it smart. Eyes out, though. This $1,000 is free for Crazy Candy from Crackpot. I would say Crazy Candy is going to be doing pretty well. Now, keep in mind, it's only 500 for first place. The entire pot is split between first, second, third, and fourth. So please keep that one in mind. We should be unpaused here shortly. As yeah, I think we're just waiting a little bit longer. I'm kind of curious now, what is going on? I'm gonna take this time. Oh, nope, we're back in the game. All right, let's take a look. Danny Boy, 2-1-2, already has a Rylai's. Dean barely building up any firepower. And it feels like these pulls are kind of working against him. Keep in mind, we saw the double pull come out a little bit earlier. And Dean has yet to complete it, still sitting at 23 stacks on the bot side. We're just now seeing Lost Zero need 3 more stacks to complete theirs as well. Here we go. A little bit of a pause while we wait for the get up. There we go. Now we're good. So, little eyes about. And I can only feel it's going to get even more interesting. Ooh. Of course, at the current moment, we are seeing a chance and a half to come back. I mean, I say that, but it's a difficult spot, right? You're looking at this side for Team Victor, and there's just not much they can do. Danman, though, now stepping up for the fight and almost in those 1v2. That's going to be a great wild growth, but in comes from the side Boa to help defend, and that is destruction. Even Polymorph, Danman gives no craps and takes that center stage. Koala, quick taunt into possible death here as Crazy Kenny is trying to go on a warpath, but it's Galio. You can only do so much. Dean now to try and help out, has the Triforce ready to go. Good shield to come out as Koala is able to turn around. Crazy Kenny now running for their life. I don't think you're going to live, but of course, a small price to pay for the rest of the map. As this is looking like paying down goes that tower. Quick TP up on the top side as Dean is going to try and hold it down, but you do have Meganar. Tower about to fall, but Booty Slapper is ready to go. In goes the rough and tumble. That is going to be the Olaf taking a victory, and it's a clean sweep on the top side of the map as Boa and Danman run the show. Yet another slam with the Herald, as this is the Crazy Kennedy show here with the rest of the homies. Booty Slapper 6-0-4. Nasty work on the Olaf, and has really stolen away the spotlight. Chill. Oh no. Chill or not. I think I said your name right. Kenzie. Crazy Kendi is my favorite worst Azir player. That's just rude. That's just mean to call out here. But it is a time. Crazy Kendi #1 Azir world. Yeah, I know, right? I know. Overall, though, I appreciate y'all working through this. I apologize. I can't give you such a clean feed for this amazing, amazing series so far. I can only hope to imagine even more will be coming out here as we get to see this dragon be taken down. And again, this is, you're 17 minutes into the game. You're 17-5. You have everything in your bank. And that's just a straight up culling kill. Danman, legendary for a reason. Everyone on the side of the homies taking things away. And I cannot imagine that there's going to be any sort of change up. Crazy Kennedy not going to be able to save this top side, but the rest of your team is pushing in the mid, and it's pain for the side of Team Victor. Even Victor's trying to recon and is just like, I'm already at the base. I can't even do anything. 4 pieces in the mid lane. TP coming in from Koala just to try and save the base. I don't know if it's going to work in their favor. A quick little tag as, again, this is the homies rocking out here. They quite literally are just rotating around and taking the towers as they wish. Danny Boy stepping into the spot side, and Koala just now has that Blackfire torch. It's ridiculous. I can only say that much. We'll have to see if there's going to be more. Crazy Kenny with the rest of the squad is just kind of waiting on the side, but Booty Slapper saying, hey, guys, run it up top. Boa and Danman ready to help. Victor and Dean don't realize they're even in a rough spot as the Cataclysm Master locks them in for the fight. Danman ready to go. That's going to be a slam back as that's a good stun. Crazy Kenny, though, comes in for the saving further. Victor and Dean draw a lot of attention here to the top side, but it doesn't matter. The tower's going to fall. And at 18.5 minutes, that is 5 towers to the name of the homies. In the mid lane, Lost Zero and Uni couldn't even get the tower. They have to back away. And it hurts. And you have to sit there and wonder exactly who is going to come out on top here. Or at least in the next ensuing battles, because if I'm sitting anywhere close, I'm just sitting there going, hey, you know what? It's the homies. The homies are doing way too good work. There's no way that's an Overlord. Overlord's blood mill gotten by Booty Slapper, just saying, yeah, I want that extra damage. Top side, Danny Boy ready to go with this battle, and I don't know if Dean is going to enjoy this one. Dean might be able to survive for a little bit longer, though. He can slam him into the wall. There it is. It's a great slam down to Danny Boy. Only the Rylai's, and they hadn't recalled in ages. It's going to go ahead and get slammed into the wall. It is a done deal. Right now, though, this is that fight on the bot lane. You can hear the pings going down for Otacon, but is Otacon really going to be that chance? Or is it even really going to be needed to be taken? Okay, maybe it is. TP coming out once again for safety value. But now Koala, you're not going to like this one. Flash away to safety as Booty Slapper was taking up the tower. Dan Man, though, underneath and in the mid lane, getting knocked out of the pit. But the shield ain't going to save you, or maybe it will. Boa coming in for the save. Dan Man skirting the line of death. They try and pin him down, and they will. So down goes Dan Man, but more damage to ensue as the homies say, you will not take our homie. We are the homies with extra chromies, and we will fight for each other. It is going to be a 1-4-2 puzzle. A really well done fight overall. There's only so much left, that the execution ain't going to do much. Koala can't find Boa. And at this point, it is going to be Boa going down as Victor picks up the consolation prize. 20 kills to 8, though, as this is still a 5K game. World of difference all the way around. And as we look into the next pacing, next little pieces. Oh my god, is my internet back? Oh my god, I think my internet is back. Oh. Alright, just letting everyone know. Right now, though, all action is abound. As Otacon went down easy pickup, and again, it's the Ruinous. Ruinous getting such a large buff. Well, I say Ruinous, but it was changed again this patch, so it is the Imprisoned and Shackled. Giving a lot of bonuses. Yeah. Yeah, Crackpot, no more lag. That's all my internet decided to sit. You know, this is what I get for going with an internet company named after male genitalia. That's all I'm saying here. So we are looking at this game, 22 minutes, and the homies are looking to put on a show of sport for us. At this point, the world's their oyster. What do they want to go for? They're looking at this next dragon. It would be another mountain, which again, giving the resistances to a squad that doesn't really need them. And that's a whole world in its own. So they go ahead and pick it up, and now they just look at the wards, by the way. I just want to show this. Their ward is just out of this world. Look how much coverage they have. There is no room to sightsee. They are dark on the side of Team Victor, and that's the terrifying factor. Koala now on the bot side trying to hold out as much as possible, but you can only wave clear. You have two items. You have the Boundaries and Black Fire, but now you're almost caught. Great little tag by Boa. And you can see the rest of the team. That's going to be Victor, though, locked into the mix by their own Cataclysm. And you don't want this fight. It's just a straight-up tower dive. In goes Booty Slapper as they slap some booties around in more ways than one. Dean slams straight into the wall, though. This might be the turnaround they want. Lost Zero trying to pump out the damage, but they're drawn into the realm of death. Are they going to be able to win? It looks like they were, as Dean gets a triple kill and then some. That is an ace for the side of Team Victor as they completely wipe out the homies. I feel like Booty Slapper slapped a bit too many booties and got his team killed. Booty Slapper dove so far in, and granted, that's a huge swing back in gold. All of the bounties taken off. You can now collect a lot of the 3 standing gold. Does that mean the game's over? Absolutely not. It has swung back in favor. Does this mean that Team Victor are now back in the lead or even controlling? No, absolutely not. That was That was a choice, but it was not a game-ending choice, I think is a better way to put it. Oh, Paul! Yeah, welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid. I have no idea why that swings twice, and I'm going to fix that real quick. Thank you very much for the raid. Paul, by the way, an amazing, amazing person. I don't think I follow them, but they have been basically TOing this entire event and making sure everyone gets in at the right spot. If you get the chance, please go ahead, give them a follow, give them a like, and all that fun stuff, because they are awesome, to say the least. They made sure all I had to do is sit back and chill, just yell into my mic all day long, so I'm very happy about this. Overall, though, it is going to be a simple play, it feels like, at least. As long as Booty Slapper and the rest of the homies with extra chromies do not decide to tower into yet again, which I don't think they will, Baron is going to be up here in about 10 seconds, and that can be the next play for you. You get the Baron, or you force a fight under and out of enemy territory. You are good to go. Dan Man for their own 10, 2, and 6, 3.5 items is already looking for that LDR. Look for that damage source in the back line. But look, you can see the rest of Team Victor can't do anything. They don't step up. Their ward is completely blocked out for vision, and you just can't do much. So it is another Scryers, though, at least to spot it out. Maybe a dive into the pit. No, it is going to be cleanly taken. All 5 buffs handed. In the meantime, though, Dean is able to get a little bit of work done down on the bottom side because of that huge influx of gold. You do have the Black Cleaver and more, so 3 items spike for them. Now a chance out, though, as Dan Man chases Victor into the lower side quadrant. And now it is going to be the rest of the homies. So look at this bottom spacing. Dean needs to get out of there in record fashion, and it is a forced TP. I like this so much, as now it is going to be a safe play on either end, I should say. Oh. Poor Victor, I think, tried to go for a fist bump and couldn't get it, so feels a little bit bad. Let's go ahead and zoom back in on some of the action and see if they can make it work. So for right now, 26 minutes into the game, and the fact that we have actually seen a little bit of a swing of gold back, except for the dragons, it does seem like there is some fight to be had. Triple items now for the Mel. And it's going to be a Blackfire plus Leandri's plus a Void, so it is very doable. But again, you got to chew through a lot of this safety that is now being built up. Again, a double Mountain Soul is very painful to deal with. Sit there and go, and it's about to be triple, by the way, as this is about to be Soul just as well. It's surprising. Homies are saying, look, we really need to just make sure that we keep everything safe. That's all we want to do. And they're just gonna go for every simple objective. I feel they could have broken the base about 3 minutes ago, but they just haven't. We'll see if that changes once again. Eyes out. Boa and Danman ready to go in the pit, ready to help out here. And they're checking the backside. But again, they warded everything. Like, they're playing so safe once again. Look at this side of the map. It is fully covered pretty much in every direction. There is no chance for any sort of steal. It is golden. And now you have Mountain Soul on the side of homies. They can do whatever they want. When you have Mountain Soul, when you have safety, you can basically walk into enemy position and be perfectly fine. You have Baron up for another, I think, about 30 seconds. You just walk your way in. There is no worries whatsoever. With these last few seconds, though, you want to be able to, you want to make sure to crash all the waves at the appropriate time, which is why we're seeing Crazy Kenny here in the mid lane. The rest of the homies rushing down to that bottom side, and they're gonna look to break this tower that they tried last time and just didn't make it work. So there it goes, freestanding gold down. We're looking at even more space for the team to play with. Wave crashing in, of course. But they're not wanting to pressure in. I understand that you don't really have a siege composition, but I feel like you can absolutely step on the toes of Team Victor here. I don't really think you have to worry about anything. Dean, of course, stepping up and getting a little bit more comfortable with their battles. But like, we haven't seen a stat check in a while. This has been extremely quiet, and I actually really don't like this. The reason I'm pointing this out is for the side of homies with extra chromies, you can get caught out like this. Yeah, Danny Boy is going to draw Victor directly into the pit, is going to try and bring a fight out, but Victor is going to stay alive for plenty of time, meaning Danny Boy is actually going to be caught out. Thanks to Crazy Kenny, though, you're going to be able to stay alive for a little bit longer. Victor flashes over the wall, but a flash in again, and since the Flying Dragons, Victor gets right back into the mix. This is a fight into the jungle, though, as the rest of the team collapses, and now the gold swings into homies' way. They bring out their wallets, slap around Victor a little bit, and it's almost done. That is a walloping that you'll like. L9 Sandy. I'm gonna crack pots. Oh, that hurts to see. But of course, it is gonna be the dance of death on the inhibitor tower. It is gonna fall very quickly. Remember, you lost J4. Dean needs a perfect Gnar ult to be able to bring this back. But it's gonna be a slow pace action. As go ahead and see this bottom side be tested. Full weight though into slam on 2. Dean trying to get a little bit of pinch, but no one else is there. Dean now a mini Gnar is gonna be chunked out. Great grab by Booty Slap, and the rest of the team slapping him around. Danny Boy hanging on with yet another onto Uni. Crazy then goes in for the mixed Boa, trying to help out, but there's the execution that you wanted. And finally, Koala finds their pick. Booty Slapper though is gonna jump forward. There's a jump in by Victor yet again, but the damage is not enough as they jump right into the hands of the homies. And the homies will cradle them to sleep. It is going to be game 1 in the homies' way, as that is an ace to cap it off. Well played, GG's. Game 1 done. In game 1 in the pits, it is done and dusted, but not a moment too soon, and a wild one, to say the least. At the end of the day, it was a crazy matchup, and I couldn't ask for a better one. You can see damage output coming out from Danman on the Lucian, 34,000, but the rest of the team really making sure to get their licks in as well. And on the flip, I mean, Dean tried their best. Nasty numbers in there. Overall, though, very well played. Game 1 in the books. Homies with the extra chromies looking like the better team here. I can only assume that Team Victor are going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit. Say, hey, maybe they got to work, you know, on trying to space out. That bot lane needs a little bit of work, I think. Lost Zero and Uni getting punished very heavily. Maybe grabbing that Braum for Uni if they feel a little bit more comfortable. But the Lulu and Kaisa mix felt a little bit lackluster down there. Same thing, though, of course, because Victor wasn't allowed to pull off a lot of their extra battles as much as possible. They were kind of hunkered down. They weren't able to be as aggressive with the J4. So we'll see how it goes. We are going to go to a very short break. Make sure to get the lobby set up and make sure everyone is set to go. Or is everyone ready? Hold on. Let me double check this. So we'll go ahead and double check. If they say they want a break, we'll take a break. If not, we're going to dive straight into the next game and just get rolling. Going to have a good time, which I think is always very fun. So it sounds like homies with the extra chromies are ready to go. We're just waiting for confirmation on Team Victor. While we're doing this, we're gonna no music, right? I could probably play League music, I think. Yeah, let me see if I can find League of Legends music. Let's do. There we go. Yeah, we can play this. I don't know why I didn't do this earlier. This is great. All right, so let's go ahead. It looks like they're ready for game number 2, so we are going to dive in. Big difference here. Once again, I think we got the side swap to come out. No, Team Victor once again choose red. This is the side that they were on last time, and if you remember, the draft itself was, again, as we mentioned, just a little bit precarious, a little bit difficult to play with, and I'm just a little bit interested to see exactly how this is going to fall out. Once again, the Lulu itself had the right idea, but normally you want this on a more hyper carry basis. And whenever you have an ADC that dives away from you on the Kaisa, it doesn't bode well. Speak into that as well. Your short range comparatively to the Lucian Braum. The Lucian Braum was an immaculate pickup, by the way. very strong tell in the bottom side. They said, hey, if you're going to grab that Kaisa, well, we're going to grab, I believe, the Braum first. I don't remember what was first pick. Goldfish Brain is eating me alive here, but it was a well thought out plan, very, very comfortable in their own. And again, they just felt like they ruled the map. Going back to the draft, I mean, even the Olaf being allowed to counter jungle and be able to get the vertical jungling status effectively locked away a lot of what Team Victor wanted to do. And going into this game too, I'd almost want to see Team Victor use Victor in a much more hyper-scaling fashion. I think the Rumble in their semifinals matchup looked really, really good. And you provide your own damage source. Now, is it going to be enough? Probably not against the Olaf. I think an Olaf will run you down and just destroy you. But it gives a little bit more leniency. So we'll see if it plays out. We're going to go ahead and dive into this next game. Let me bring it up for you, as I believe we have the draft ready to go as well. We'll go ahead and leave it chat off for the time being. There we go. I think they're going to be diving into draft. But again, on the blue side will once again be homies with extra chromies, and red side will be Team Victor. So looking into this draft phase number 2, eyes out for the Gwen ban once again. Homies, I believe, decided that the Gwen was a little bit too powerful to deal with, and they didn't want to see it anymore. So, which makes sense, don't get me wrong. It's a good idea to kind of stay away from that factor. But I don't know if Dean really played it. It was left open, and I think Dean didn't go for it, went for the Gnar instead. So the valuable resource, I think you can play away from it. Now, if Victor plays it in the jungle, that I think would be a whole different story. But when it comes down to it, again, I'm really, really looking at... hold on. I need to double check this. Oh, I knew it. Oh, wait. Oh, that was funny. Okay, so yeah, so they thought, okay, no, they're good, they're good. So we're set to go. So the whole thing was, poor Booty Slapper thought that this was, who's running the draft, I believe. Booty Slapper thought that this was going to be a, you always swap after the series. No, it is like a regular tournament. It is a draft for draft, which makes sense. Loser picks draft side, so Victor had obviously opted for red side this time around. So that's why they were confused. But we are set. So we are set. We're good. Once again, and I'll bring up the name tags just as well, just to make sure. There we go. Oy, I don't like that one. Let's bring that over there. Now you can see it. Okay. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Okay. I need to, I believe there have been some mix-ups here. Hold up. Okay. We'll get this figured out. Gimme. Okay, we'll push it over here. All right, so there was some mix-up. We were gonna get this changed out. Oh. Is it? Ah, okay, okay, okay. All right. So they are set to go. My bad. I'm rooting everything in this so far. I feel horrible with what I'm doing. All right. We are set now. We are good. We can see the draft playing out. We are good. Thank you, Paul, even though you just had to put up with my dumbass. Love you so much, brother. No, you're good. I'm being an idiot. I literally just, like, didn't understand anything that went on there, and I apologize. So, we're still having some fun. Taking a look here. Draft is in. And it looks like there's the Olaf band that we saw before, which makes sense. Again, Booty Slapper was so good with that Olaf before, applying pressure, just running enemies down, and it worked a little bit too well. But this makes sense. Again, for Uni, who I think had an exceptional Braum game, it was such a big takeaway when you were put on the Lulu, especially with the Kaisa. The Braum affords more options, I think, or more comfortable options in that route. On the flip side, we see the Rumble, the Camille, the Gwen. These are all really good bans against Steen in that top side, so makes sense these are the same ones used before. What are you going to pick up here? I like, yeah, the Ashe works. And again, this puts you at a long range piece. Oh my god. Instant Yuumi pickup. Instant Yuumi pickup. Said, yo, that's all it is. Very, very good there. Crazy. Very, very nice overall. So, this is going to be a challenge. Yuumi Lucian is an old school style. I don't know how good Yuumi is now, but I don't think it's that great. So the fact that you're locking it in just says we're going to dive into the Ashe Braum and we're going to try and take victory. It will empower the Lucian though, and this is going to make the bot lane very scary, but also a heavy target on the side of Team Victor are able to get a good jungler. But the problem comes about that the Ahri was just locked in. Ahri locked in for Crazy Kenny in the mid lane, which I believe was... No, they banned the Echo last time. So, it is going to be locked in, but this call-out is different. I love the fact that Dean is locking this one in. The Fiora was banned out in game number 1, and now you get yourself just a comfortable matchup in general. The staggering of the ban phase now, or the staggering of the pick phase, now means most likely we're going to see full topside target on the side of Team Victor and full or jungle. Interesting. So, the whole reason that I'm really interested in this one is the fact that for the Lee Sin is just a little bit surprising. I feel like Booty Slapper did really, really well, but okay, no, never mind. Screw trying to get good matchups for the Ahri, I mean, and the Fiora. I guess you can already say, like, hey, we can counterpick it. They just want to keep everyone on ice, so Victor and Booty Slapper are quite literally getting the brunt of this jungle ban phase. There's a Volibear as well. I mean, this is looking like a top, or the Mordekaiser. Okay, so a split focus there. And the Zyra at the end of the day, so yeah, that jungle Zyra not going to be allowed here. Very, very target focus. I like this. Ideas are abound. And now you got to kind of match up. My idea, keep that jungle kind of for last. Give him a good point. You look at the Ahri, you say, hey, we can play a Syndra. Hey, we can play, if you want to get silly, you can play a Xerath. If you're looking at Koala, the Mel wouldn't be exceptionally bad. But in my eyes, I'm looking at... Oh! Koala jumping out with some fire on the Silas. I like it. I like it. I like it. Heavy, heavy options here. I mean, the old options are kind of weak, but this is... You are putting a target on your back now. Okay, everywhere is going to be a lane threat. That's what's going to happen here, and this makes sense. You go ahead, go for early game aggression. You lock in the Pantheon, and you say, hey, I'm going to gank. That's my job here. I'm going to lock down. We're going to allow the Lucian and the Ahri to get a huge lead off. Your HP bars are a little bit... Do it to him. Okay, no Malphite, no Malphite, because... that you never pick a Malphite into a Silas, by the way. If you do that, you're just asking for destruction. It is most likely going to be a Renekton, and I like this call again. You get early advantages. Fiora will be able to outduel you later if they can scale up comfortably. So this is more for an early game lean. I mean, the entirety of Crazy Kendi or homies with extra chromies is to take over the early game. Once again, remember they punched in at about 24, 25 minutes, a 5K lead. They were golden. And okay, so a challenge out with the Sejuani. This is basically Freljord versus others. If you look at it, the only difference would be if you have the Lissandra in the mix as well. This is a team fight comp from Team Victor. This is 100% a team fight composition. You say, hey, all we want to do is team fight. We want to get those wins. Fiora maybe split pushing on the end, but it makes a lot more sense to me to see them team fight and just kind of will the rest of homies into a team fight, because homies don't want a team fight. If homies team fight, something's drastically wrong. If they are not picking someone off one at a time, they are doing something wrong. They are going to try and roll this early game once again and just take advantage. So that's what they're looking at. All right. With draft done, eyes are open though, and I'm gonna be. Oh man, I mean that bot lane I think is gonna have a lot better time. Lost Zero and Uni I think are gonna be in a much better spot. I like that. Koala needs to swap sides real quick, I think, and then we'll get everyone underway. There we go. And then we just need to get Lost Zero and Uni, and then we will be set. We'll be good to go for the match ahead. And I'm going to be very excited. Again, lane matchup to watch for is still going to be so interesting, I think. This is going to be a... I just want to see if bot lane is going to go a lot better and top lane. I know I mentioned that those two were like my big ones to watch, obviously, and it panned out like that, but I didn't think it was going to be in that fashion specifically. So I'm going to be watching this bot lane. I think the Braum Ashe can do a lot of work, especially if you land down those concussives plus the ice shots. The quiver is nasty work when stacked up, and they got a lot more variability. I think it gives a lot more agency over towards the side of Team Victor. You can use that crystal arrow. You can get a great stun down if you find the right person. It just feels a lot better in that sense. So I think I can agree with that one. Eyes out, though. On the flip, we're going to be looking at, I think, a solution again. I obviously don't think we're going to get a hard cut vertical jungling again. I don't think you want to do that. Now, granted, you could invade against a Sejuani. Sejuani not exactly well known for her early game fighting power, but it can do something. So I don't know. Again, for homies with extra comies, I'm hoping they're gonna have a good advantage in that fight. They're gonna be looking to kind of push every single lane and try and get advantages. I mean, they were able to take multiple solo kills previously, but you know, it'll be a test of their own. So we are hopping into the draft. As you can hear, the horns have gone off. And we'll go ahead and drop that. There you go. Legend. All right, I can't sing. I was about to just screw my voice over. Look at here, though. It is going to be, I think, a big test in the top lane. Fiora blind for Dean is just kind of a show of strength, and if this Fiora doesn't work this time, it's going to be a bummer, right? Obviously, you're in a BO3. This is the possible final game to a very fun night of games so far. It's been very, very entertaining and been very, very fun overall. I've enjoyed watching all these matches go out, and hopefully we get to see even more in the future. But Boa specifically, I think Boa's just going to go take a nap. I think Boa's going to be playing from his own, like, bed and just, like, lean back, no worries, just hanging out. Like, it'd be great. Oh, my gosh. But I just... Danman and Boa did run the show bot lane. Here's the main difference. They're not going to have as easy of a time. One of the main reasons is Booty Slapper, extremely strong once you get 1 or 2 kills in, was able to really section off Uni in a lot of those fights. Mainly even tower diving. They were able to get behind enemy lines and look at some of those tower dives that way, or lane ganks, I guess is the best way to put it. It was exceptional work. And are we going to see it again? I have zero idea, quite honestly. My eyes are kind of drawn down towards still that bottom side. I want to see how it pans out, but we need to see if this vertical jungling is going to come through. Booty Slapper and Victor were Booty Slapper's force into that enemy side blue buff, stealing it away, forcing Victor to actually traverse on the top side, gave leniency over to Dean, but it's like, I don't think you can do that this time. The Pantheon is not exactly a great jungle take. It could be easily punished in that fashion as well. So I'm just a little bit worried about, well, I'm not worried, I should say. I'm very curious about how this is going to pan out and who is going to take the initiative start. Because last game, it was pretty much all homies with extra chromies. They were the ones being a little bit extra and zesty with their with the invades and where they want to bring the fights. They basically just ruled the early game. So, I mean, if they can do it again, I'll be excited. Once again, to everyone tuning in, this is the grand finals of RainaisCrazyy's $1,000 League of Legends tournament. It is a single one-day tournament. Now, to those tuning in as we go ahead and watch, I want to give a big shout out because Raina has said that she is hoping to do more in the future and hopefully at a larger scale. This was more of a test run to see if we could pull off a tournament in this fashion and be able to make it work for everyone. And I think it's been a very big success. So Raina is actually looking forward to making even more. And if you guys show a lot of love over to her channel, show a lot of love there, talk about, you know, all these events and even join her Discord. Please go ahead and join in, get in on the action, maybe find some new friends, yell at Kendi for never playing his ear, even though Kendi got banned multiple times, or talk about how silly RainaisCrazzy is. Raina, oh, I'm so sad that the one game that I got to watch, she wasn't allowed to play Zed, but that's what happens whenever money's on the line. $500 for first place, $300, I believe, for second. It's a lot of money on the line, and you know and love it. Teams are gonna play hot. Let's go ahead and get in, as we're gonna get into the mix once again. We don't need to listen to all that music either. But again, you can take a look. Project Silas, Project Ash, Poor Rado Sejuani. Let's go ahead and run it up here. Maps out, eyes out. Hopefully items bought. As we're going to dive right on in. Go ahead and pull that over. And of course, as always, chat, go have fun. The love for Kendi is huge. I wonder how it's going to play out again. Remember, last time it was a pretty deep invade, but this time around it looks like it's going to be Team Victor looking for that invade instead. All 5 grouped up here. They have the Braum, right? I can absolutely do this. What are they going to find?
30 seconds.
A bit of a chase out. In goes a tether, and Booty Slapper taking a lot of damage. That's the electrocute. You're going to flash forward, so a flash or flash in the jungle route. And unfortunately, that is going to be the rough start. But of course, in that same fashion, Victor I don't think is going to enjoy. I guess the best way to put it is Victor's not going to enjoy trying to farm here. So one of the big things is starting W first. Winter's Wrath doesn't give you the bite effect, but again, you start on the Raptor specifically because you have the AoE. It's just gonna take a while. So just very, very curious to see how it pans out as we see everyone going back to their regular lane assignments and no one getting too frisky with it just yet, I should say. In the mid lane, Kendi really going to be happy about this one. A little matchup of Koala already starting up some extra beef. And when you see it, I feel like for Kendi, you're looking always for those Foxfires. But for Koala, starting off with that Electrocute, and it's Electrocute versus Electrocute. I would like to point that out. Koala starting off with those extra chains means that you need to clear way fast because you don't have that regen yet with the King's Slayer. So you go ahead, get the extra damage down. You try and force for a level 2 ASAP. Nice little ward though, already covered. I think that was a very early pink ward. Is that? Oh my god. Early pink. Who grabbed that, by the way? Does this show? No, I don't know. Meanwhile, on the top side, Danny Boy once again losing a little bit of HP as we saw in game number 1 as well. But of course, they were able to fight back in great fashion. Before once level 6 hit. But of course for Renekton it's a little bit different. This is a much more, I would say, skill dependent matchup, and it's going to get very, very dangerous if you're not careful. Dean hitting level 3, Danny Boy dashing in right into a little bit of proc. Kendi though flashing away for safety. This is already heavier fashion from the side of Team Victor than we saw in game number 1. Game number 1, very quiet. You were tempered into fighting in a vertical. But big opportunities are abound for Team Victor. They can continue to apply this pressure. RainaisCrazy, though, not liking that, as that is Koala to slam home a victory. Was anticipating a little bit of a dash back, or at least the charm, and called it out rightly. So, solo kill for Koala. Level 3 is being hit here on the bot side, though, as Zero takes a lot of punishment. You gotta remember, whenever it comes to Yuumi, damage output from a single ADC feels a lot different here. So Lost Zero not enjoying that one, has to burn the pot and most likely burn the biscuit as well. Huge win in the mid lane though for Koala, and especially with Ignite, you want that win. But it's a long road back towards this mid lane, so Kendi probably hoping to get a CS lead and build up their win that way. Dean dancing a little bit too far out. That's going to be a jump forward. Good parry for the riposte. It's going to keep Dean alive. But still, though, we're seeing those fights. Kendi even joining up on the top side as the homies trying to look out for each other. They're going to walk on in, but Dean with a very calm and collected recall. You're going to be okay. Quick TP back to lane. And all he did was pick up double longswords. Danny Boy, I think, going to be matching as they had an extra wave on them. If anything, it might be the boots and longsword, just to try and play a little bit of that range distance. See if it works out in their favor though. So walking the way out, Lost Zero and Uni trying to get this bot side under control, as they do have a wave advantage having that CS department up. But big pickaxe buy coming in for Danman. See what Lost Zero and Uni decide to pick up though for themselves. I'll be very curious to see what they opt for. Sometimes we see the boots, which I wouldn't be too upset about. And yeah, we are going to see the immediate Berserker Squeeze come out here. I didn't really expect that, but you need to try and keep range. Danman has so much mobile agility to get in on your face. You can't deal with that. You have to stay away. King's coming out here, though, as at 5 minutes, Dragon is up. You're going to be more than safe in this position. Who are you going to go into, though? Koala saying, hey, this pink war's been up for about 4.5 minutes. I don't want it to be up any further. Koala having their ping, their flash pinged out here does mean that RainaisCrazy might be looking for a dive in if they can hit that level 6 in good fashion. Level 6 being hit for Koala instead. I mean, RainaisCrazy almost a full level behind, and I mean, you gotta be a little bit worried about that fight. Dragon started up though for Victor. Might be giving himself a nice little momentum sweep with that. Maybe bot side, good dash. Danman though getting a lot of extra HP because of that shielding. That Lost Zero is eating up that wave. It's a rough spot to be in as Booty Slapper is in the vicinity, but not looking at the Dragon. So Victor trying to finish that one up as soon as possible. It's going slow, but slow and steady wins the race. Let me very quickly, oops, let's bring it off to the side. Oops. I forgot to tell my buddies I am on my main account, so I feel a little bit bad that he's trying to talk to me right now. We'll go ahead and put that down and around. RainaisCrazy though in the mid lane as we watch is going to be soloed out yet again. And that is Koala to happily take that deal. But Koala is going to get a dash back into the fight just to get a little extra healing, and Booty Slapper can't do anything about it. So 2 early kills over to Koala. Massive gold influx. And honestly, for a Silas who is looking to try and get dominance here in the mid lane, make sure that the Ahri isn't going to get off to a good foot. It's a huge win. I would say it's now also alleviating a lot of pressure off of Victor to be able to get a lot more farm under the belt. They're now level 6. Booty Slapper is a little bit further behind. We're seeing these advantages slowly come out here. Now, is the rest of the laning phase doing the exact same? Not really. Again, Danman and Boa are very comfortable in this bot lane, just being giant pains in the backside. And they're keeping Uni and Lost Zero in a very low HP state on the top side. Danny Boy trying to do the same, but considering that you see double longsword versus triple, vastly different state of mind. Lost Zero being tagged by Boa is now forced to stay in the lane. I mean, you got to get this way one way or another, and lost zero even going with that Ghost Flash position. Oh, and it hurts. You stayed in that lane for a little bit too long. You should have just backed away and recalled, and now you're going to miss not one, but probably 2 waves total. This collapse is going to hurt, as Danman and Boa are going to be really happy about this one. Now look on the grand final side, Victor now cheating over towards those grubs. Team number 1, as this is a collection of all the globals, by the way. So far, 2 to their name. And you can see Booty Slapper saying, okay, my only true winning lane would be on this bottom side, so let's try and be annoying. Let's try and get on the face, but it's lost zero to say, hey, I know exactly where you're at. I know what you're doing here, and I'm not going to allow you to keep this fight. I mean, that was an amazing word to be dropped at the last moment. Before the recall. So no extra gank path for Booty Slapper, who's still sitting on 0-0-0. Koala getting chunked out here though, as Crazy Kennedy lands just about everything, the charm plus the Foxfires. You can see even with the kill, I mean, Koala doesn't exactly have the extra raw damage just yet. Proto Belt isn't completed, or I don't think you go Proto Belt with that. It might be. I think it is Proto Belt. But the Proto Belt isn't completed, meaning the raw damage of the Lost Chapter is going to do enough for Danny Boy, though. Going into the big phase, and Dean has no way out. Flash to safety, but that's going to be a chance. That's a duel between the top and mid. Both solo laners pick up solo kills for the side of homies with extra chromies. Man, we saw the end of Kennedy's, but I think we all know how Danny Boys went down. It was just a walk in the park. Both expended flash as well, so it's just a dub and a half. I mean, that solo kill. That solo kill completely turns the tide of battle. Danny Boy now on same pace as Dean. And Koala, I mean, you're losing out on so much CS. You don't really have much more to your name. And it now means Crazy Kennedy, because of their farming expertise, because they're now about 25 CS in the lead, there's no worries. And remember, the spot side has been leaning into Danman and Boa's favor. There's never been a time where it's been off. Danny Boy even getting into the mix, and Dean just barely gets out to safety. Glacial Fissure used on the bot side, as Danman is ready to pump out the damage with this culling, forcing Uni and Lost Zero back. Victor now joining in on the top side as the fight continues. In goes that Dominus picked up thanks to Koala, and they're going to try and burn away, and it looks like they found it. And that is going to be Team Victor to find their mark. Gets one. Danny Boy healing up a lot, but can't find more, so it's 2. Double kill to Koala, as they are now looking very proficient. 4-1-0. Massive strength difference for Koala on the silence. Right now, it looks like we have gotten a little bit of a pause. Although I'm a little bit worried. This is at 11 minutes on the mark. Oh God, I think this is not. Oh, I hate this so much. This is why I have everyone friend me though. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and hop out of the game, and we're gonna see if we can bust right back in. Let me. Oh God. Yep. It crashed. It crashed. Hold on. I think I have. There it is. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, they forgot to allow spectators. Oh, nope, it's just my internet. My internet decided to drop. That is depressing beyond belief. All right, we are back. We are back. I think I got cucked right there. Oh, shit. All right, hold on. I might be able to salvage this. Let's try a few different things. I'm going to try this. Hold on. See if I can do this. Maybe I can pull this off. Shit, no. It's out. Oh, damn, no. I lost the game. Shit. I hate my internet so much. Holy shit. That sucks ass. Yeah, I think I'm screwed. Oh, I'm so mad. Hold on. Please tell me Kendi is streaming. Kendi is not streaming. Shit. Nope. We're fucked. We're fucked, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no. I am absolutely cooked, guys. Shit. I didn't think my internet would drop. Oh, that hurts. Oh, that hurts. Shit. I don't think there's a way for me to get back in. Oh, thank God. Wait, Reina might be in. Oh my God, Reina, you are a godsend. Hold on, please tell me you're actually in. Yes. Reina, you are amazing. We're going to go ahead and dump this over. One of the most messed up ways of scuffing the stream as you have ever seen. Let me go very quickly. Yeah, there we go. Yes. Yo, we got to dive right back in, and we're going to see this, of course. As you can see, I mean, Reina, the ever so lovely. Again, give a big shout out to Reina if you can. She has been awesome and going ahead and making this event go alive. We are going to go ahead. Uh-oh. I hope. Reina's getting upset now. I love this. All right. Well, we'll go ahead and just run this out fully. Oh, my God. Oh, wait. She has me on sound. I love this one. We are going to go ahead and keep watching this one. As Crazy Kendi even teeping in for a little bit of fun here, as Dean might not be too happy about this one. It's going to be a danger all the way around, though. Like, this has to be our rough sort. What a catch, though. Oh, my God. You catch him on the back end. Slam home the dub as Victor is looking like they're going to push this to a game number 3. A little bit of a turnaround, though. We'll go ahead and watch it over the walls. Victor's out. Danman, though, is going to chase. What a tag, though, by the Braum on the top side. And you see him just inching for a victory. While Sufia Squall is going to push on the bot side, but Dubs all the way around right now, as this is a little bit of fight back. Again, homies with extra chromies are trying their best to win, and Danman might be able to bring the damage, but lost 0. Ghost in Flash means you are gone. Lickety split, no worries whatsoever. Oh my God, wait, I might be able to get back in the game. Hold up. I might have figured it out. If we can, we are going to do this. Hold on. Please say yes. Maybe it will work. Oh my God, we're right back in. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Woo! It's just Kendi. Kendi hates me. That's all I've learned. Kendi just hates me. All right, we're good. We're good. We're good. I got it. I'm good. I'm not a complete dumbass. Holy shit. We are good. Remember when I said multiple people add me? This is the reason why. Because I am not proficient at this. By the way, I am not a major streamer. I'm just bad. All right, so taking a look at this one, we are going to get even further in as Danman is ready to roll out the pain here. And that's going to be a huge ult from Uni, though. And Danman has to walk away. And you are going to get body blocked. Blue Sniper running interference. And that's going to be Danman alive. And Danman might be able to turn this around. Yes, they are. Cooling straight to the back. Victor trying to rush on in. But no, Senji lost 0. No somersaults. Ninja are gone. And that is death and blossoming. As in goes Kendi to clean it up. And it's a 4-for-0 for the side of the homies with extra chromies. What in the world? I caught that. I caught that. God damn. All it took was one fight turnaround. And all of a sudden, we're seeing this shift. Granted, difference in there is the boots are in favor of Team Victor. They are able to grab those extra boots, but the damage sources are just not in their favor right now. You look down the line, I mean, Danny Boy is starting to get strong, 3, 2, and 3, starting to outduel here. And Victor is doing the best that they can. 0, 2, and 5 has that Heartsteel ready to go. But really, all the kills are on Koala right now, and Koala doesn't really have great outs. You're looking at the silence. They have to dive in. They have the Lichbane and Protobell, but they can only do so much. Hextech Dragon, by the way, is one of the best to be seen, as it is going to be quickly a nab up here. No chance at an extra value at the end, so it is going to be 2 Dragons total, but for their own, it looks like we are going to see homies with extra chromies look to try and shift back out and take that extra tower on the top side, take control. This is what they've done before. And in with the Herald Rush as well. Big extra damage, and you're going to be able to collect a second. So instead of going for the dragon, I like this. Get that extra gold, get that gold that you so drastically needed. And you're going to get a third charge off, a second charge here. As Koala might be able to try and get in front. They don't. So it is a huge damage source. Over a third taken off that inhibitor tower. Very nicely done. Arrow from downtown though. Flash out the way. And it lands. Oh no! Danman doesn't want to burn that cleanse. So you are going to try and hang on to it. Fight on the back line. Glacier Fisher not going to land. And they're going to kite though. Danny Boy shreds through 1. This is a 3v4. Are you kidding me? Yet again. This is just destruction. Danman is untouchable thanks to Yumi on the back end. And it's a double Danman now at 4. The game has tilted in completely the opposite direction that we saw earlier. And Team Victor is starting to fall at just 19 minutes, almost 7 minutes faster than we saw in game number 1. Base broken, inhibitor broken. Dean trying to dance in this mid lane, but honestly, I'm not so sure about it. Crazy Kennedy holding it down for their own, but trying to outduel a Fiora who is more than willing to take that bait. Dash 1, dash 2, dash 3, but Dean has so much get-in potential. Last auto will finish you off, but it's a small price to pay, I think, for how much gold you have just ripped away for your team. We saw a dance. It was 1K up for the side of this, for the side of Team Victor, and now it's almost 4K in the other direction. Homies with extra chromies are showing that maybe they don't have the extra chromies, and what they have is extra teamwork. They have yielded so many results. Danman even bought a freaking coal. Bought a coal at what? I'm pretty sure it was 81 CS. I don't know why, but they did. And I love it all day long. That's so dumb, but so good right there. Danman, you are a menace. That's all I'm going to say. And now with the Mikhail's in pocket as well, this is going to be helpful. Koala now getting chased out by Booty Slapper. And you can see where some of the priorities lie. Dragon is going to be up in 2.5 minutes, but for this other side, a little bit of a question mark overall, because you take a look, and this is, in game number 1, it took them a while to close out. You saw the entirety of homies with extra chromies. It took a long time to kind of close out this game, and what's scary is they don't have the extra amount. They don't have the Ocean Soul to help them out. It is going to be a Hextech. And Hextech is great for damage, but you need a little bit more in the bank with the number of early game champions you have drafted. Lucian can do some damage, don't get me wrong, but is it a late game champion? No. Crazy Kennedy is not going for the Rod of Ages build, which makes sense, going more for a burn build. Is it a late game build? I wouldn't say really. It's going to be difficult. Dean is going to be able to dance on top. Koala is going to get an exceptional amount of ultimates. Victor is only going to get tank here, so I will say I'm a little bit worried about the late game, but early to mid, which we're right now in the middle of this mid game, it's going to be all the side of homies with extra chromies. Arrow flying out from Lost Zero. Not really going to find that pinch. And Crazy Kennedy is looking for a chance at a charm. You know that's what they're hunting for here. Danman clearing out another chunk of that tower. Let's see what they can do. A little bit of a roundabout way. Booty Slapper waiting for an edge of their own. Eyes peeked and found. Koala was able to grab that ult, but the bot side is what we're watching. Danny Boy, a little bit of a dance in. Dean, realizing that things are not in their favor, has to run away. Does have flash, but the number of dashes that you have is perfect, and Danny Boy actually flash forward as well. I'm surprised that they're putting so much in, but Danman now left alone in the mid is going to completely dance around everything, but unfortunately the weight of all the damage is too real, as that's just a straight up assassination under this mid lane tower. Danny Boy trying to get back to get a little bit of a rebuttal, but a great jump away means Koala is almost going to get Uni to safety. In comes another Tiki, this time from Dean, as they're right back into the mix. It is a consolation prize at the end of the day. Dean, though, going to try and chunk out this tower, but it's not going to work. And that was a mistake. Little bit of a throw from the side of Homie, as they left their ADC alone. And for Boa and Dan, man, there's only so much you can do without a front line. Nasty stack overall, but we're seeing a chance over. Two people starting up this Otacon, but I don't think you like it. Victor having to walk away. Good stun, but Victor already buffered the jump. He's going to be able to step away. Good little stab one more time. Booty Slapper might be able to step up, but Crazy Kenny coming in for that chance. That's a huge pickup as Koala might turn on the Booty Slapper, but Crazy Kenny is going to turn on the enemy jungler as well. So it's a jungler for jungler trade. Booty Slapper walking away not so happily. And now it's a turn on the Crazy Kenny. As you say, I have no extra HP. Double kill for Koala, who has been a menace here in the early game, and is looking to continue the reign of supremacy. 9-2-2. It's a big pickup for the squad, as Team Victor are looking to try and keep this game in their favor and push for a game number 3. Thoughts and prayers to this tower. Is it gonna work? It does fall, but the rest of the fight comes out. Great Glacial Prison, though. Catches multiple in the front lines, and this is the collapse that we were talking about. This is exactly what you want to see. The setup was immaculate, and the execution was perfect. Team Victor snap onto 4, or at least 3 in the mid lane, and now open themselves up to a soul point on one of the nastier dragons for catch potential. Hextech Soul can do so much work in the game. It's moving right back in their favor. Throws upon throws upon throws as Booty Slapper now going to jump off the inside of the jungle and jumps right into the riposte. Dean very happy about that one. Crazy Kendi trying to get a mix, but can't find Koala's life, so it's just a kill and a half. And just like that, the thoughts that we saw, the light at the end of the tunnel, Chromies with extra Chromies, I don't think you're going to like the follow-up in the ensuing battle.
Move with chaos.
Yeah, you definitely want to move with the chaos, but the chaos is in your own bank right now. You guys are not in a good spot. As much as I say that, it just doesn't feel like there's... When chaos reigns, yes, they will win, but the chaos is not in their favor. You can see an exceptional amount of gold being dumped into Koala. I mean, Koala has so much. Crazy Candy not going to enjoy that one. That's an arrow from downtown. Good dodge from the side. Looks like you are going to be safe for the time being. Crazy Kenny able to get out of a very dangerous position. But now a turnaround. Remember, a lot of ults are already being used here. But a good disengage from Team Victor means that they're going to be safe. Bot side for a time, though, is also going to be mixed into the phrase. Dean has been pushing on their own. 5, 3, and 4. It is now, I'm pretty sure, outscaling Danny Boy, who, again, without Ignite and without any extra safety, is just going to get walked all the way to town. Actually going to get danced on. His grand challenge has been thrown down. Dean willing to burn the ult and just kind of force a fight. Ult for ult, though. Means that Dean has to kind of walk away from this one. Wave cleared. Dan Man coming in around the flank, but not really finding anything as the wards are being set out for this Baron play. He's really going to find it. Dean waiting for the recall to go through. No eyes on Dean right now. But again, Otacon is the main source of pressure. All eyes available. You know they're on it because that thing's put in the backside, but is it going to be as clean as you wish? Whistles are being blown. A lot of alarm bells are going off, but Danny Boy has to stay down here, so it's a 4v4 option. Jump on in. Is this smite fight going to go down? And it's smited away. Smite early from Booty Slapper, so big pickup for Victor. Crazy Kenny looking for a little extra damage, tries to get the orb through everyone, and you do, but it's not enough damage, as that's going to be a tower taken in the bot side. So while we see this Otacon fight, it's death and destruction on the other side. And it's Dean to clean it up. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, viewers of all, we have a game number 3 ace at the end of the day. I'm so glad I was able to get back in. That is a game and a half, as it's GG's abound Towers will fall and game is over. Team Victor push us to a final match. My NDC feels bad straight into game 2, and to watch that bounce back and forth, wild twist of events. Quite honestly, that was all you could really ask for. You look at the end of the day, and it was destructive. Huge dub, by the way, for Dean on the Fiora. Got their signature pickup and said, hey, thank you very much. I'm going to take this. Granted, it wasn't the only reason. Koala, what a pop-off. We talked about the Silas pickup. Was going to be that linchpin. Was picked into the R, and Crazy Kenny could not do anything. Early kills, by the way, was what really sealed the deal. Koala was able to pick up 2 at the start. Pretty much ran the show from there. So, disgusting work by the entirety of Team Victor to give us a game number 3. Whoa! Eyes are abound as now we get straight into, I think, game number 3. Let me double check this. Oh, my chat's fucked. All right, so we're good. Oh dear. Okay, so we're good. All right, so it looks like we're starting at the top of the hour. Got a little bit of time because this has been amazing to watch so far. Both teams duking it out so heavily. And I could not ask for a better thriller matchup. So at the top of the hour, we're going to have about 10 minutes or so. So please don't go anywhere, or do go everywhere. We are going to go ahead and get a little bit of rest and go get some snacks and all. Please go ahead and get ready for our next matchup because this has been a thriller. Thank you so much to everyone tuning in to Reina's $1,000 League of Legends tournament here. It's been a joy to watch all of these fantastic players, everyone in the community showing up as well. I know all of you are watching her stream, so we'll go ahead, we'll take a little short break, and when we come back in about 10 minutes, we'll be up for the final game to see who is going to be taking that $500 home with them. Split, of course, among 5 people. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right. Let's get into this. Game number 1, Crushing Blow by Homies with Extra Chromies. Game number 2, Team Victors came back with a vengeance, which I can only assume they're going to try and do again here. And I really hope they do because it is going to be for a stellar match. I believe they're actually still staying on the same sides as well. Let me reconfirm this before I go any further. Yes, Team Homies have opted for the blue side once again. So this time after their loss, they said, hey, we're going to go ahead and take it and kind of run it up. Game number 2, though, it just felt like it was Koala popping off, and none of that early advantage was really working out. You talk about that top side. I mean, the Renekton fell behind. Didn't exactly get the glorious showing that they wanted. Yes, they got solo kills. Don't get me wrong. Saw Crazy Kenny and Danny Boy both get solo kills, but it's just like solo kills don't exactly equate to winning the match, right? So, eyes out for me on if we get a little bit dueling, better dueling this time around. And when I say better dueling, it's just a little bit better lane matchup. I think Danny Boy would do really well in that mid to late. You're able to kind of encapsulate that value, but Dean has been so strong in making sure that you get to that mid to late. I mean, the Nars before looked good. Nar last time didn't look so great, but game number 2, that Fiora, something to be really, really worried about. So taking a look into this game number 3, we'll see how it pans out. I think the Silas might still be there. It looks like we're into draft, so we'll go ahead and hop on over. Let me bring that up real quick. Yep. There we go. So once again, pretty much the exact same in the draft so far. Nothing changed out, but there's the Fiora ban. And this was banned away back in game number 1, I believe, in second ban phase. So taking that one away, I think you have to give respect over to the Olaf again. I don't think you can give that one over to the side of Homies with Extra Chromies. Yeah, you got to ban it out. I think that's the right call. And now I would almost assume a Braum lock-in would be the best choice here. You really want to get that out of the hands of Uni, and you are. So now it's Response turn on the other side, and I wonder if you go for the Lucian yourself, because you know that Lucian's coming out next, right? You have to know Lucian is the next pickup here. This is the obvious choice. You say, hey, look, Lucian's going to be out one way or another. Either we have a response to Lucian or we don't. And I don't know if you have a good answer. For Uni, the Lulu can work. So yeah, I think you grab a Lucian here. Maybe you do pair it with, well, I would almost say a Nami if you want to. I wouldn't want to go for the Milio personally. But the Milio, I guess the Milio would work a little bit better. But at this point, you're saying, okay, what do we want to grab? You could also play the Nautilus. You could play tanks of your own. But this identification of the play makes a lot of sense to me, right? This makes a heck of a lot of sense in terms of... oops, sorry, everyone. Let me... Nope, nope, nope. I messed up. Nope, I messed up again. There it is. There we go. Sorry, someone pinged me. That was very loud. I apologize. This Rakan, though, makes a little bit more sense to me. I like the in and out. Hopefully, Uni has played it quite well. The Tristana, though. Tristana is such a spicy one for me to see, and I like the call out. It is going to be a different chance here, but I like the call. You go ahead and bring out a little bit of spice. You have the Shock Blast back, or not the Shock Blast. You have the Concussive Shot or whatever, Buster Shot. It's going to be big. Jungle side, though, I don't like this. So I understand that we want to see the early engagements, but the Pantheon has not impressed me. And I will say this, even in competitive play, I get that Pantheon has a lot of value, that Pantheon is really, really good. I hate Pantheon. Pantheon's boring as shit. Anyone that likes playing Pantheon, I do not like you. It is one of the most boring champions. It is so early game reliant, and you don't do enough, in my opinion. So it's just like, Booty Slapper, if you can prove me wrong, great. Hats off to you. I don't see it happening here. And especially against the likes of a Rakan and a Camille, both of these champions can easily lock you down. You are not going to have that freedom to move around as neatly as you would like. I don't think you're getting to loss 0 on the Lucian like we saw before. So, you know, we'll see how it goes down. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but, you know, who's to say? Already seen the Poppy ban out, though. I like this call. You say, hey, on the top side, it is a great denial tool into the Camille, or even if you want to try and play it in a little bit of silliness, if we see a Pantheon move into the mid or top, see it played in a laning phase capacity. But the Poppy topside would be a huge annoyance to the likes of Rakan and a Camille, as well as the Lucian, so all 3 dashes are denied. Ban here, though. Great respect over to Koala. This one also makes sense. Koala had a pop-off game. Nasty work. And you actually swapped to the Ahri. I think that's supposed to be a Silas, but if they opted for the Ahri swap, I'd be really surprised, because I think Koala played into it really, really well. So we'll see what they say. Okay, so they say no Silas, and it looks like that was just a very unique pickup, which I can actually agree with. But I wonder if they aren't fearing it too much. And of course, they might blind pick it here. But of course, you could just grab the jungler as well. I think this Sejuani did very, very well for its own. J4 is left open, but I personally wouldn't want to read too much into it. If you go for the J4, I think you're going to be pinched out. You're not going to be able to lock down the Tristana. You need a little bit more hard CC in here right now. So go back to the Sejuani, go back to Comfort. Yep, go ahead and pick that up. No worries whatsoever. I think you are building up your mid to late game composition once again, and it's looking scarier and scarier. Last time we saw a draft out, we saw, I think it was the Renekton, so a little bit more inclination to the early game. Love the Shen here. This one makes me so much happier. And there's the Cassiopeia, which I think we saw teased before. Crazy Kendi does have a solid Cassiopeia. Actually has a really nasty one. I've literally faced it myself. You saw my rank before. I'm plat. I don't do jack shit. I ain't gonna win anything of that nature. But now in the mid lane, it is a fist fight with mana and spells. If this play is locked in, you have a very clean front-to-back team fight that you could work with for the side of Team Victor. On the other, this feels a little bit more appropriate with 4 out of the 5 champions. What I don't like, again, is this Pantheon? I will always say this. I don't feel Pantheon brings enough to warrant such strength. It puts so much pressure on the early game, and it puts pressure on the fact that you better be getting a lot of ganks off, in my opinion. So it's just like I don't really like it. But if Booty Slapper is able to prove me wrong, great. No worries at all. I'll be very, very happy about that one. Let's get either way, we'll see what happens. Granted, I could be completely wrong, and we'll see what happens there. But I do not like Pantheon. And if Pantheon is the reason that it falls, I'll be so happy. I predicted the Braum, I predicted the Lucian, didn't predict the Rakan, I predicted the Sejuani. I feel like I have a good feeling about this game and understanding that Team Victor, if they can get an early game lead, or even manage to stay even, I think they win this at a pretty handed level. But the Cassiopeia and the Shen at the end now makes Crazy Kennedy and Danny Boy massive threats. Same with Dan Man, who has, I will say, even though the Lucian and Rakan look good on paper, the Dan Man and Boa have consistently found leads in that bottom lane. Even though you're shorter range, you are now looking to scale into that mid to late. You are looking for that extended battles to extend your range and extend your damage output. So, I call that's pretty funny. Someone was having a little bit of fun, so I think someone was talking about a pretty funny page there. So we will we'll take a look. But of course, like I really, really hope I'm wrong. I really, really hope I'm wrong in that Booty Slapper comes out with some massive booty slappings or anything of the sort. I hope we see that mix, but I just don't see it happening. This is a tank game. Pantheon is going to feel so freaking weak in all of this. I'm not excited for it. Let's go ahead and hop into the game itself. You can all give me 1 second there. There we go. Well, I'll get yelled at one way or another. I'm not even worried about it, so we'll see how it goes. But yeah, this is gonna be, oops. This is gonna be that interesting test at the end of the day. For those just tuning in, though, once again, please welcome and say hello to hopefully the entire stream. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying this so far. Want to give a big shout out once again to Reina. I will do one last quick little call out here. God. All right, I gotta see what happened. We shall see what happened. I have no idea, Fish. I'm still trying to figure that out. Okay. Apparently client issues, which would be on brand. Yeah, just go ahead and hopefully they get right back into it. We'll reorganize later, so. Hey, there we go. Okay. All right, we are going to do a quick shout out again to Reina, who has been fantastic. If you are watching this stream and you're wondering what's going on here, Orbital, what are you doing? I am streaming Reina's $1,000 tournament for League of Legends for her community. She wanted to get back. She talked to me about this about 2 months ago and said, hey, I want to put on a tournament for my community. I want to see them play. She had some other choice words, which I will not say, and she can explain herself about how she views these players, but that's not on me. That's on her. She went ahead, sponsored. It's $500 for first place, $300 for second, $150 for third, and $50 for fourth. And again, if you are watching this and you are saying, hey, I really want to get back into it, I want to, yeah, you really are. You basically are Pimp Daddy. For those that are wondering, this is what she said. She is Pimp Daddy Reina. I wasn't going to say it because I will let her always say it herself. But at the end of the day, it is amazing. And I want to give a big shout out as we get into this game number 3, which is going to be the last game of the night. As you know, it is quite late already. We've had about 6 hours of game so far. I want to say she is going to be hoping to put on more in the future. So if you want to get involved, join her Discord. Go follow her. Watch her stream. She's streaming me right now, but please go follow her stream. She is awesome. She does a lot of food content. She has an amazing community, albeit some of them hate me specifically for playing Nautilus and anything other than Vigar. But if you want to get in on it, have a little bit of fun, join in on all the action, and maybe even play in these tournaments yourselves and have a chance. This was a free entry tournament, by the way. This was a free entry. She's just willingly put this up, and it is amazing. Please go follow her. Please go join her Discord, and hopefully enjoy the entire show. We're going to get into the game here. I believe we got just one more mix. Okay. So yeah, we're going to be good. But at the end of the day, it is awesome. And again, huge shout out to her, and especially to everyone else tuning in. We basically pulled in 10 captains, 40 players. All of them were so willing to mesh roles and everything. Like, her community is honestly amazing. So please go ahead, get in and join in on the Discord. If you go ahead, check her out. I think she has a link in her stream. I'm very bad at that. But getting into this is what we're going to see. Once again, we are same sides, by the way. Neither team has wanted to change from their original, which is so interesting. A lot of days in the pro scene, I believe blue side has a little bit more advantage. You want to get the likes of the Gwen. You want to get the likes of Nefiri as well, who was just recently nerfed. But in these combinations, it's such a treat to get to watch some of these players get to play their exceptional champions. And again, it's going to be, I think, a Hail Mary into the mid to late. We're going to see this explosive, I think, late game action. And if we do not see that early game shenanigans, this early game takeover, if it rolls into the mid to late, I honestly, outside of the Pantheon, I don't know who's really going to come out on top. A lot of these sites has been so back and forth that it's always just like who outhands who, right? Who is the last one to stay alive? We've seen Danny Boy stay alive multiple times when he shouldn't. Dan Man also just kind of like, yo, I'm good, you know, on this ADC, and this time on a Tristana, it's a little bit more cut and dry. Which direction you're dashing? How far away are you going to go? But Crazy Kenny in the mid lane had one of the most explosive early Gallios that we saw in game number 1. Lackluster Aria in game number 2, but this time being offered a huge affordability in terms of taking over this game by almost excessive force, right? If we talk about it, when we are going to get into the mix, because you're on a Cassiopeia, and Cassiopeia having the ability to negate a lot of the dash in, a lot of the recon, everyone pretty much, this could be that linchpin. So let's go ahead, go on into the game. I'll move my face one last time tonight, and we're gonna have hopefully a really, really good game on our hands. Fun story as well. All of the games that have been on here on my stream personally, as I'm sure you watch Raina's, or Paul, who has been awesome, by the way, Paul W. Chung, being the awesome TO that they have. Paul said he's run tournaments before. I didn't know his game. He literally made it impossible for a team to mess up getting into lobby. This dude is a monster at tournament organization. Like, the man wrote the entire rule book, held everything down. I need to go, let me, I think, let me make sure. Yeah, go follow Paul. He's been awesome. And follow every single captain. I believe most of these players also have with that, my job is done. I believe everyone has Twitters and socials. Like, if you want to go follow these guys have put on a show. They've been playing for 6 hours, by the way. Victor specifically and the squad, Team Victor, have played for 6 hours. They played all the way from the play-in stage. As that's a check and a hack. Koala's like, yo, I saw them in there. Very, very fun. This has been a treat, but Koala coming in. I love the way he's, by the way, much more brighter than we saw, but this is actually going back to the old style that we saw in game number 1. Booty Slapper getting an early invade, trying to take down and force a vertical jungle, allowing Danman and Boa to get a much more comfortable space into this early game rotation. So I actually really like this, and this is one of those things, again, Booty Slapper, you have to take control of the early game. If there's anything to be said, you need to take control of the early game. You need to be comfortably in that spot, which will allow the rest of your team to kind of pop off. Now in the mid lane, though, we've seen Koala get really, really annoying and nasty way. I think one of the new tech 300-year champions, right? Very, very annoying and frustrating to play against because of the poke range. So we'll see if it happens again. Next time as well, I'm probably going to have a co-caster. All my buddies were all busy with the defense. Woo! So let's take a look at this. Invade being called out here. massive amount of pings as well. And you take a look at where Dean and Koala are currently sitting, they have lane priority. So with this invade, I do not see Booty Slapper being able to kind of advance in and force maybe a 3-camp decision. So I like this call. It's a very comfortable position as well. Danny Boy, once again, being in a rough spot. And we've seen this twice before. Danny Boy gets a little bit suckered into the early game. And then mid to late game explodes in the HP value, is able to take all the trades that they wish. And for Dean, it was a lot about getting that early kill in game number 2, being able to kind of pressure your way in with the Fiora. And it was rolling on the back of Koala in a lot of the team fights. So see what happens again is that's for Uni trying to stay safe, is able to get around. And honestly, that last shot, that concussive blow, doesn't really do that much. But Kendi trying to bring a bit of pain back. Really gonna find it for the time being, but everyone just kind of testing the waters as early game has gone the way of early game, right? Nothing to say here, except maybe for the CS lead down on bot side. Danman once again kind of leaning into that heavy spot. Gonna be up by about 2 waves there, which is nice. Of course, picked up on the other side as Lost Zero will have plenty. We'll actually miss 2 there, which hurts. Does that finish? Little tag at the end, and you don't want to collect, so Uni is going to save their poke options. Mid lane, though, sees both junglers around the space, and both of them sought the recall. That was actually fairly spicy, so that's why both Kenny and Koala were willing to step up and maybe look at those battles, but not really force anything. And heavy wardage coming out from Team Victor along this top side of the map. You have double wards on the top side. You are saying, hey, I have the scuttle up there as well. The investment space being given just to make sure that it's not going to be taken outright is very heavy. However, right now Victor might be in a rough spot as we see Dean and Danny Boy take action against each other. We're still waiting for first blood to come out, but this is going to look different. Topside Dean duking it out with Danny Boy. Danny Boy energy still very full, and Dean out of mana means you aren't going to like this trade. Inside of the jungle, we saw Boa rotate up, so Victor didn't want to challenge any further. Boa goes down. One of the quieter starts to this series. Now, is it going to work any further? Like, is it going to stay as quiet as we think? I'm assuming not, as we see a massive amount of things go down. Even Victor's like, yeah, I know I'm spotted. We're going to see a rotate here. And a little bit of a check. I don't foresee this going any differently, but it is going to be a chance as a Victor goes ahead and aims for that dragon yet again. This was taken actually very slowly in game number 2. I think it was an exceptional minute and a half they were waiting on. Mid lane, though, we're seeing Koala get some damage taken on them as Kendi was able to utilize that TP. Remember, with TP, it kind of shows your direction now, and it's very easy to get extra damage. So 3 empowered snake bites. Crazy Kendi gets a good lane advantage, and Koala basically eats a potion immediately as they get back to lane. Victor just now finishing up this dragon. It's taking quite a bit of time, so Booty Slapper is able to get a little bit of a step up. I believe that's going to be about 2 camps to their name. Finally took that dragon, and it's an ocean. So it is one of the most comfortable early game dragons that you could possibly get for yourself. Surprised Victor even wanted to go for that jungle invade, saying, hey, you know, I can maybe take that chance. Eyes out, though, as Koala clears out this ward. And once again, it's a quiet state. This is so weird to me, as that applies forward. Crazy Kenny said no more quietness. There's no chance, no flash available because you're grounded and you're just dead. Crazy Kenny gets a little bit crazy and says thank you very much. That is a disgusting play that you need to make for proactivity, and Crazy Kendi, step 1 done to get a lead. I mean, that's one way to do it. That basically nets a straight 0 here. You got 700 extra gold, you're already stacking up that tier and now have that codex. Topside, though, Dean walking in with Danny Boy, into Danny Boy, I should say, as Dean is more than comfortable taking this fight, and Danny Boy has no out. Right call to go ahead. Tried to flash, but honestly, I don't like that double flash out of Victor and Dean. I don't even like that more. So, I mean, for Danny Boy, you're like, okay, kind of worth. You drew double ults, double flashes for your flash only. You'll be okay with that one. And it's not first blood, so you don't really have to worry. CrazyyCrazzy was made sure of that. Boa and Danman now rotating into this mid lane, and this is okay. So this is some high level stuff that I don't think we saw last time. Booty slapper on the top side gets a Shen ult, staying united, working well. But we see a rotate, so a lane swap coming in as Danman and Boa are actually chancing in to make sure these Krubs go their way. I have no idea if they actually planned this, but this is a lane swap tactic that is well utilized in a lot of the phases, and it's calling for a TP down on the bot side. Danny Boy used in united on the top side, now going to go down to the bot side to save, and we get a full rotation as we get to see the same from Uni and Lost Zero, as Lost Zero still on the bot side trying to hold out. Unfortunately, that does mean Lost Zero doesn't really enjoy this one. Danny Boy has so much extra damage, and Lost Zero with no mana isn't able to trade back, even opted for that goal. So, saying I can farm it out. All the grubs did go the way of a Booty Slapper. Very, very comfortable in that space, but Danman still holding it down in the mid, still holding a general CS lead over the enemy ADC. You're gonna like that one. Booty Slapper going back to the jungle, continuing their spree of camps being taken. And I'm also just sitting here wondering exactly who is going to place where, right? Eyes out for first big gank rotation. It looks like it is going to be on the bot side. Take a look at where Booty Slapper is and where Victor is. This is Victor just going, hey, you have nothing. We know you spent everything. You're not going to get freedom. There is an easy burn as a culling is used at the end. Last autos to ensure that Lost Zero picks up all that CS in gold, funneling that damage source in. Really smart play. Dean on the top side, though, not enjoying. They're facing off against CrazyyCrazzy. And that Cassiopeia is going to have a lot of fun CSing up that lane. Uni, though, on the bot side, dueling out with Boa. We're still waiting for a little bit of a twist and turn. You can see that wave state pressuring in as Lost Zero force that wave underneath. Another couple off the coal stacks. But 1 for 2 and only a 200 gold lead means everyone's pretty much even. And for the side of with extra chromies, they're pretty okay with that. Again, as long as Kendi is farming up, as long as Danny Boy isn't inting or anything like that, even though they have 2 deaths, they're okay. They know that this mid to late game is going to be nice. A little bit of a pinch, though, as CrazyyCrazzy takes a lot of extra damage, and Dean was able to snap back with that hook shot. Mid lane, though, going to get jumped on as Koala tries to jump out, but Danman with the immediate cleanse ensures the fear doesn't fully get off. That's just another kill coming in. 2-2 right now, as the hunger for 3 total is in the eyes of both squads. Really well done there. And Koala, this is now the second time that they have been unable to flash out of a gank. First one came because of that miasma on the ground. Second, because we were pretty much stunned out. Top side, we're seeing that dance. CrazyyCrazzy ain't gonna have any freedom. You do get the petrifying gaze, but I think you're just gonna go down. That is gonna be the third granted to Victor as Dean able to breathe a sigh of relief. They were a little bit worried about how that was breaking. You can see the output from CrazyyCrazzy, though. This Cassiopeia, if you stand in the poison, if you stand on top of one of her little Qs, it's gonna be painful. At the end of the day, though, this dragon now being started up here. Booty Slapper stepping out to help out. Gets the sun down, but Uni is safe. Bot side, we're seeing Lost Zero be zoned out, but Danny Boy, and it looks like it is gonna be a trade back. So you can see, because of the kill on the top side, no challenge coming in from Victor. So it's a dragon take instead. 1 dragon apiece. Well done to homie. And almost for comedic or perfect timing, we get yet another Hex Tech Soul, one that can easily swing the tides of the game and make Booty Slapper an actual threat on the map. It's a dangerous one to be had as Dean dances in, chancing on CrazyyCrazzy as this just a routine gank yet again. No flash available because CrazyyCrazzy can't throw it down like that. Well done. Dean sprinting into the mix with that completed Triforce, and Team Victor are looking pretty dang strong here. Koala ready to be ganked yet again, but this time well aware of the advantage. You're playing up a little bit further, making sure to try and bait out that timing. Koala sidesteps that Q, Victor's Bite not going to land, and Booty Slapper now in the middle lane. Koala coming up yet again, throwing down the lava plumes. But Yuna was ready to disengage if they needed. Booty Slapper has now put a lot of identification here in the mid lane. I wonder if it's going to draw any sort of value. We go ahead and, whoops, the wrong button, so sorry. I'm going to go ahead and bring up those timers, and that's a call down. Stand United, Victor trying to jump away to safety, but they fully collapse, and this is going to be that chance. Victor has no out, but how long can you bait for the rest of the team? Great burst coming out as Koala paints a picture of doom and gloom, but only for themselves. And that's a follow-up damage. This is double coming in for Danman. Uni getting ready to jump in the fray, but jumps the wrong way as this is going to be Lost Zero trying to clean up the battle. It looks like they are able to find it at the end of the day. Hard Steel Proc taking them low. Resounding damage for Lost Zero should be a triple, culling over the wall. Lost Zero dashes, and you are going to finish it off, playing within the range of damage, but still big pickup for Lost Zero. Of course, mainstay point though, that was an invade coming out from the side of homies, and they took it to town. They went with the distance. They had a hard time trying to burn through Victor, but they still made it work. They were still able to chase down 3. It wasn't worth it. I'm not the one to say. They did give 3 extra kills over Lost Zero, and I mean, Master Saxon Danny Boy's favor. So, you know, depending on perspective output, it's a win for both sides. See if they can do a little bit more though, as Dean is still battling it out on the top side. I'm amazed we haven't seen a lane swap situation here. It looks like they might try and bring Koala back top, but so far there's been a little bit of a stifling Dean, who has not been allowed to leave this top side. As Crazy Candy, of course, having been chunked out quite a few times. In a 1v1 matchup, it feels like Crazy Candy gets the better of him, but Dean with a massive chunk out now realizes that, hey, maybe that's not the space. But for Danny Boy, caught out on this bot side here. Victor gonna try to keep it around, but a great Grand Skyfall brings him close, and now Victor's on the wrong side of the map. I don't know where you're really gonna go, because Koala's trying to help run interference, but it's not gonna work. Booty Slapper does have flash, but doesn't want to burn it here. There's no reason to. Booty Slapper goes ahead and walks around the way. Victor is burning a lot of time here. There's another taunt. That's what we want to see. And down goes Victor. Booty Slapper taking that one away. With the Rift Herald spawning, all eyes in other directions. These are feeling like kills for kills' sake, whether we like it or not. It is going to be the play at the end of the day. So gold lead still in favor of Team Victor by about 1.4. Flashing as Koala, though, tries to get away. And a great punch back with the ult onto Danman. Uni running interference with the quickness. And Koala will live. What a play by Uni and Koala to stave off multiple ults. Flash ult from Crazy Candy caught the backside of Koala. That play, though, it gives a lot of time for one of two things. Number one, Dean pushing up on this side lane, not respecting any further output. It will also allow Lost Zero to push in on the bot side. But main difference is Herald could have been started. However, for homies with extra chromies, they're looking for the kills instead, and I think this is kind of a waste of time. Dean is going to burn so much time on the clock. And he's going to be stuck here in the corner. Good repel out. Has flash, but can't get over the wall, and you're pretty much dead to rights here. Are they going to give it to Crazy Candy? It looks like they are. Final Fang to shut it down. Crazy Candy being given this extensive lead for themselves. Lost Zero dashing away from Danny Boy, though. This has been a 1v1 for the ages. Danny Boy getting rended through, and that's going to be a great Glacial Prison. Danny Boy barely getting the shield up in time, but this is a tower dive of easy access. Victor walking away as the tower even falls. And Lost Zero not willing to take that chance. Actually tried to turn around for the auto. And it looks like Danny Boy will actually live, surprisingly enough. Boots tier 1 versus Boots tier 2. Lost Zero on their own, though, just saying, hey, it doesn't matter, we still got the kills, and I'm still doing okay. 4-0, item and a half in the bank, 13 more CS. Lost Zero just face plants immediately into that wall. I wish I could go ahead and re-record that one, but I won't for respect's sake. I've seen Koala, though, get run in on Booty Slapper and Boa. Boa getting a good double knockup into the Stand United. This is the team fight that they want, and this is always with extra Komi dancing right on top of the poison, and that's going to be danger as the explosion backfires on top of them. The burn, the damage, and the slaying is coming out here. Great stacks for Danny Boy, but it's only one in a turn. Crazy going to try and turn it around with the poison and the miasma, and it looks like they might be able to. That's going to be a Hail Mary as Grand Skyfall comes right back in. It's a turnaround for turnaround's sake. Haymaker versus Haymaker versus Haymaker, as that's the tick of damage, and that's Crazy Kendi to get the red buff tick. At the end of the day, it was a 3-for-2's value, but that's because for the side of Team Victor, Dean never showed up.
My shield is healed for you.
In all of that kerfuffle. Oh, the strike, Koala! Koala had the ward placed in the perfect position, and it's a dub. Remember, Dean was split pushing the entire time on the top side, got a lot of extra gold for the team, so the entire fight is kind of off on the wayside. Booty Slap and Nano now drawing even more attention, and Koala might be getting pinched here, but what a route into Crazy Kendi, as now the revenge has started. They turn it right around. Good top of knockup, as it's actually homies on the scene. They were there first, and now they turn the damage. Proactivity and a half as Victor will tick down. And that's going to be another 3 as Dean is still pushing on the top lane. Dean does not want to leave. Says, screw the dragon, screw the rest of the team. I just need to keep pushing for pushing's sake. And you are doing exactly what you need to. Out goes the netting. And they're going to be safe. Dragon taken away by the side of homies. But man, is that an extensive individual gold lead for the side of Dean. They now sit at 8.5k. Highest in the game only. Problem is Kendi at 8.3. Whenever Dean decides to join these fights, it's going to be a destructive pass. Should be about 2.5 items in there, maybe 3. See what they buy up. Kind of curious. That's 1. They are going to go ahead and pick up that drill bit. Tunneler in hand. Entire game resting on a knife's edge. Almost 20 minutes in. And I gotta give respect. The fight's been good. The fight has been very, very good. In both directions, we've seen little chances here and there. But is it really going to be enough is my question. I mean, the Pantheon is 3-1-7, but I just don't see it being big enough, I guess is the way to put it. Danman jumping away from a lot of lightning strikes, but Otacon has actually started up, and this is a surprising call. They're going to catch Danman in rotation, who I don't think has anything else, and that's just a catch and a half. Down you go. And now they're going to try and play the split push game. Lost Zero says, hey, let's go ahead and keep going for this. Danny Boy getting chunked out as Dean in the 1v1 is winning. That's going to be another tower broken. Team Victor have found their opportunity. They're just going to try and break into the base. They've already done so. Taking a lot of gold, 5 towers in total to 0 on the side of homies. For all the fight that homies have had, they've had almost nothing else, as that's a dangerous spot. Booty Slapper is about to be slapped in more ways than one. You put your shield one way and you go down. Crazy Kendi misses the petrifying gaze. And Dean gets over the wall. Exhaust goes down as Boa is going to be almost rendered. Kendi with the last snake bite. And they're going to survive for just a moment. But my gosh, the damage done by this squad, by Team Victor, has been immaculate. Topside inhibitor down. Mid tower about to fall. They have a 2k lead. It's only going to get larger. You're now able to spend a lot of that money in. Lost Zero has been fed so many kills that they're on par with Dean at this point. You look at it, 9.4 matching pace. It's out of this world. I mean, they have to be playing. They're almost exhausted, I'm sure. Many of these players. I know a couple of East Coasters were on both of the teams. I can only assume it's going to be even more dangerous. Eyes out here, though. I'm curious. Booty slapper. Maybe looking to slap some booties, but it might not be hard enough. Someone's gonna say harder at the end of the day. You're not gonna like it when they say so. Dean ready for the 1v1 as Danny Boy might get his butt slapped in one way or another. Dean ready to chunk out Hextech Ultimatum, keeping you in the bank. And I don't think you're gonna enjoy this one. You have flash, but you don't want to use your flash over the wall there. But it's forced, it hurts, and you don't like to see it. You don't also have your Stand United. I mean, you can't join any of these fights. Boa getting tagged up, gets strung by that Heartsteel, and it hurts. But now we get to see 2 back Kendi recalling, which means this dragon is pretty much up and available once it comes up in about 1 minute and 15. Otacon is really that call. Great knockup as Boa can't stand true. Otacon slowly being withered away. Now Dean drawing 2 members. This is massive. This is a 4v3, and I don't think they like it. That's just an immediate turn as it's a double up. Boa burn, no chance. Danman trying to stay safe. Buster shot keeps everyone away. But there it is, this teamwork, the macro from Team Victor drawing huge dividends as Otacon goes their way. The moment Victor now getting jumped on here, lost 0, cleansing that taunt. Danny Boy was ready for the turn, but Booty Slapper is left alone. I don't think they like this. Uni is still healthy, and now they turn on Danny Boy. TP coming in for the backside, double TP even as Crazy Kenny is joining in the battle, and both make their appearance, but only Crazy Kenny is the last one roaming. Low HP bars could make the difference though, as Crazy Kenny is able to pick up 2. Danny Boy though trying to run for their life, but the final hook shot will be their annihilation. And it's an overall 3 for 2. Actually 4 for 2 in the end, which leaves the likes of Team Victor still in the lead, 3.3k for their own. And again, I can't see the end of these battles. I sometimes can read it really, really well, but it's not always great. That's going to be a pinch, though, as Crazy Kenny doesn't want to be here. You realize you're all alone. You're CC'd. You're dead. Boa couldn't get there in time. And that's the worst possible position. Crazy Kenny has a lot of gold for the team. And now Homie don't have anyone to deny this dragon. It's a quick slaughter of Boa as everyone turns onto this dragon. Team Victor find another shining light, and it's an easy pickup of this 4th dragon of the game. Man, for their own 4-4-3, this just Tottenham's been trying to play the game as much as possible. Hasn't been working. I'm not one to say. Maybe they can get it. Eyes out though as Danny Boy walks away from this battle, says, I don't want anything to do with this. I'm so sorry. Tower is going to fall in their favor, and at this point it is the closing of the trap. The jaws of defeat loom in front, I feel, of this Homies squad. They fought so well. Homies with extra chromies. They made their mark, but I mean, Team Victor from the opening play-in match has now played 6 games straight and are looking to take their $100. If they can get the victory, that's going to be huge. I mean, the game's leaning in their favor, but we know how explosive some of these fights can be. Kendi now respawned and ready to battle, 3 items deep, almost ready with that Rabadons if they can. I mean, if they're able to pick that one up, it's going to be a massive swing in gold, because we've seen multiple times Koala and Lost Zero kind of getting caught out here. I love the vision around this Baron, but the setup is going to be interesting. Koala trying to peel a little bit closer towards that mid lane. And again, sending out Dean on that mission on the side lane. I like this call. Uni, of course, getting ready for the jump in. Crazy Kenny showing themselves here, but now you get pure information. You know no one's on that bot side, meaning this could be an easy 1v1 for Dean. Dean has done it before. And this is all they want. They're not really actually targeted on this Baron. It's all about trying to get a little extra catch on the side of this Booty Slapper to get burned out. You're low HP, and again, that's going to be a flash in, but Crazy Kenny can't find anyone with the sun, so this turnaround is huge. Yes, you burned Uni, but Uni has done their job, and that's going to be destruction, as Danman barely does any damage on the back end. Victor, though, gets jumped on by Booty Slapper, so it's a turnaround, but a nice 7 bolt lands on the backhand, and Booty Slapper is going to run, but that's a lightning strike again. Danman dodges out. The damage has been done. Danny Boy, I mean, he tried to go ahead and get your Stand United, but it doesn't work. Danny Boy trying to hold up on this mid lane tower, but it's going to fall so quickly. Dean chunks it like it's freaking made of cardboard, and a second inhibitor will fall. They go back for the respawn, and to clear that one out as well. It's going to be so easy. And yet again, this small pieces taken each time. Lost Zero will lose their life. But does it really matter? Down you go, one last tag and it's done. But again, 2 inhibitors base broken yet again, and bot side tower losing about a third of its HP. It's coming even closer and closer to victory for Team Victor as they fought tooth and nail. Board's now being cleared out as all eyes are on this Baron. Feels like a Hail Mary as Booty Slap and the rest of the squad are gonna look to try and do it, but they see a people on the back end. They can look, everyone is here. But it's burning actually pretty quickly. It's down to about 9k. Are they able to get this? Is this a lasting judgment? It might be a Victor's in the vicinity though. You're looking for a steal. Good punch out by Danny Boy. And that's the buster that you needed. Great steal away, but Uni's coming in for a little bit of dive. Gets 2 in the back line. Doesn't have a dive, but they are going to have the damage. But that's the Petrifying Gaze. And again, look at the burn though. Koala laying down the paint and laying down the pain behind. They didn't even have Lost Zero. This is destruction by the side of Team Victor. As you might have gotten the Baron, but you lose the battle. Homies with extra chromies made the mistake of taking a global objective. And they paid dearly. 18 seconds on this setup. Flash forward by Lost Zero as you're looking for Danman, and Danman trying to fight back. Might be able to pick it up. Lost Zero though getting a little extra shielding. Ducky, yeah, we're still going. It's in game number 3 and it's looking like it's over. Now you came for the finish. GG's. Team Victor are going to aim at the face. The Nexus stands for only a moment longer in a grueling battle of the entire tournament bracket. It will be Team Victor to claim the championship podium. Team Victor, they fought back against the relentlessness. Homies with extra chromies tried to do the same. Might not have panned out as neatly as they would have liked, but they made it work. And I mean, look at that damage output. That damage output is nasty from Koala. 2 games straight, showing their strength and determination. Overall, agreed. Duncan Dumplings. You guys played an immaculate game as well, but everyone's showing up for the tournament. Shout out to Team Victor, though. At the end of the day, red side prevails. Dean with that Camille and so many more. The Gnar in there as well, but Victor pulling out all the stops. Koala, Lost Zero, Uni, every single member getting all the value out. And shout out to the runner-ups, of course, in second place of this Homies with Extra Chromies. Danny Boy, Booty Slapper, Crazy Candy, Dan Man, and Boa. All of you played your hearts out here today. And again, it was a great time. Again, I want to give a big shout out. This is going to be the end of the stream and end of this broadcast, but shout out to Team Victor for the victory. And once again, shout out to Reina for putting on this fantastic tournament. It was so much fun to get to work this. Hopefully you guys enjoyed my commentary. I was just one guy, so unfortunately I couldn't output as much as I wish, but in the future, there's going to be more. If you enjoyed this broadcast, if you enjoyed all the games, if you enjoyed playing or watching, or if you were watching but wish you could have played, there's more in the future. Please keep eyes and join Reina's Discord. Reina is an amazing person, really, really awesome, great League of Legends player, also loves making food content, does food tours. Go check out her YouTube. I believe it is RainaisCrazy. Follow her on socials. I believe some of them are OMG It's Raina. There are some as well as RainaisCrazy. She is amazing. She puts out so much, and again, there might be more in the future. So if you want to take a look and see more in the future, please go ahead, give her a follow on her Twitch channel and follow the socials and join the Discord. With that though, I'm going to go ahead and go to sleep and enjoy the satisfaction of being able to cast an amazing tournament here tonight. My name is Orbital. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. Hopefully you enjoyed. Shout out to Paul as well, running the TO work. Appreciate y'all for tuning in. Have a good night.